Hello. Hi, welcome in. Hello.
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 Hello. I sent you the invite.
I'm in.
Oh my gosh. Ellie, stop it.
Oh wait, I can repair that. Can't I?
Oh, I just do it
Oh,
so
maybe I
if you
have to-
can't. That's funny. Ellie! Literally, you were just sitting here in silence. The second I go fucking live, you change. Like, stop. Dude, I don't understand you. Hello. Marbs, thank you so much for 33 months. That's insane. Ellie! You were literally just sitting here quietly playing with your toy. How come the second I think it's because I'm talking. She's like, who are you talking to?
Dude, where are these
Like,
people?
who are these people? Who are you talking to? Ellie!
Yeah, probably is. Like, she's probably like, what the fuck? Are you losing? She probably thinks you're losing.
She thinks I'm going crazy.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, well, it makes sense. Probably, what are you talking to?
I know. She's like, who? There's nobody here. Who are you talking to? Here's Ellie. Here's Ellie. Huh? Huh? Hmm? Hmm? What are you talking to? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Ellie?
What you talking about, Willis?
Okay. Let's see about getting stronger.
Ellie, I gotta put you down now, okay? Can you chill?
Oh God, you just got her.
I know, it's time to put you down.
That's it. You've been cute for long enough.
2 weeks. 2 weeks is my maximum now. she won't get much bigger.
Attached.
About 5 pounds is the maximum, and she's about 3.5 now. You can add me on stream. Okay, cool. We'll do it later after stream.
Salvage.
Okay. Okay. Continue. Well, oh wait, it said that all my shit's back at the warden's desk, it says. When I logged in, and it was like, your loot bag is now at the warden's desk.
I don't know what that means.
It's the warden's desk is in the office sector, so I'm going over there.
Oh, why don't I feel good? Did I say I don't feel good? Oh, Gordon, I don't feel so good, Gordon. Gordon. So this game's like that was my going live message, and Daisy was like, "Why don't you feel good?"
Oh,
so this game is like loosely based on like Half-Life, which spawned a bunch of memes, and one of them like an infinite amount of memes that affect us to this day. But one of the scientists just had a funny voice, and he said, "Gordon, I don't feel so good, Gordon," in like this meme video. It's always been stuck in my head.
Is Dirge getting the killer counter? No, because he probably won't die. He's fine.
I'll put a counter on mine.
Oh my gosh, I have all my stuff now. No more spending the entire stream trying to get my loot.
Stay away.
I have all of it now. Here, I want to kill you.
Nice.
Come here.
You're gonna kill me.
Yes.
I'm a nice person.
You, specifically.
I am a nice person, and I ask that you don't do that.
Okay, well, since you asked. How's it going? It's going okay. How are you?
If you do plan on working late, please request a night pass from your...
How are you, Laz? How's things? Are you excited for Legends? It's going out soon, right?
That upgrade.
Like just October or December or something?
Hey.
Pokemon Legends. Dirge, oh, you're a Pokemon enjoyer. When's the last Pokemon you played?
Scarlet Violet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I fucking hate the Pokemon company though. I will never buy another one of their fucking games. I don't think.
Damn. Yeah. I played Scarlet.
Everything they make.
I like.
I'll be here. I'll be there
in
spirit with everyone.
Yeah, I'll be getting Legends because I liked Arceus a lot. So.
Yeah, see, that's what I fear. I feel like that's gonna be the best one, and Arceus is literally the only game I've ever skipped, and like on principle, I can't go back now because it's like if I do, it's gonna be through legal ownership, Twitch, obviously.
Obviously.
But like I don't know, like I feel like them being so lame, like it makes the fact that they get to enjoy me and my friends enjoying it together worse, because it feels like they're like actively shitting in the mouth of me and my friends, and not just me.
No, it is not only 2 players, but I don't know what the max is. If I'm being honest, I don't remember what it is. But no, you can do more than 2 players.
I don't know if it. I want to say it might be 6. Like I think it's a weird number.
Yeah. Like a lot of them, I feel like are like 8 players, but yeah, I think this one's like weird and it's like 6. Okay, Miss Ellie, you.
Oh yeah, no, me and Pink accomplished next to nothing. It's one of those games where I think you could do it with one person or multiple people. It just kind of scales up because like you need a lot of resources.
Ellie, stop.
Just to survive.
But like in order to level up, you need to actively do things. Like there's not a way to like cheese level. I mean, there's a way to cheese levels, but like you need to actively be doing things to get your levels. So, you know, that's
yeah, like even like 7 Days to Die, I think was like a good example of like having more people doesn't always mean the problem's easier.
Yeah.
Although this one doesn't seem to have like a big difficulty jump with the amount of players that I think either of us could spot, but like.
I've never played solo, so I also couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a loop. Where does this go? Did this one already? I think I'm alright. The shoes will grab at the work. What about getting? I'm still debating. I haven't been spending anything. Yeah, same. I also have not Nintendo'd in quite a while.
I love that for you because like yeah they made me mad. They made me really fucking mad. They're a mean little jerk company.
They're just mean little poopy heads. It's true.
And they get to have like the cutie little nice guy fucking rep, and it pisses me off.
But like
it's
they're
like,
not
no, they're, like,
they're such bullies.
Evils.
Like they shut down like people's Etsy shops and stuff. Like
yeah, they like
bullies.
actively fuck with people.
Threat in sight.
I guess I could go back and get this thing because it's like all the screwdrivers.
You would.
Yeah. Gordon, I'm going to get you a screwdriver, Gordon, and I'm gonna jam it down your throat, Gordon. Sorry, Gordon.
Sorry, Gordon. Hostile. Where are they from? It's not no problem. But they're like, you're a danger to
I'm
Earth.
so sorry, Daisy.
I'm like, do you represent all of Earth?
Wait, who represents all of Earth?
The bad guys, like the human bad guys, like they have like weird like Russian accents, but they're like, you are danger to Earth.
If it's trying to be referential to Half-Life, it would be it's a government force, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're in like what country are the devs from, I guess.
But
I feel like that would probably give us
like
our
I fought
answer.
one of these guys and they were like, you are a danger to Earth, and I was like, oh, all of Earth? All of Earth? Holy shit.
Well, this is like an SCP Foundation. So yeah, I mean, like in that regards, it's like, I kind of, yeah, like we're doing bad shit. We're bad guys. Yeah, Lost, I agree. I'm 100% with you on that line of thinking because it's one of those things where I think it's just such a clear company being greedy and knowing that they can get away with it. And that's where it's like you're just trying to interfere with another artistic project on the merits of give me a little bit of your money that you don't need. The Pokemon Company and Nintendo aren't like, they're not hurting.
And the crazy thing is like Pal World like is still doing updates and stuff, and it's like, when's the last time that,
awesome updates.
that like Nintendo did a free DLC? When's the last time Nintendo did a free DLC?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, and like I would say, like we got what, how many hours out of Pal World when we initially played?
Like
like initially
200.
we paid play like what 300 to 500 hours.
Yeah, like 200 the first like couple weeks.
And like I've said before, I'm like I've more than have gotten my money out of it, and I've gone back like plenty of times and like dicked around. And when they get near the end of it, I do want to go back and play more. But it's one of those games where it's like they've done a lot. They've given me a lot of enjoyment. I've got a lot of respect for them.
A lot of hours out of it.
They went back to Craftopia when a lot of people said they wouldn't, and fixed a lot of the shit. Yeah, some people are still unhappy, but they kept working on the game. They didn't just abandon it when they got Pal World out and Pal World started doing good. I think they were doing updates on that. So like,
I've never played.
Yeah, I mean like apparently they were giving updates on it up until like pretty recently.
Yeah.
I think all the negative like people around that is like, I mean, like people, like they don't have to work on everything forever. Like it's nice that they do. Like this, like you remember I said that about the 7 Days to Die devs though a million times. I'm just like, yeah, you guys probably fucking release this. You're probably just losing money right now. I hope you know that. Like I mean, it's nice of you and all, but. Daisy, did somebody steal another juice box today at work, or are we talking like worse? This bio scrap we actually need more than wood. Power World, good, Horseman. I highly recommend it. I think it is a.
I love Power World, and I go back
I think
a few months, as I'm sure you've noticed.
I need help.
Yeah, I mean, any money they drain away from Pal World is just is one flexing. A lot of that, and a lot of people don't think about stuff like that in that regard. But it's showing that they have the ability to sue people who come close to their breadwinners.
I've put a lot of hours.
It's disgusting. That's the part that I think is just the worst. Where it's like you guys are literally doing this just to show you can, so people aren't incentivized to. Try and do anything relatively close to the creature collecting gameplay style. Like get bent. They didn't invent that.
Right.
Dragon Quest I think technically is the first one who did it.
Yeah, but they think it's them and they want it to be them. Therefore.
Yeah, I definitely don't want Square Enix saying that it's them. Like don't get me twisted on that, but it's it's like that wasn't even you guys. Like, Digimon and Pokemon existed, like, a lot of people think that Digimon's a direct copy of Pokemon, and it's not. It was a copy of Tamagotchi. They just happen to be workshopped at the same time. Like, that idea is not novel, is what I feel like gets lost in the sauce. And they know that, and that's why they're operating on weird shit. Like, that'd be like if Half-Life went after this. There's a billion like little nods to that series.
Yeah.
But they're not like, Gordon, I'm gonna fucking sue you, Gordon.
Gordon,
I'm gonna murder you dead, Gordon.
trying to kill those like that huge group of soldiers again over here.
Our boys.
Yeah, boys.
I got a tripwire mine in my pocket.
Did I just knock him off?
Assistance.
I don't know. I have a mine right there.
Taking out 4 guys with a spear. Yeah, I mean that's like my loot's right
they have
there,
guns.
and I haven't
Those
picked it
poor
up
guys.
yet. So I just keep pummeling them until I die and going back, and then I'll pick my loot up once they're all dead.
Little prick. What? You're worried about snacks right now? Fuck you. Fuck you, man. Yeah, Niantic as a Pokemon game was actually a last-ditch sale for a game that had the Geo system before.
Oh yeah, Ingress yeah, something like that.
Yeah. You.
I know.
A fellow history buff, I see.
Oh, I know.
Adverse armor. Replayer. Grenade.
Yeah, I have no interest
And
in the
Pokemon Go died off when they didn't let you use it in the car anymore. Like, I know they didn't want people to do it like on drives, but like people like when people would go on like long distance bus trips, like they would want to like be able to
That's
check
what
it.
makes it fun.
Yeah, and they couldn't. Like they took away the ability to like do it in a car.
And that sucks in the USA, but imagine living in a place like Europe where you have trains and buses, like actual public infrastructure. I mean, I know we can't fathom that, but that's like a lot of like you're not driving.
Like, yeah, I mean, even in like New York,
it'd probably be
stuff,
worse there.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is like you have even more people who like actively aren't driving and could be doing it. Is the point I was getting at? Is like that's like it's bad here, but imagine like I remember seeing in I think it was like videos of like other countries where people were playing on like multiple phones to sell the accounts and stuff like that. I think we must have watched the same fucking video. We had to have watched like the same fucking video.
Yeah.
At some point, because I remember the old. I think it was the one I specifically remember is like there was an old guy with a billion phones. There was a video that went on to like.
And he had like this fucking crazy ass setup on his bike.
Yeah, he had the rig with like the piles of phones.
It was insane. Insane. Adventure Sync doesn't even work anymore. My eggs don't hatch unless my damn game is open. Oh yeah. That's another thing that like, yeah, once like shit just stopped working. Oh yeah, and then I used to do remote raids a lot, like for legendaries, and I would pay money for the raid passes. Like I was literally giving them money because I was like, I want to get legendaries, so I would like buy a bunch of raid passes so I could do a bunch of like remote raids. You had to like be invited to them. So I would like join discords and stuff so I could be invited to legendary raids. And then they like limited your raids per day. And I'm like, I'm giving you money to buy raid passes and you're limiting how many raids I can do per day? Like that's craziness.
I mean, like it's ridiculous how these companies get at a certain point. Like, one of my personal joys, everyone I think who knows me knows I had like a Marvel Snap addiction. I put a quick 1,000 hours into that game. They just went so crazy with the amount of like just small transactions, like adding a second battle pass, and I'm like, you don't put a second. The second I see a second battle pass, I'm like, I'm out. I can't. I'm like, I'm buying one battle pass because I like the game. I'm supporting the game. You put a second battle pass and a second game mode in the game that just incentivizes buying the second battle pass. I'm like, I would rather eat shit and die.
Honestly. And a lot of it is like, yeah, it's like bullshit. They're
like I'm already willing to be a consumer pig.
Battle Pass 1 is for this.
Like, and that just makes me so mad. It's like you literally like you could get away with so much, but like they insist on pushing the line and giving you less. Like that's my streaming service thing, where it's like you can't add ads and say that's a feature now.
Yeah.
To the people who are already paying for the service, be like, hey, you can pay us more for the service you had, or you can watch ads.
Why should I have to compete against people who want to pay more? Yeah, I just wish there were more ways in a lot of battle passes to be able to earn the battle pass like through the game. Like, give me like far less coins or far less whatever it is, but let me at least be able to like earn enough coins by like playing the game consistently, you know?
Yeah, so that's one thing I'll say about Snap is, for the most part, everything was purchasable with the free-to-earn cosmetics, and still is, as far as I know, unless something drastically changed last week. And that's something I'm like, that's good. As long as you have access to all the same things, paying or not paying, I think that's usually ideal. I'd prefer if it's just cosmetics, but like, at the same time, it's like with mobile games, like it's always gonna end up being the most egregious form of it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna
Fortnite's
run really
doable,
quick and grab
right?
my Starbucks that has Starbucks. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, air compressor. Yeah, I guess I'll craft one of those. Battery. Well, that has to use an air compressor. Got an industrial battery in our ass. Pay to be good or have good shit. Yeah. No, it's so common with mobile shit, and that's where it truly becomes slop, right? Like I enjoyed Escape from Tarkov, but part of it is like when you start adding in new modes and being predatory to the base experience as opposed to just like
that's a good
finding non-predatory avenues to increase your revenue. It fucks everything up. Oh yeah, the NBA and Madden stuff is so fucking insane.
Pay to win.
That
baby.
is like the most insane gambling shit I have ever seen, and we are so cooked as a society from it.
What's going on? What happens in Madden now? Isn't Madden a sports game?
They sell the players as trading cards.
At least.
And you can have different rarities and qualities of them in your game you buy.
But like, do they do anything?
Yeah, it's literally the quality of your players on your team for multiplayer.
Oh, and you can purchase
I'm pretty
them.
sure. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Madden that was doing that, and then
gambling.
FIFA started doing it. I don't play enough sports games to know if that's still the case. But it was like a pack opening system, and it essentially made it so...
Oh, like, didn't they do the same thing with, like... I almost said Borderlands. Battlefront, like the Star Wars game?
Yeah, there's a big outrage for. I'm pretty sure that system is essentially what's in all the sports games now.
Well, it's EA, so...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they just kept doing it there.
And it's
because
all
the
EA.
thinking is, then this is so fucked up, all right? The thinking is, one, a lot of people who play sports games, that's the only game they play. They play sports games, that's all they know. They'll just think it's like that because they're going to play that and maybe COD. And they're going to be like, oh, I guess I just dump $1,000 into this game for funsies. Because they're time sinks. They're literally like people who like sports a lot are a little bit autistic. That's another hot take of the day from DrJMcB. If you geek out about statistics in a sports sense and you like to do that for about 50 hours a week, you're a little bit autistic, bud. Because you can earn currency, yeah. Yeah, when I saw that shit, I thought it was so ridiculous. I'm like, this should not be legal. So yeah, the lower propensity of like exposure to other games and the like commonality of like the amount of money they'd be willing to spend, along with people having the mentality of a sports card secondary market pre-baked into their brains, really made that like the grossest shit possible.
Crazy.
Sorry for the mini rant.
Uh-huh.
You're enjoying your Starbucks.
Mm-hmm.
The old NBA 2K games were fire. Like the one that Spike Jonze did the create a player mode for. Like that stuff was great. Like I loved making my own character. I don't even like sports. They were just like, it was like a fun adventure game, but like instead of like killing stuff, you just had to shoot a ball good. Like it was fun. And follow story. Oh yeah. No, I don't mean that. Yeah. I play plenty of games where it's like not story based. I'm just not a sports person by nature. But like, it's talking about like the insidious ways they sell people shit. Selling people shit isn't a game, right? Like a game isn't you open up a bunch of stuff and it like probability wise, you can outbuy somebody. That's where it gets difficult.
Some people don't have the attention span to follow a story-based game or a game that has a lot of shit they gotta figure out, put time into. I feel like there are lots of games to accommodate that though. There's so many games out there that are short or like easy or
yeah, just cozy games in general. Balatro, like even games where you can simulate gambling.
Honestly though, EA is just one of those companies that's like the only thing they care about is money. Like they have no intention of putting out a good product.
On a corporate level, no.
And that frustrates
I'm sure
me.
on like an individual developer level, I'm sure there are people that work there because that's their job, right? Like you got a job in the industry you wanted to work in. And I don't know. Like I've seen it before, right? Like I've seen people in jobs where it's like, yeah, this is my job. I've been here a million years and I hate it.
Because it's just like look at like things like The Sims.
Cash grab. Well, yeah, you don't have
the price of an entire game every DLC.
It's completely untenable. Like I can't, and it doesn't run well.
And
That's another thing where it's like you have so many content packs, and the whole thing runs poorly. I was talking about this the other day. I'm like, nobody in their right mind can like, unless you are doing okay off. The average person who games is not going to be able to afford a GPU upgrade. And I just saw, like, Intel talking about, we're switching from triangles to circles on the rendering. And I'm like, nobody can fucking render this shit. All these AAA games run like dog shit.
But I, like, with EA specifically and The Sims specifically, I hate that, like, you know, that shit's not transferable, like Furbo. Like I have to have an EA Play account to be able to play their games, right?
Yep.
And you mean to tell me that if I spend $1,000 on DLCs on my PlayStation, but I want to play on my computer, I have to rebuy all of those DLCs, but I have to use the same fucking EA Play account to play the game no matter what platform I'm playing on? Why do I have to have this account then?
Yeah. Yeah, like at that and shit like that is so frustrating because that's literally what the account should be for. The account should be so you know I purchased this and you give me access to the thing I purchased.
Right.
It shouldn't be so you can be like, okay, well here's how you can buy it twice.
Right. Here's how you can buy it again. Go crazy. Knock yourself out, kiddo.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Robot. Why the fuck are you out too, man? This is a fuck night.
Yeah. Turkey sandwich, Nikki, by the way. I don't think I said it out loud. They have special in-game currency. They don't always use that to separate you from the purchases. What? They have a second chances, expanded bonuses? For the minigames for money? Crazy. I play a lot of gacha games on my phone. Like while I'm...
I used to for a second because I was doing like swag bucks and stuff like that. Where it was like you can earn money for playing, so like when my dad first passed, I made a decent amount of money off of playing them. Like that was like a secondary income for a while. I was pulling like $200-300 a month, and then those all dried up.
Yeah.
Which I feel like there had to be some nefarious reasons why I was able to make like $1,500 off of that. Yeah, I made like a lot of money off of that. That's how I set up my whole grow. I didn't have the money to set up my grow.
That's crazy. So I do missed play, which does not give you cash, but like lets you use like you can get like gift cards. So like
I used to run that in the background of the other ones.
Yeah, literally, I'll just like sit in a game, you know, play for a couple minutes in between like tasks at work or while I'm in the bathroom or whatever like that, and yeah, I get a couple DoorDash gift cards.
Yeah, it's honestly, yeah, the other ones were they were decent, but like I said, a lot of it just like, I think a lot of the games and a lot of the advertising market has gone south in the last like year and a half or so. I think like that with the advertising markets have changed a fair bit. Because like I've also noticed a decrease overall, even though viewership has been lower. But there's also, I would say, a normal non-normal decrease in ad revenue. So I think the ad buys have gone down across the board.
Are you talking about the Mega Victor Bell?
Every day I watch you. What do you?
I remember to drink water. Just why? They ran. I really think they ran out of ideas years ago. I really genuinely do.
The worst thing they did was split 1,000 different gimmicks into 1,000 different games instead of choosing a gimmick and fleshing it out. Like they should have just made everything megas or something like that, and then you work backwards from there. You don't add a new mechanic every game as you take out mechanics. Like that's silly. It's silly when your game has a competitive base.
Especially like if one of your games does really well, for example, Arceus, people loved it, people raved about it. It was the best Pokemon game in years. People loved the being able to catch it in the wild. And then fucking whatchamacallit comes out. Scarlet Violet comes out, and it's like, where was everything you did in like, why'd you get rid of everything you did in Arceus?
Yeah, where's the team that worked on the good game? What'd you do with them? I need a couch. I don't have a couch.
Oh, thank you. I was like, I don't know where my screwdriver went.
Yeah, so I just want to go get the screwdrivers. We apparently left all of them at the old base. Also why there's random barricades that I really just built just because I was trying to keep busy and then realized I didn't have a screwdriver.
Lol.
You lull at me, but my
What's
construction's gonna be so high.
Kinetic acid syringe.
Oh yeah, I built that. I was just seeing what I could
That's cool.
seeing if I could trigger stuff. I think it's for radiation or health. Pop it and see what's going on, you know?
Alright, so find Frake. Surface tunnel is blocked, but Frake may know how to get out of here if I can find her.
Clean water must be added for plants to grow.
Altaria wasn't super great. It's mega, makes it interesting. Victor, it was weird. It was weird. 100%.
Yeah.
Eat something.
I think they could have gotten by with just megas and regionals. I think that's enough. Like I think like even the Gigantamax thing, it's a different mega. It's just a regional mega. That's all like they should have done. Like, but I feel like they're so incompetent they don't want to balance anything or don't actually think about the game itself, like from a mechanical standpoint. Cause like from like whoever works on the Pokedex, sick as fuck. Love them. Keep up your work. Keep writing crazy shit about those monsters. Whoever decided that towns don't need interiors or buildings, go fucked. I hope you choke. Like I don't make so many people. Oh, like the original fight that I started getting into was about the town in Sword and Shield for Team Yao for whatever, the badge for Marnie's brother, and it's like the whole town is literally just a side scroll gym battle. I'm like, you literally cut a town out of the game. You have one less town in this game. Because like you made a gym battle the town. Like it's just so weird to me.
I called you my chat slut because I said I randomly find you in streams all the time now, just whoring yourself around Twitch.
Someone's got to keep Nikki busy, okay?
It's true. I can't stream every day. I wish I could, but I can't. Do I wish I could though?
No.
I don't know if I even wish I could anymore, if I'm being totally honest. This last streamathon was tough. By like day 3, I was like, whew, I'm tired.
I'm eepy.
I was like, how did I do this?
I want to go back to work.
Looking for me? Oh, you just go places you think I'll show up? I see.
Yeah.
I see.
That's
so
actually, yeah, that makes sense.
Me. So it still is about me, is what you're saying. So what you're saying is like, you're obsessed with me.
Need to get
so what I'm hearing is that you're obsessed with me.
And you just had all kinds of pistols in your pocket, huh? Holy shit.
Bro, I killed so many of those dudes and they all dropped guns.
No. They all drop guns for you. I killed a lot of people.
Can you help me? Oh, I had no health when I went in there. Oops.
They all drop guns. Oh, fuck you. They definitely don't.
They did. Look at how many guns I got. They all drop guns. What do you mean? Every one of those enemies drops a gun.
Well, my good friend, Broseph, I'm gonna scream. Wherever he is, I'm quoting him.
I don't know what you're talking about. They literally drop guns. That's how you get guns.
I think you nailed it yesterday. Pick's your favorite, and I'm lucky. And I'm fine with that designation because you still got to keep a lucky person around, you know.
Aw, who's your lucky? It's so cute.
Yeah.
DrJMcB.
We're over here getting big dubs. I'm great. What the fuck you got going on?
Whoa. Sir, that's rude. I feel like I need to upgrade my armor, but I have two of like the highest upgraded armor pieces. Like I don't know what to do. Maybe I just need to get good. You know what, chat? Maybe I just need to get good.
Oh, you can't harvest with that, huh? Oh.
Son of a teleporting hoe. I hate this motherfucking teleporter. Get out of here. Kill you. I kill you. I kill you.
I smash you up.
I haven't decided yet, to be totally honest. I really haven't decided. Like, if I'm being responsible, like, I should probably do some laundry tomorrow, and I should probably, like, clean, like, my stream room tomorrow. Like, I should probably do stuff tomorrow. But let's be realistic. I probably won't. I don't know. I really haven't decided it. Maybe if Dirge wants to play this again tomorrow, I'll stream, but I don't know. I've not made a
We'll see where we end up tonight, you know, how I feel about it. I don't really have anything planned.
I have not made a decision, yeah. And then, yeah, how Dirge feels about it, exactly. Nights are for us. Yeah, it's true. Listen, I've told you guys before, I'm a horrible streamer, and I don't know why you're here. I don't know why any of you are here. I need to start treating it like it's a job again.
I resemble that remark.
I resemble that remark.
No, I like the streaming part of streaming. I hate the idea that somewhere along the way I should have to learn how to video edit. Like, that wasn't part of what I wanted to do. I like photo editing. I like doing art stuff. I don't want to fucking learn how to video edit. I don't want to go on short form content platforms.
Yeah, for me, it's like, I love the video editing part. I love the creativity of like making new things for my channel and making new channel points and like I love the actual streaming part of it. Like,
that's the stuff I hate.
Like, I do have my streaming stuff on my resume. I do have it, and it makes me feel very embarrassed, but I feel like I do a lot of stuff. So, but like the thing that I hate about streaming, which has kind of consumed the majority of how I feel about it at this moment, is the metrics of it. Like, the not growing anymore, and the chat fall off, where like there's several moments of like no chat interaction, and I'm just like, do you guys hate me? Did you guys all leave? Like, what did I do? Do I smell?
And a lot of it I feel like is,
but it's
you're
just
always,
Twitch in
and
general.
I've been doing the
culture
same
in
thing, especially lately, is it's really easy to take that and put it on yourself when it's not necessarily always about you or the content. I think a lot of it is where people are at mentally in society.
And that's
right
what, like,
now.
I keep reminding myself, like, Twitch is not the same thing that it was 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Like,
yeah,
it's just not. Like, people are not sitting down and watching it anymore, you know?
Well, not for the things that we necessarily do on here. It's like it's a gaming space, but it's less become a niche hobbyist gaming space. Except for those like very rare, I feel like, competitive players and like maybe people with crossover success on from YouTube.
Yeah.
But even that's like you have to be mitigating like 2 or 3 platforms, and like I think that most of these people who would say they either got lucky or worked really hard got a lot of that from being lucky, but by like putting that shit out on fucking everywhere.
But then and then on the flip side, there's so many people that I know who are putting out mediocre content. They put like lackluster like effort in, and they're successful. And I'm just like, but
yeah,
like is that what people want? Because that's what it looks like people are attracted to.
I think you run up against a lot of things there too, which is like
so,
I always call this like my romantic comedy problem, right?
Thanks for telling me, Nikki.
Like I don't like romantic comedies, but there's a fucking hell of an audience out there for romantic comedies. That doesn't mean that I hate, like, on principle. If I was like a 14-year-old boy, me was like, yeah, I hate romantic comedies. So like I think like maybe like part of it can be like.
Okay, let me spit like okay. I don't mean like it's just content that I personally don't enjoy, so I think it's bad. I mean people.
Are we talking about like Asmongold? Are we talking about like people that just like sit there and yap and are
no,
stinky?
I'm talking,
what's their
about
bar?
people. I'm talking about people who like they're like it's just like their forehead in a dark room. They don't talk, like you know, like that's not content. You know, like I don't understand that. And then again, and I mean, again, I shouldn't be having these conversations on stream because I think that also affects it, but like these are the people I talk to, so these are the conversations I have. But also, it kind of bothers me when I feel like this person is very similar to what I do, or how I look, or how I act. And I'm like, how come it's working for them? Like, how come it's clicking for them? Like, what are they doing differently that it's working for them? You know? And that breaks my heart, and that frustrates me a lot too.
Well, but to quote something I've been thinking about a lot lately is comparison is the theft of joy. But it sucks because you're an environment. Social media in general is an environment where we are forced to compare ourselves, right? Like you are, and like you said, the main issue is the metrics.
Yeah.
Because you're looking at those people who are there, like they should be cross-interested in what you're doing.
Yes, that's exactly.
When even if you're close enough market share, it's a lot of the problem, in my opinion, is that Twitch itself hasn't grown. Twitch itself is not a platform that's bringing in new people like it was during the pandemic.
Correct. There's
not people who are gonna be like, I'm vibe adjacent. Like I don't know. I feel like it's just like it comes down a lot of times because there's also on the flip side of that a lot of very charismatic, charming people that I know that I've seen stream over the years, and some that put phenomenal effort in on top of that. Go absolutely nowhere. Like, and I know people who put out fucking like bangers, and like some of I think some of them are getting their flowers now. Like I know, a loose ghost has been put out a couple of YouTube videos that like we're starting to see some serious traction. But even that, I felt like wasn't to the quality of the work that I had seen like there, right? Like it was actually like so far a step beyond of anything I'd seen at that point where I put it like near the best, some of the best content I'd seen on YouTube. But like, and seeing that, knowing that that's a person who I've seen stream and I think they do phenomenal streams, and like they're sitting there sub 20. So it's like you got to make sure that it's also not healthy, but you also have to make sure that you remember that there's other people who are probably doing just as much, if not more.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, like, it just doesn't equal to me, which I just find so...
It doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the hard part. I can be like, yeah, like, rationally it's this, but, like, I struggle with it, like... But I think the only thing you can really do is, like, rationalize it, be like, well, it's that or I fucking suck, and then laugh.
Obviously, it's because I'm terrible, and you hate me.
Yeah, yeah.
But like when I have these conversations, though, like my chat's always like, "What do you mean we're here?" And I'm like, "But this conversation is not about you. This conversation is about like the millions of other people that are on Twitch that have no fucking interest in watching anybody other than the 4 people they watch." Like, I still find new people. Like, I still check out new people. Like, I mean,
That's
I don't
actually, I've literally, yeah, I think that's one of the things I used to do that I just don't, and I really need to get back in the habit of doing, is rating people I don't know. But like,
yeah.
man, strangers fucking suck.
And that's the
I'm gonna be
other
100%
thing.
real with everybody.
That's the other,
Like, I
sometimes
get why
I rate
women
new
hate
people
men.
and they're
I get
like,
it.
oh, sorry, chat. I didn't realize they fucking suck. Sorry, chat.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
yeah.
this new person fucking sucks.
I didn't realize I was raiding into a monster.
Like, okay, I pray he's not here. Mock one time raided into, or like asked me to like redeemed like to raid into this one girl or whatever, and she was the nastiest, like, and I mean disgusting. Like, I don't mean nasty like nasty girl. Like, I mean she was
Are we
disgusting.
talking about Meowthy?
Meowthy!
Yes! Brosif loved her.
Yes, Brosif loved Meowthy, and I was like, I was gagging watching her stream. She like
It was near
spits up
fetish content.
snot, and she like hawks up loogies, and she like burps, and she like has this disgusting voice that she screams everything she's, and I'm like, I hate. Yes, Brosif has garbage internet. Brosif is alive with
Brosif
garbage
is
internet.
Oh, did you get the good Brosif news today?
I did not.
There's actually phenomenal Brosif news.
What?
Brosif got approved for a mortgage
Whoa.
because their grandma is helping
Did they like
them
co-sign
and
or
Aaron
whatever?
find a
Yeah.
Yes, but also helping with the down payment.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. So yeah.
No,
So
their
Brosif is
grandmother.
stressful, but I think in a lot of ways, but like really good.
Yeah, they need that.
They're pretty happy. They're talking about how many goats they're gonna shove up their ass or whatever in the new place, or they can
Wow.
have 6 chickens.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Congratulations to them.
Yeah. Many happies for them.
Many congratulations. Jubilous congrats. Yeah, it wasn't their mom, it was their grandma.
Yeah, Nana.
Nana.
Which, I mean, yeah, it's gonna throw everyone off. Test dummy. A drink? Gesundheit. tight. This is ill streaming.
I want to hear more.
I mean,
I don't think you do,
about Meowthy specifically. I assumed it was fetish content, but Brosif enjoying it is like maybe there's just like, I mean, Brosif's gross, but like I don't think it was like a perverse kind of gross. So like,
No, they were gross.
yeah, there's just like
I did not enjoy their content. Okay, so if anybody is here in this stream and has ever heard me go astronaut voice, I wish I could, that's Meowthy, because Astro went into her chat and said do a flip like he always does, and that's how she's like, astronaut voice, I wish I could. And I was just like, wow.
I mean, I agree. I also wish I could do a fucking flip. She is though. Like I gross, but I have no ill will towards the person. I didn't hear her say like anything horrible.
Absolutely.
The grossest.
I'm glad she has found what works for her, and I'm jealous.
Yeah, I wish that. I low-key wish that was my niche. I think I could fucking sell that pretty good, but I don't think anyone's buying a ticket to that.
That's what I'm saying.
I wish I would gladly chain smoke and hawk
a
loogies.
little bit of jealousy, but like she's figured it out her shit. She's figured it out. she's got it.
Yeah, when they say take all your shit and figure it out.
When you find
did.
your audience, you keep it, capture it, take advantage of that shit, grab life by the balls.
Yeah, and listen, that's one thing I can say about that girl without knowing any more about her. She has grabbed that life by the balls.
Oh, she has absolutely grabbed life by every
that
ball.
Life is not fucking twisting and turning without knowing who has it by the balls.
She's grabbed every ball. I don't know, man. Like I said, I see some people who are like popping off and are successful, and I'm just like, but I do that. I do that, you know, like No, it's not the people I want to attract, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, good for her. She's figured out her, like, good for her. That is not the people I want to attract, which is also why, like, I don't dress with, like, my tits all out and stuff, because I don't want to attract those people.
I'm trying to dress with my tits out, and no older gay men have started paying
and
my way. And
nobody
it's really
has flirted
it's
with
really
you. That's
fucking
really sad.
starting to get to me.
That's really sad. Somebody flirt with Dirge. Somebody
I mean,
tell
like, people
Dirge he
flirt
has
with
nice
me. They're
tits.
just poor. Like I get it. I'll flirt back,
How
but like,
dare the poors flirt with me?
yeah. Again, I said a rich gay man. I didn't say like a, say like a other poor people.
The poors are not allowed to flirt.
Yeah. I mean,
Jeez,
you
know your
can't.
place.
You know, it's just not helping. You're just not.
Know your place.
Yeah, no, it's allowable. It's just not. It's not helping. I need.
I would watch you more if you showed your titties. I feel like, yeah, how come men can show their titties for money?
Ooh, me? I would, yeah.
He does have a new camera now. I have a good camera. It just looks
Oh
like shit.
I slapped a new lens on it. It's not a full new camera, but it's 18mm lens. Yeah, it's
What is that? Oh, X. Okay, well that's probably why that's happening.
Yeah, like if I take the padding off of it, like the angle of it is so much wider. But I don't
really
give
keeps
myself
me
that
from
much
watching
headroom.
it.
Yeah, I love the look of this camera. And it's relatively cheap for a DSLR.
And that's another thing. And I don't mean this as the people here, but like I ain't upgrading my shit for like 10 people, 10 CCV, you know, like I'm sorry,
Well,
I'm not upgrading. I'm not spending money that I don't have.
There's necessity, right? Like some like if I think at this point, if my $100 mic went out, it would be harder for me to justify replacing with another $100 mic.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like,
At
should I
this
get
point,
a new
like the
camera?
lens upgrade
Probably.
for me was like
should
a
I get a
cheap,
new
nice
mic? Also,
upgrade.
probably. But like, Twitch doesn't pay for itself as much as it used to.
I just said this, but I'm generally not surprised if Bros have been enjoying Goblin content. No, that's why I was like, because like initially I was like, and it's the same. Like I really wish everybody could have the same experience of seeing the streamer that me and Pink both have endured. But like, it almost it was so close to what I would assume is fetish content, but without being fetish content in a traditional way.
Yeah.
Like it was interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting
it's a
character.
choice. It's a choice. It's a choice that was made when she started streaming, and she was like, "This is who I'm gonna be.
This is who I am now, ma."
Like, yeah, like, does your family know that you, like, blow snot rockets on Twitch for money?
I mean, she was, like, doing pretty good, though.
Yeah, she had, like, 400 viewers.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like,
she's clearly doing something right. That's what I'm saying.
Once you get past 100, like, you're making pretty good money.
Titties, titties, titties.
But like she had like like she has like
just
like
knowing
like,
that I
she
have titties. Do you guys really need to
gas
see
station
them? Like you just know they're there, right? Just give me money because like you know they're there. You don't have to see them. They're there. You just know they exist.
Enemy.
What's up, Val? Titties. I love having. I feel like.
Reloading. You would
I feel like the multi-stream chat is really keeping the motivation level high today. It's working out. Because I think me and you were both kind of talking about the same kind of feeling of like just having like a little bit of emptiness. Like, it's like, the dead air for me has been awful. Because like, like I was talking about yesterday, like, I don't know, like it's like I can actually like point to like my friends being busy. Like I know them, they're busy. First, just had a kid, like I get it, like, but like. I know people are going through stuff, and like it's dumb. It's so dumb. But then you get lonely, and it's like, well, why am I doing this? It's like, well, if you don't do it part of the time,
then people
then
come.
you're not expected to do it all the time. And like I don't know. Like I know parts of it are on me. I'm not without shame.
Yeah, that's why it's like, for me, it's like a double-edged sword, because like, yes, Dirge put it exactly, like, it gets lonely when like nobody's chatting. And again, like, I know people have lives,
that has
people have
nothing
things
to do with anybody ever, right? Like, that is everybody who makes it to a second of my content and is my friend, like you know you're here.
Yes, exactly.
Like that's never like the intention. Not even, there's people that aren't here that it also goes for, like, obviously.
But at the
aren't
same
here
time,
at the very
it's
moment.
like,
You don't have to be.
You know, when you have those
We're
moments of
babies.
dead air,
Yeah.
it really gets like, it gets in your head, because you're just like, you can't help but think that it's something you've done or something you haven't done or whatever it may be. And then like, yeah, like you kind of are like, I don't want to experience that again, so like, I'm not gonna stream tonight. Like, I don't want to, like, I don't like the feeling of being alone, so I'm not gonna do it again. But if you don't continue to do it, people will stop coming. People will stop watching, because they're like, you don't fucking stream ever.
There's a market for it. But again, the thing I've always said about that, Woofy, because people say the same thing to me, is you have to market to those people, and that still means you have to make short form content of your boobs
of your moves
and find those customers.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the difficult part at the end of the day.
I feel like
everybody's got their own hang up.
No. The only time you talk too much is if you're taking the conversation and you're taking the attention away from the stream. If you're just like engaging in conversation and you're just chatting, perfect. But if you're like, oh my god, guess what I did? Oh my god, guess what me? Oh my gosh, me.
I don't even care at this
oh my gosh,
point.
Me.
I don't fuck it.
But if that's
I'm
some
actually,
people that's all they do.
Okay, but like that's not the homies, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
We would just ban those people.
But
like,
there are people who, like, the only thing they do, they only show up to tell you the new thing that they've done, and you're like, cool, congrats, I guess.
Grazzles, good for you.
I think sometimes dead air comes from the kind of games people play, but that's what I'm saying. Like, but then you have to fill it with other things.
Because like there is like. I think that for me personally, there's content where I just turn into a slack-jawed person, and I've been trying to catch myself. Because sometimes it can be mood-based, and I think a lot of times that's something I need to do, is be like, hey guys, we either need to switch gears or I need to like figure this shit out. Because like I'll just sit there in like a resource-heavy game, and I'm just like, I'm just mouth open, or like some games when people are like chatting a bunch, like Lockdown. I feel like chats can struggle with that, because it's like, well, what do I even?
Yeah, I agree, but what, like,
it's nuanced. There's a lot of nuance to all of it. It's not just like every situation's exactly the same.
You know,
which
and
sucks
like,
too, because like even when we talk about it.
Yeah, story-based games are tough because like you know, you want to pay attention to the story and you want to be listening to cutscenes and everything, but also like that doesn't mean that chat just stops talking because like, oh, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna listen for like 30 seconds to a minute. Like
I also feel really bad because I feel obligated to explain every story beat anytime somebody comes in. I'm like, I either just do the world's worst job explaining it, sometimes on purpose jokingly, or I'm just like, I don't
you're like, I don't know what's going on, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, have you seen this man's called a dung eater? He's loathsome.
Fuck you, Elden Ring me.
Oh, wait, you think just because I never beat the game, I don't know nothing about no loathsome dung eater.
Fuck
I went down the sewers, fucked him up.
Elden Ring me. I know, you've almost finished. Just go finish. Just finish it. You're right there.
I'm such a funny person.
You're right there.
This is why I don't know how to ride a bike.
God. Guys, one day Dirge let me see his achievements because he has them hidden because he plays porno games. So one day he let me see his achievements.
I thought everything was on now.
I don't
turned
know.
On
anyway,
the playtime.
His achievements used to be hidden because he plays porno games, and eventually he was like, here, fine, I don't care anymore. So now I've seen his achievements, and he has played Elden Ring literally up to like, he has like 3 or 4 like main story bosses left, and he just has to beat the game, and he's like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
That's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
It was like I didn't get content locked. Like it wasn't hard content that stopped me by any means. Like I wasn't bad. Like Like that, I think that's like, and that's been me with every Souls game, Pink. Every single
like,
Souls game I played,
right
I'm just
there.
like, I just like to play him to know that I'm good enough, and then I'm like, yeah, whatever. I got other shit to do.
Oh my gosh, so frustrating.
There are porno games. Nikki, you were literally in chat the other day. Whenever I pinned the free link, because GOG gave out a bunch of free porno games to protest against the current porn game censorship that we're getting from Australia.
So, okay, so long story short, I have so many porno games that come up in my recommended because one time Yaga found this game that like was presenting itself as like a Stardew Valley-esque kind of like farming game, but it was absolutely
the horny one?
It was
Cloud
definitely
Meadow.
a porno game in disguise. Cloud Meadow! Yes. So Yaga was like, look at this game, blah, 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 and I was like, oh my god, Cloud Meadow.
The gameplay's so bad,
I
man.
have
It's so stiff.
so many porno games that come in my recommendations. I don't know why I struggled so bad to say that word. They come up in my recommendations. And I'm just like, there's literally like, there's like Sex Academy and like Hot Yoga Instructor, and they're literally sex games. They are simulated sex games.
And the way you sound, that sounds so funny.
What?
Like, yeah, it's just still images of people fucking when you get in there. It's not like there's like two that have
they are not. They are not still images.
No, okay, so wait, Cloud Meadow did have that game. It has graphic like.
Okay,
hold
on.
Yeah.
No, listen. I'm gonna be honest right now. I looked at this one last night because I was like, what the hell? It's like literally called like Hot Yoga Instructor or something, and I was like, what is this? They got that X-ray tech? And it is straight up simulated fucking, like blowjobs and everything. Yes. Yeah. It's not still images. It is absolutely simulated fucking.
No. And a lot of the visual novels, it's primarily still images. A lot of it's not animated. A lot of it's like really poorly and rudimentarily animated was my point.
Oh yeah, but
it's not like high quality. Like when you say simulation, you veer into territory like when people say AI and it's like, bro, that's like Google with an extra step.
Okay, it's,
you know, like simulated, I think is giving it a bit too much credit, because like Hot Yoga Instructor is like, it's not winning Game of the Year.
No, literally, you can go on Steam right now and look up. I'm like 99% sure it was called Hot Yoga Instructor or whatever. You can look it up right now. Yes,
Wolfie. Yeah.
It is fucking. And then the trailers are all like, like. And the worst part is like they just snake their way into my recommendations. So I'm always like, what's this? Oh, oh, that's a dick.
Yeah, Whoopi knows.
Entering a vagina.
Yeah, they're really easy to make. There's a lot of them just steal assets from each other, and then you just
it's all the same girl. They just recycle.
Yeah, they have like 20 different models, and like they literally just hose them, and that's why I was like, I simulated too much credit because it's like the same fucking like models. Like none of them are doing any actual work to make a game where it's like, oh, this is like a game.
I need to eat apparently.
This is not good.
But anyways, they keep coming up in my recommendations now on Steam because of that one Cloud Meadow game. And because I'm always like, what's this?
I think you can turn off AO. I think you can turn off adults only.
I know, but then like some stuff does get blocked.
I think some of them are funny. Also, like sometimes it's funny to see a random one just pop by and you're like, oh yeah, like all these sports games, and just like, is that a kitty?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So like, and my algorithm is gonna continue to get fucked because some of them like disguise themselves as like not a porn game, and then I'll be like, what's this? And I'm like, now I've looked at a porn game again, and now Steam is gonna continue. I do have.
Thanks trying to use.
No. I will tell you right now. I do have one. It's not a porn game. I do have a game that it is hidden because people are not gonna understand this game. I have a game. It is called Orgy-nizer, and you literally, it's like Sudoku, but you have to like put people into different rooms in a house to have an orgy with each other, and you have to separate them by their fetishes and like what they want and stuff like that. And I was like, I have to hide this because somebody's gonna see this and be like, Pink plays porn games.
You're in the same club as Dirge.
But it's literally just a puzzle game, like, but like with like fetishes and like sex toys and stuff.
I mean,
it's
like,
very funny.
I know tons of people who legitimately played Honey Pop, not because it was a porn game. They just liked it because it was a puzzle game. And I'm sure the porn probably drew them in at some point, but like, you don't sit down and play that game for 1,000 hours for the porn.
Oh.
I'm throwing up on everything. Leave me alone.
So am I. We need food.
To die.
Wait, did you say you made an oven?
I just beat you to death.
What? Why?
I'm gonna heal you.
You're not healing me though.
Yeah, I'm gonna heal you.
I just died, so I was full health. Okay.
Well, you're gonna get healed.
Well, now I need full health again. That's fine. But I do look at them and laugh occasionally. I dip my toe in them from time to time. But I want games with sex, not sex with fake game. Right, like Baldur's Gate. Like, there were sex scenes in that. But that wasn't like... That wasn't the point of the game. Sex simulator games. I wonder what the achievements are named. Here, I'm curious if I can do this right now. While
I mean, I could.
While Dirge is looking, can I go?
I mean, I can tell you some. Let me just finish.
Like, I want to see. I can't pull. You can't pull up the store from this thing. Oh, you just died.
You are dead. Sorry, I died.
You died before you killed me. That's so funny. Well, I was gonna try to pull up my my Steam to see like what my recommend. Here we go. Ready? Store. Discovery. Let's see.
Let's see, games.
Down here, I think.
Games library, games.
Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Look at. See, here's one. Here's two. There's two in my recommended right here. There's two. Look at. See, there's a bunch. See, an action RPG, a life sim, a turn-based combat, life sim, roguelite, and then 2 fucking sex games. And I'm like,
I swear we were sleeping. World without you. Top of the world. The show must go on. What a mess.
The Witcher
morning
games.
after. Watch and learn. Dear
Floppy
Santa.
titties all over the place in the Witcher game.
Let's see. Eye for an eye. DrMcSexy. Coffee and a donut. Min-max.
The top one? Wait, the top one was... See? That one got me. I didn't think it was. Futa Runner. Big... See? I thought that was a shooter. I didn't even look. That's fucking funny.
You wait, hold on.
Well, it's like a girl... Oh, that's is that a
Futa
dick?
is, right, Pink?
No, I didn't read the words. I was just looking at the picture.
Oh, you saw the big cock.
No, I saw the girl
girls.
with the fire behind her, and I was like, that's gonna be some lame fucking... But yeah, you're right. But look, see, they make it... Look at the pictures. It's like, looks like it's some action RPG.
Just some normal RPG.
Whatever, guys. Whatever. I'm just saying. My Steam's all fucked up now. And my curiosity last night with hot yoga instructor, I was like, what is this? There's no way. What is this?
That's not a quality studio. You're not looking at an output from a quality studio.
It's more shit.
See, if everybody would have listened to me the day that GOG was giving out free porn games and I pinned it in my chat and said, everyone go get your free porn games, nobody would have to have them in their Steam account.
You got the GOG games?
I started playing Being a Dick. It's okay. There's actually a good twist in it for it being a porn game.
Okay. Here. This. Okay. I don't know where this person is supposedly. So go to journal. So it says the surface tunnel. Yeah, so we go this way, right?
What do I have equipped?
I don't even know. Do I even have GOG? I don't even know at this point.
Do you even have GOG?
What is my Spotify playlist is actually incredibly lame. because I listen to like American top 40s pop music and video game soundtracks.
So funny. God.
So my shit is lame as fuck.
My friend glows in the dark.
And now, on top of those two things, now I'm using Spotify for audiobooks as well. So now audiobooks are gonna be in my recommended.
Oh no, they're gonna start recommending you smut?
Yes, they already recommended me a court of Thorn and Roses, and I was like, bitch, I've been listening to Ready Player One. Like, what do you mean? What? I just discovered something new, and I don't like it.
Check-in approved.
There's an invisible enemy.
Oh. Did you ask them nicely not to do that?
They're like a
I really want to
Spider-Man, but not a cool Spider-Man.
So wait, is it Spider-Man or Spider's Man?
It's a man spider. I killed him. Oh, they blow up?
Where?
Wait, no? What? Where are you?
Where is that pile of water we found? I crafted a couple bridges and I was gonna...
Powdered crystal.
There it is.
Crystal meth?
Oh, we got some good shit coming in, huh?
I guess. Genital jousting? I've heard of, but never seen.
There's a really... no, I'm not. Chat, don't Google Cockfight Island, the manga. All right, just don't do it. I never thought about it.
Yeah.
I didn't have a good segue. It's kind of weird. We shouldn't be talking about it. Okay, Cockfight Island. Would never happen.
No, don't look at that. Dirge definitely doesn't have 100% achievements completed.
Well, no, it's a manga,
yeah.
so it's a comic. But like honestly, the art style is cool, but it's just like they wear like they have like dick armor. It's like sword armor.
But the Japanese are weird because they're like, no, porn is bad, don't porn. But then like
we're gonna censor it, but also we're gonna have the most.
Is like.
That's the part that I've never understood.
Like,
in all respects, like
porn.
I agree with their take on just make it real heinous because I'm desensitized.
But I don't understand where they're like, porn is bad.
Like,
don't
what
do
are you
porn.
even doing with the
then
other
they're like,
half of
tentacle
that?
porn? Question mark? Like,
Hello Kitty Island Adventures, Nikki? Yeah, I feel like that's a contender in this series.
totally on the same level of what we're talking about. Like, it's exactly what I was thinking. But that's actually a thing. Hello Kitty Island Adventure actually came out this year, and I think it's because of all the jokes. I think it's because people kept like saying Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Wait, that game didn't exist before?
No, it just came out this year. People would like say it as like a joke.
No, I thought that was a real game the whole time.
It was in South Park.
Oh, that's...
Hello Kitty Island Adventure literally just came out in January.
Oh my god. I just assumed it was real.
No, South Park made it up, I think.
I've never been hearing about it since before January 2025, huh?
So Butters played instead of World of Warcraft, yeah.
Huh.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I really think that, like, that was, like, the reference for it, and then Sanrio was like, okay, bet.
Yeah. I'm surprised at how...
That is one of my favorite South Park episodes for
I have
sure.
not been a South Park watcher for years, but I started watching... Oh, thank you. I forgot all about that coffee, Grandma. Are you gonna have some?
It's doing so good.
I'm surprised at how hard this season's going.
I haven't watched South Park in probably a few years, but I have been a South Park enjoyer. And yeah, I have watched a lot of South Park over the years.
Yeah.
Okay, so I love my new bubbler, But for some reason, literally
this can get
every
dirty
time
really
I try to
fast.
do anytime I try to fucking do anything, this shit just falls over. Like that's like the that's the third time since I've started stream that it's fallen over and a little bit of the water has fallen out. I'm like, you want to die apparently? You want to be shattered in 1,000 pieces?
I tip my bong a lot on my desk, but knock on wood, it's been fine so far. I know bubblers are usually pretty resilient. You could get maybe like a little base to set it on.
Wasn't there a My Little Pony adventure game? Yeah, there's been My Little Pony games. There's been Hello Kitty games and there's been My Little Pony games, but the specific one called Hello Kitty Island Adventure, which was a South Park joke back in the day, has only just come to fruition this year. But there are other games, yes. I feel like I knew a lot of people, like Envoy, for example, was one of them. Like, I know a lot of people who played the Bluey game that came out a few months ago, too. Like...
Yeah, I don't know. I worry that some of you
now?
have a different kind of brain damage than me.
I'm watching this season as part of my patriotic duty. Fair. Get like felt pads and find one of the right size to stick to the base. May help. It's me for like I'm knocking into it and stuff, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just it falls over so easily. That...
yeah, like a little Velcro pad would be kind of cool. Yeah, you could stick that to everything.
That Butters joke is probably one of my favorites they did because of gamer culture. So my two favorite episodes of South Park are two culture games, and they are pop culture ones. It's the World of Warcraft episode, and then my second favorite one is the one where the parents' porno gets swapped with the Lord of the Rings from the movie store, and Butters becomes Gollum.
Oh, that one's so fucking funny.
That's one of my all-time fucking favorites.
That's an early one, isn't it?
Yeah. That episode, thank you. That episode's so good. It's so, and he's like, my precious, and it's because Butters watched the porno instead of the Lord of the Rings. Yes, it's
and he
so
gets
good.
fucking porn brain.
Yes, but then there's who is it? Token, the black kid, also watches the porno. So they're playing Lord of the Rings. They're all dressed up like in fantasy characters and stuff. And they're like, somebody has to go and watch the one videotape so we know like what its power is. And Token gets sent in to watch it, and he comes back out and he's in normal clothes, and he's like, I don't know what I saw, I don't care what I saw, I'm out. Like, I'm not playing anymore.
I'm out. Yeah.
I'm out. I am not playing anymore. His name isn't Token, it's Token. No, his name is Token.
His name is Token because I actually just saw that on.
Is it really?
It didn't say that on the closed captioning yesterday when I was watching it.
I thought the closed caption. They did a whole episode. Then I don't remember that one. It's a retcon. Do you also do you know what another one of my top episodes is? The episode where they go to the water park and Stan is like, no, it's full of pee, and everyone's like, no, it's not full of pee, it's not full of pee. And then at the very end of the episode, like the levee breaks or something, and the whole thing gets like flooded with pee. That's another one. That's another one that I was like, I fucking love this one. Oh, it's recent. Yeah, like I said, I don't think I've actually watched a new episode.
The new season.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking good.
I'll have to check it out. I'm sure it's on Hulu or HBO.
Like
or
it's pretty fucking good. And I had a pretty high bar because I thought they had gotten a little bit too soft. The Bikers Are F-Slurs episode is one of my favorites.
I do like the
Yeah.
And then there's the Prius episode, the good for you.
Good for you.
Token episode is okay, yeah. So I definitely haven't seen it then. I definitely haven't seen it yet, but I do love that episode a lot. Never got into South Park, don't know why, I just never did. I feel like I wasn't allowed to when I was younger because my parents thought it was like vulgar, which obviously it is, but by like 97 or whenever it came out or whenever it started, I was like 13 at that point. Like they weren't able to censor me for very, very long, you know?
Yeah, there is no real bar for censorship, ever, for me, I don't think. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know, Grandma. I mean, I have somebody I can ask right here. You guys never like, I don't remember anyone ever really giving a shit what I watched, like if it was like spooky or scary or anything. For anyone, like my older sister was watching horror movies and shit, and like I think I watched South Park and stuff like that with Dad. And like those like stuff like that. So like, she
made it a forbidden fruit I had to try. That's usually how it happens. Like usually if you just like leave it alone.
Yeah, yeah, I always kept everything locked up.
But if you make a big deal about it, they're like, why? Why?
Well, I don't know, because I think that's part of the problem is like if you tell a kid they can't watch something or find something, they're gonna get through to some piece of that media or whatever. But if it's something like a TV show that's considered like too violent, like to a certain extent, yeah, I guess if it was nothing but violence, but like something like South Park, it's like if with a grain of salt and you're explaining like politics and like other social concepts, like I think that's like, if you can't show your kid that in the same room, then you have a problem at like 13, 14. I feel like you should at least be able to explain why you don't want them watching South Park or what you think is wrong with it.
I don't know. I feel like making a big deal about it and forbidding it is different than being like, you know, I don't like you to watch that show because of whatever reason it may be, you know.
Give me a book and I'm sleeping.
Oh cool, I think I just created a shortcut. Hold on, I wanna hit this, but I don't wanna do it on camera.
I mean, fart was a 4-letter word. My mom, so there was like a weird period where my mom, her brother's family, that none of the kids swore, and she tried to put that on me and my sister, like randomly.
We weren't allowed
like, my
to say
sister,
stupid.
Stupid was one of those ones that we weren't allowed to say, and it's like, I mean, like, was that a thing? Like, was that like initially, like, is that like a mentally disabled thing that like we were like they phased out and like we brought back? Like, did we take it back? Like, I don't understand. Like, was that like calling somebody the R slur and we just brought it back?
I don't know. I think it was more just like it was being mean. Like just like calling somebody stupid was just like mean, and it was like, don't be mean.
Yeah, but like there's some real stupid motherfuckers, and we should have told them they were fucking stupid and stopped. We should have been like, no.
Well, we did tell people they were stupid. We're not allowed to do that anymore because now everything has to be, we have to be nice and we have to think of people's feelings. Hate, yeah, I wasn't allowed to say I hate this or I hate you, yeah.
Yeah, that was also, I think that, yeah, there was definitely some sort of fucking news campaign that influenced that one. Hate is a 4-letter word.
Oh god, yeah. Hate is a hate is a 4-letter word. I remember that.
Which, like, I do think that, like, I mean, like, it's important to say how much hatred should equate. Like, for me to hate somebody takes a lot.
Okay, so here's a big difference. Like, I understand as, like, a 10-year-old kid telling my 5-year-old brother, I hate you. Like, that's mean. But me being like, I hate tomatoes, like, I fucking hate, don't put tomatoes on my shit. I hate them. Like, I feel like it's different, you know, but like, they'd be like, don't say hate. And I'm like, why?
It's because we weren't allowed to tell people they're stupid, Pink. We were allowed to tell people that, yes, words can in fact have multiple nuanced meanings, but then again, that's not always true, right? Like, some words are just not worth using, but I don't think hate's one of them, right? Like, it's an opposite. But yeah, that was one of those weird ones I definitely remember, like, I feel like there was a campaign for.
Yeah, like, don't say hate. What was the other one Wolfie said? Fart. Fart? I don't think we were allowed to say fart. Like, we weren't that.
I remember I wasn't very happy when me and my sister were telling your mom jokes to each other. That did not spark joy in her. Yeah, she did not enjoy that.
If their attention is a harbinger of greater ambition,
Yeah, I had a book of them.
we have a problem on our hands.
I don't like the word. I don't like the R word.
Yeah.
I just think that they're...
That's when they come back into common usage,
Yeah,
I feel
I
like,
just-
because
people
of
don't mean
Asmongold.
People don't mean it with like how, like people don't, not that the word should have the meaning that it has, but people don't mean it like how the word was created. They
been
literally
hurled.
mean it when it's something that they think that they don't like or that they think is dumb, like, or that they disagree with. And I don't like
See,
that.
That's one where you can change the way communities use the words, like gay people taking back the F slur,
Yes.
or queer people taking back the term queer, which was used as a pejorative for a long time.
Right.
But you don't necessarily have that same sort of unified conscience in people who have mental disabilities. And I feel like that's where it's like so sensitive, because that's a group of people that do not have the same tools to advocate for themselves that
Right.
other people would have. Now, on the flip side of that, has that word been taken out of medical usage long enough for people to be like saying it how they are? I think that a lot of us still view it as a hurtful word that shouldn't really be used because it dehumanizes people.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, like, I get where people are at mentally with it, even as somebody who's like as fucking like I'm a fucking commie. Like I'm the worst. I'm your friend who's too woe.
My Alexa
Forget
in
it.
here doesn't. It's like flashing that it's not connected.
But like, that's one of those ones where I'm like, I do understand to an extent, but on the flip side, it's like you can't. Nobody can advocate for this change.
But I don't know. I feel like calling something the R word because you just don't like it, like
Yeah,
then
there's not another
pick a
use
different
for it.
word.
That's
like,
that's what I mean. Is there's
okay.
not like it's not somebody using the word in like a way to make it like queer people using queer to remove a stigma.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you're not even
Yeah,
using
like
it in any correct sense. Like, you're literally just like making anything that you don't like or you disagree with. Like, that's not what that is. That's not what that means.
Yeah, people dumb as hell.
People dumb as hell. Yep.
People dumb as hell, and I should have been able to tell them. I'll die on that.
Yeah, we should be
I
able to
have
tell
extreme
people
authority
that they're
on
dumb.
this.
I do agree with
But
that.
no, just specific people. I would let everyone know. We'd come to. I'm sure everyone would be in agreement with them before I told them they were dumb and jettisoned them off the planet.
I don't know. Part of me feels like we need dumb people because, like, who's gonna make me feel smart? If everyone was smart, then everyone would be smart.
Yeah, and I'm not catching up at this rate. I'm only getting dumber.
All right, I've opened up a shortcut to the next area, by the way. The mines. Enter the mines! I have to repair all of my stuff is broken. I have to repair everything. I can't even fight this one dude in front of me because I have nothing to hit him with. And I'm running so slow. Because I am cucumber. No, no. Please, sir. Oh, good. You shoot like a fucking stormtrooper. Good.
I need you a weapon upgrade.
Wow. Anyways, thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
Yeah, I just need somebody to get me riled up. I just don't always have topics to rant about. I'm always ready to go.
That's true. Dirge is always ready to go for an argument.
You give me, yeah, you want a fucking opinion.
I'll give
plenty
you
of them.
unwanted ones.
Yeah. I'll start rambling. I'll start talking about shit. You're like, where's this guy going? Well, guy, where you going?
Like, literally, Dirge sneezes, and I'm like, oh, Dirge, bless you. And he's like, actually, organized religion.
That's you.
And I'm like, oh my
you.
god. He's like, I hate organized religion, and here's why. I'm like, I just said bless you.
Why? Dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh man. I feel like that's the kind of like that is like that very specific kind of interaction is what needs to die off in this world, is people being like, let me correct you on how to say things. Cause like I do feel like that's like what a lot of people whine about, where it's like, no, I just want to say mean things, and it's like, well, fine, I'm just gonna punch you in the face then.
Well, cool. I will say mean things back, I guess. Alright, we need more storage. Already. So we
there's even another thing tucked. We have like 8 of these.
Okay, so hold on. Can we move the beds, or are they here? Oh no, it requires a screwdriver to pack it.
I think they're just...
So like, why don't we move the beds like over here, and then we can put some stuff over here. Whoa, what is following you?
Oh, my balloon?
Yeah.
Don't you worry about that. That's my balloon. Here you go.
Oh my god, what is that? I hate it.
Don't you worry about it.
Thank you. I hate everything about that. Wow.
Yeah, don't you worry about that.
I'm incredibly
How do you feel about polar bears? Like they're fucked? Like they're fucked? like they don't have a good outlook? That's how I feel about polar bears.
Oh god. Mark! Speak of the devil.
Came in a great time, Mark. How do you feel about polar bears? You think polar bears got a good shot at making it out there?
Mark, whoa, Skyrim. That's a change.
I could definitely.
How was your How was your rimming?
Primary illumination in this sector.
I hope you had a nice rimming.
Have a safe and
No, for real. How was Skyrim? And why Skyrim suddenly? Mark, thank you so much for the raid. Let me raid stuff in a moment.
Yeah.
Mark, thank you so much for the raid. How was Skyrim? I hope you had a fun time. I hope you are having a fun time. I know you guys are just here for the video, so here you go.
Of food.
Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat, I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Mark, thank you so much for the raid. I hit a run, I was trying to continue, realized it was broken, tried using console commands to fix it, broke it, started what I would call a new game plus, using console commands, a couple things to give myself a head start. Leveling using muffle and spell cost reduction items. This run, I had 2 Mercurios and had to use console commands to remove 1 after sending him back to the Riften. And still having him move, that's crazy. I've never finished Skyrim, admittedly. I got backseated too hard when I was playing it and it frustrated me. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, literally, like, as I went to go pick that stuff up and, like, move it, you stepped there, and I was like, oh my god, I can't put the box down.
A piece of garbage.
Did you see what I made?
No, I didn't. What did you make?
The scrap shotgun.
Oh shit, that's cool. I actually didn't even realize.
Yeah.
That's funny. Paul, how are you? Welcome in.
Anyone on a pistachio? I flex with a pistachio, just not like consistently, you know?
Consistently.
Yeah, I'm not like out here buying pistachios, but like I wouldn't be turning down pistachios if that makes sense.
Right. Hi, welcome back. Hi. Mark, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Ow, bitch.
This is mine.
Oh, I think I just saw an invisible enemy, huh?
Yeah. They're not actually really hard to kill. Appreciate you too. Aw, daw, thanks. Daw, thanks. You played this. You played this, right? Yeah, you were telling me last night. Gorsh.
Oh, gorsh.
Oh my gorsh. Yeah, you told me you were telling me you were playing this. That's right. That's right. Oh my gosh, I need to organize, but I cannot. There's so much stuff. Wait, can we make more? Oh no, it's nighttime. I can't make anything.
I make shit.
Get a little bag. It's like I know. I do enjoy pistachios on occasion. Oh, I can't use heavy weapons yet, apparently.
I think I just saw reports coming out from 2 separate grocery stores this afternoon that said prices are expected to continue to rise.
Oh, amazing. Love that.
Unless something happens with the tariffs, because it's just, I mean, we're going to be dealing with lower price stock, or well, I guess
Mark, did
what
I show
the
you my
lowest
new
price
bubbler
is
I
going
got?
to be.
It's so cute, so little. I keep knocking it over like all the time. In ice cream?
But yeah,
You know
nuts, coffee is especially going to get hit hard because of where they come from. Yeah, coffee's already going up like I think like $3 a pound for consumer side.
No. That's the worst news I've ever heard in my entire life. In my
you're telling me I
entire
drink
life.
a lot of coffee. That's like the only luxury. Like I grow my own weed because I'm too cheap. Like it's slaughtering me mentally.
It's so mean. Yeah, so that just means that like it's gonna go up in like stores too, like or in restaurants.
Yeah, because we don't have America's climate's not suitable to growing coffee, and coffee takes at least 2 years before the plants are remotely viable. We're fucked for a pretty good long time, even if we could get like a small amount of coffee production going in the U.S. It's pretty scuffed.
A barrel that can hold a lot of liquid. So how do we fill this barrel? This one.
I don't know. Put it down. I want to go over to that water tank that we found and empty it.
I just put it down. It just says package.
Yeah, put it down. You know, that's what I keep telling you to do.
Okay.
You hate me.
Yep, that's exactly. You're so right, Bessie.
That's not a barrel. These are boxes. Standing on boxes.
Oh my gosh. I just look.
Yeah, alright, yeah. Can you get in there?
No. No, you just stepped across the top.
The safety rating of
yeah, you're just
no, I'm in there.
now
no, you're not.
-4.
You're not down.
I'm traveling in a barrel.
No, you're not in it at all. You're on top of it.
I'm rolling down a hill.
Very much on top of it.
I'm traveling. In
gosh,
the world
I'm
of
trying to
imagination.
Guys, I'm literally trying to sort inventory and Dirge just keeps filling it.
What do you mean? That's where they go.
Desert's more hydrated than I am.
He needs to shut up. Thank God I don't drink coffee. Well, if you drink something, it's gonna get more expensive. I can guarantee you that.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever you drink, it's getting more costly. Because, like, I would imagine we're gonna see, like, even, like, domestic beer and stuff like that go up because of less sales abroad because of the tariffs. It's bad. Everything's gonna be real bad.
Everything's terrible.
Yeah, it's like, you know that Lego song? Yeah, opposite of that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. That's nice. Yeah, I wish we didn't have a water bill.
Are you throwing up, sir?
Listen, don't worry about what I'm doing.
I'm very worried about what you're doing, to be honest.
Oof. Don't feel good at all.
I know, I also need to eat.
Oh, I put down a secondary cooking thing. Oh wait, I can just...
Stop throwing up, you're embarrassing yourself. Come on.
You're absolutely filthy. You could get sick more easily. Time to start cooking.
I must say.
Wait, where's the cookie? Cook.
I'm putting one up at the other thing because I don't have enough slots there.
Wait, did you put it? Oh, you did put a thing down. Okay.
Oh, there's 2 power sockets over here.
Jeez. I didn't
Yeah, but it's like
water
over in the corner in like a real fucked spot.
Yeah, I mean, should we find like a good base spot? Like this is good, but this is like half of it's unavailable because of these plants. But like we could find a good with lots of outlets.
Well, my only argument against that is that we haven't yet.
Well, okay, true. Okay,
we need to like move forward is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Know what I mean?
I've unlocked the way forward.
You are dead. Yeah, whatever.
I'm just trying to die. TBH. I mean, I'm just trying to die, you know? Just trying to die.
I'm gonna cook all this shit. Yeah, I was just trying to die.
I'm just trying to die, you know? Like, I'm not asking for much.
Where's frying pan or pot full of clean water? Okay, yeah, I forgot about that part. Can we make frying pans? Is makeshift frying pan an option?
I'm crafting right this second, so I can't look, but I don't remember seeing one. I don't know what it would be under resources. No. I mean, I can do pan. No, there's nothing that says pan. I just died. Good. Finally.
Good.
Finally.
I've been waiting.
Wait, where did they go? Wait, did they stop because I died? Oh no. Oh no. Silly. Silly. They didn't go anywhere because I didn't build them yet. I'm so silly. What's this? Transmog. Oh yeah, the transmog for what's this? Cubicle. Heater. Okay. Now, can I stack? Yes. Amazing. Look at this. How come you can only stack 2 high?
I got 4 bullets.
They're multiplying. And I'm losing control. Nice. It's electrifying. Better shape up.
It's electric.
'Cause I need a man. That's all I remember. Sorry, guys.
Ooh. This room has a refrigerator.
Ooh. Wait, it already plugged in and everything? And my heart is set on you. That's
no,
true.
we've been up here before.
Better shape up. Yeah, how come you can only stack? My mouth today is just like not not
What
working.
that mouth do?
How come these can only stack 2 high?
They're shelves.
And that doesn't answer why, like, you could put 3 boxes on top of each other, but like, why games say no?
Well, yeah, but then you wouldn't really have a use for the shelf, you know?
I still think it's silly. I still think it's silly. But nobody cares about my opinion!
Not at the Abiotic Factor team, apparently.
Not the not the Abiotic Factor team. That's faux show. Wait, why is...
Why are you throwing grenades at me, dude? I don't know you.
That's my purse.
That's my purse.
I don't know you. Wait a second. Did that just go out of the same one? Riveting gameplay, guys. I know. I know you love watching me sort inventory in survival craft
My
games.
choice, too. Everything automatically goes to the crafting bench, so Pink is doing this just for OCD.
That is
so everyone's aware.
correct. That is correct, yes. That is correct. And you know what the other worst part is? Is that Pink is also aware that Dirge will have no regard for all of the sorting she did and will just put things in the boxes.
Because it's unnecessary. yeah, you're doing nothing for no reason.
There's literally a button that says sort all of same type, and Dirge will be like, I do not see that button.
Well, I tap
it does
the
not
Q
exist.
button, and then if I get past the front wall and nothing goes there, then, you know.
If I get past the front door, yeah. If I get past the front door and nothing happens, clearly that means...
Yeah. That means dump, 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 you know?
That means everything is just up for grabs. You can just put it anywhere that you feel necessary.
Yes. Yeah, that is in fact what I think. Yes, I agree with you. I'm glad we know where we stand.
Yeah, I know.
So what's up with these 4 boxes
like
over
I said,
here?
the worst
that
part
was
is I'm aware that this is going to be.
I brought you so much
consequences
water.
Of like, oh, thank you. Wait, did you put it in the bucket?
Yeah.
No, you didn't, because I picked up the bucket.
One in my hand?
Oh, the little bucket. I thought, like, I was
I
talking
have
about
2
the
little
big...
buckets in the cooking pot full.
Oh, I was talking about the big bucket.
Yeah, I have the blue ones and the, I didn't have that in my inventory already. Sadly.
That can go there.
You're carrying too much stuff. I'm trying to get strong. Shut up.
I know. It does not respect the grind, let me just tell you.
Where is our super tomato? See, you want me to just start? Do you want me to put my stuff in here? Where does my stuff go?
Ark! Thank you for the raid. You can put your stuff in any of these 4 boxes. I will sort any of those 4 boxes.
That's where I was gonna put it forever anyways.
Okay, so you continue to put it in the 4 boxes and I will sort it where it needs to.
And it looks like you have food in the, and healing in the, whatchamacallit?
Yes.
Perfect.
Ark, what were you playing? You were also playing Abiotic. Unscheduled work back when we got the warehouse, my OCD, and I spent 30 minutes studying it. That's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes you could just, you just gotta set things right. You just gotta do things right. We unlocked the mine. That's like as far as we've gotten in terms of like exploration, and we are on Find Frake is our current quest. How far have you gotten? Unless you're further, and then don't spoil it, obviously.
Or we'll fight you.
Or Dirge will fight you.
Wow, we're not a good team.
No, we're an excellent team. What do you mean? You're further than that? Nice. Yeah, we kind of... We did so much last night, and absolutely none of it was to progress. No, we did, but none of it was to progress.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. I like lying to people too, Pink. Yeah, it's really cool and OP.
What do you mean?
Yeah, lying is super OP, guys.
We did so much last night. We did so much exploring last night in this area, and I hacked
We moved
so
4
many
feet.
things.
We found this area and walked over here.
I like opened all the shortcuts and we hacked all the stuff. Come on, give us a little bit of credit. Hi, Brosa. My internet's hitting me not loading screen. No, it's so rude.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that to us?
Why do you hate us?
Why? Oh, do you guys want to see the video again? Do you guys want to see the video again? Here, I'll do the video while I'm sorting because it's so exciting and wonderful. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do more doors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god. He's still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? Oh, I I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajujans?
I just want to be beautiful like her.
I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming.
Do the same thing over and over again.
Oh,
Like it's actually kind of got like
I didn't realize that my camera was off. Hello.
all day.
No. I just turned it off a minute ago, but I thought I turned it back on, but I must have gotten
So
the
wait,
raid and then
my
got
gun has a
distracted.
battery, but it also has a durability bar, and it. Oh, that's for my flashlight. Okay, never mind.
Oh yeah, I was gonna be like,
I'm
how
dumb.
does your gun have a battery? It's crazy. You're
Yeah,
further.
You should be able to do that with your gun too.
Hmm. What to put for some of these things here. Okay, so this will do.
Oh yeah.
How's
I'm
it going
in
for
the city, but right on the edge, facing field.
Ooh.
I spoiled your excitingness for Pink earlier.
Yeah, he totally just
I'm
stole your
I'm
thunder.
him.
He stole your thunder.
Emma.
Home sweet home.
Well, into the next 2 sections. Oh man. I feel like since we started playing Pink 2, they added a fair bit. So I'm excited to see how big this game is.
Yeah.
We've made it so far.
We could be doing more, but we are not.
Yeah,
we could do more,
barring
but
us
we're not.
not getting like horrendously frustrated, I would be down to play this again tomorrow.
Yeah,
I know you mentioned it earlier.
I'm totally down. Totally.
Well, now that you're talking like that.
Oh, now you changed your mind.
Rethinking and rescinding my. Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, fair.
I gotta
That's fair.
go.
I actually have to go, and I won't be back.
And I have to go and terminate this friendship.
I won't
That's
be
where
back.
I'm going.
Sorry.
Am I washing my hair? I need to wash my hair tonight. I got itchy head.
Itchy.
I try to wash my hair once a week, but like twice I feel like it's probably necessary. I shower more than once a week though, Chad.
Yeah, you're not supposed to wash your hair every day. It dries it out.
Yeah, I feel like you have like a 50-50 on getting the shit beaten out of you depending on where you say that. Because some people be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're disgusting.
Oh, I feel like that's something that's been proven for a long fucking time.
Oh, yeah, but like stuff being proven. I said to somebody else earlier today because they were talking about like people being anti-science, and I'm like, yeah, it's like crazy to like get good science grades in school and then like everyone just hallucinates around you for the rest of your life. And it's like, no, I just believe whatever the fuck I want. Where did you hear it? I just made it the fuck up, bro.
I made it the fuck up. Fair, true and fair, yeah.
Can I actually refresh my goodies? Free to screw around and experiment with stuff. Yeah, I feel like that's the fun part too, is like they've done some really good level design in this game. And when most of the survival crafts you play are procedural gen, it's definitely a nice change of pace.
I'm a little thirsty.
I'm a little thirsty. Oh,
yeah, it's obviously same, Nikki.
So let's start.
I feel like people with like real thin hair shouldn't wash it all the time either. There's like not very many. I mean,
if your hair is greasy, then obviously wash your hair extra. But like,
yeah,
if you have like normal,
yeah, the texture and oil
hair,
production thing.
Yeah, like if your hair, it depends on you. But like normal hair, normal average person's hair, like you're not supposed to be washing that every single day.
Radiated. Why am I so irradiated?
I don't know. Why are you so radiated?
Oh god, I'm throwing up on everything.
Right fucking next to me. He's like, why am I so...
Yeah.
Oh god, that was so funny. Oh, too funny, too funny. Too funny, guys, too funny. Don't look. Why? Because he's putting stuff wherever? I know, it's fine. At this point, like...
I was told to put stuff in these front 4 crates.
Yes, yes,
I hit the Q button.
Yes.
I hit the Q button. I'm doing my part.
Yes, you're doing so good. You're doing exactly what I said. Exactly, and I appreciate it. You start everywhere with the little Q. Just do a little Q, little Q, little Q. Oh, don't look while he threw up. No, I heard him. His character, like, he was standing right next to me. He's like, like. I wasn't looking. I fucking heard it. It was funny though. I need to take like this stuff.
I'm feeling a little snacky.
Snacky?
You're dying from hunger. You need food immediately. Shut up. Being a big baby. I don't know how many times I have to tell you this.
You're being a baby. Exactly.
You're going into the radiation now.
Exactly.
This is where you live.
A big baby.
How do you like this, huh?
Don't like babies.
This door won't budge. Oh, I know it's on the other side of that door.
Oh yeah, no, it's submerged is why it won't budge.
Yeah, I know what's on the other side of that door.
Yeah.
Goop. But you can't stop me from doing my research.
Goop. Goop's on the other side of that door.
Must be coming down with something. No, you're coming down with Dad. You're dead. I killed you.
What you're coming down with is that you are deceased.
Yeah, it's painless when you're young. All right, my guy, it's fine.
Nope, you stay there.
Oh, and I fucking played the game because I put my ammo in my pockets.
Wow. Played the game. Those.
Boats.
Boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes.
You know, as they say. Ooh, does that make... Alright, hold on. I need to, like, just make myself heavy while I'm walking around so I can get some stuff.
Just put some anvils in your pocket. Just put, I think, like 2 of them.
Anvils? Good point, good point, good point.
Yeah, they're gonna be heavy. Heavy and dense, and they probably don't have a good place to go.
Hell yeah. Carrying a lot of stuff. Hell yeah, I am. Hell yeah, I am. Carrying a lot of stuff. Get that XPs. Get that X and that P. That X and that P. Whoa.
Damn.
Damn.
Ow, that's my ankles, you fuck. I need those.
I need those. Fair. True, fair.
Alright, everything's fine.
Oh, I'm Seepy, apparently. Seepy and Hungy. Seepy and Hungy.
I should have shot you while I was over there.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Come on.
All right, package the refrigerator.
See, we summoned a goblin while I was away. How you doing? Congrats on the house. Yeah, bro. Brosip's poor surprise was ruined.
Yeah, I'm a good friend.
You're the greatest kind of friend. You're just so excited about people's lives that you're like, I just have to share. I just have to share with everyone.
Listen, I kept Rosa's pregnancy secret the whole time. I didn't get at
Such
that.
a good job. Such a good
I
job.
didn't even mention it to people until after she had the baby.
Such a good job.
Yeah. So jot that one down.
Jot that one
I just don't
down.
care about
Take
Broseph.
that one home with you. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
It's
There's a priority list.
At this
You
point,
didn't
you
care.
can't,
Shut
you
the
can't
fuck
do
up.
anything
You came in
about
and
it.
acted like everyone knew anyways. And don't act like you were gonna fucking surprise anybody, Grandpa.
What on earth?
It was my surprise. Share.
It was Dirge's news, okay? Jeez, how selfish of you. Alright, so where did you say the cooking stuff is?
The what? The cuck
cooking?
stuff?
Yeah. The cuck stuff,
I
yeah.
don't know. Oh, it's all there, you know? It's all there.
Right. Can I drink from the toilet? I need to drink.
No, I was very upset by that.
The house yard? House yard. What is it's just a backpack floating. My reflection is just my backpack, I think.
Good evening. Today is
Well, you have achieved translucency.
Wow. My dream. Ah, there's enemies and I don't have anything because I was just looking for cooking. Just close this door. They can't see me.
Oh, it's just like you're like Asterion. You're a little vampire. You ain't got no reflection.
Aww. I have chickens. They stinky. Just FYI.
Yeah, I hate chickens. I fucking hate chickens. Every time I've had them, I fucking hate them.
They stink something fucking fierce, bro.
Miserable fucking animals. They don't understand how people like them. Bros are just like, they're lovely.
I mean, they're not dumb, but like, they dumb as hell. Like,
oh, they
my
dumb as
gosh,
hell.
They dumb as hell, and I'm always like, what is your fucking problem? They're like, I don't know where to go. They're good. They're lazy. They are lazy. Who is here?
Yeah, there's stuff in our house.
Okay, they're here. Okay, we need to cook him. Where's the cooking stuff?
There's the chef's counters right there, and then the other stuff's up on the stairwell over here. There's two more outlets over here.
That's what I was like. Where?
Yeah. They're up in that stairwell.
Here? Ah.
That should be, yeah. I think.
Oh, but we don't have pot? Pan?
Yeah, I believe I said that like an hour ago when you were sorting.
It's okay. I'll go get the other one.
I don't know why that's an item that they just were like, yeah, we'll spawn one of.
No, I think we have a few.
I don't
Back
know.
there, I thought we did.
But are you gonna eat the ducks?
No, ducks lay eggs too.
Yeah, but like, yeah, you can't have a mini horse. I hate horses way too much to be associated with you if you own a mini horse.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
I would not eat anyone. Well, I hope you're not eating people. I do believe cannibalism is against the law. Just saying.
I hate horses? Yeah, what the fuck? Horses aren't doing shit for us now.
Wow. So
I don't
horses have become
understand why people are
domesticated,
like,
therefore you hate
man.
them?
We really need worse cars that do tricks and break their legs for gambling. Like, what? No. Yeah, they suck. They're worthless. Horseflies? Horseflies.
Okay, so...
Things being cool don't mean that I think they're useful. I think guns are awesome.
So
I think a lot of people do
everything
stupid
has
shit
to
with
be
guns.
useful?
Yes. When it comes to stuff that people talk about too much, yes.
Now, what is considered, like, what is useful? Like, is it, like, I feel like that's kind of a...
Well, know it when I see it.
So, like, okay, so, for example, my dog, which... I just want chat to know that when I showed Dirge my dog,
your dog is an abomination.
Yes. So chihuahuas, for example, the only reason they were bred, the only reason they were created,
they have a reason. They have a reason.
Companionship.
Slightly, very, very slightly.
Companionship. That's the only reason they were created. Like other little tiny dogs, like Yorkies, were created to like exterminate rodents. Like. Yeah. So like. Is that not useful? Is that
that's an affront to God, and I think that and I don't even believe in that guy. So like, if I think he's affronted, he's got to be pretty affronted. You know, that's the way I look at it. Garden-sized horse. Yeah, I mean, like, I could see niche situations where I'd go, yeah, I guess that horse is useful for you, but for the most part, I'm team fuck this horse. Well, not fuck this horse. I'm not team Mr. Hands. We're not fucking the horse.
Whoa, I thought... okay. I'm glad you're not fucking the horse.
Instructions unclear. Boop. Hi, Miss Shorty. How are you? Sorry, we were not, the horse fucking got the better of me.
Yep.
As it do.
Do not fuck the horse, chat. I just want to just make sure that
I want a
that's clear
pygmy
to
goat
everyone.
and a pot-bellied pig.
Do not fuck the...
I'm a little thirsty.
Don't fuck the horse. Being EP, we need to find you food. This is a new area. There's the mine that Pink talked about.
Alright, I am coming back with food and the frying pan. Food and the frying pan.
As well as most pathway lighting.
Are pretty cool pets, that's their purpose.
Gate security crate.
I hate if you're over encumbered, you stop getting XP though.
Oh, is it at the red line you stop getting XP?
Yeah.
I don't know how you made it this far. Those
I found Frake.
blocked every exit.
No,
They even
really?
collapsed the surface tunnel.
I wanted to go through
Yeah,
the
instead of
mine.
going down at the mine, they were just upstairs.
Well, I didn't, like, I kind of, like, just checked in at the thing and then came back to you so we could
Oh, I thought you went in there. I just wandered over there finally.
I wanted to do it together.
Quakes hadn't broken the electron pumps. So I sent my team
So we
to
just have to continue through the mine, I imagine, for the next area.
the pumps. We'll make our own exit.
Yeah, goats are... I fuck with goats. Goats are useful as fuck.
Damn, he be fucking all the farm animals, guys.
No, I said I fuck with them. Like, you know.
So, like, in an orgy.
Yeah, the orgy, I would fuck around
With the
them, but I would not
horses.
fuck the goat. Yeah.
Right.
Well, no, fuck the horses. That's like fuck the police. That's the very different statements. I fuck with the goat.
I don't know.
Goats are assholes, that's why I fuck with them.
In their assholes?
No, because they're assholes.
Do not the horse? Do not do what to the horse?
Yeah, definitely do not the horse.
Do not the horse.
Under duress of law.
Busted! Welcome in, how are you? Do not the horse.
Not.
Do not the horse. Do not.
You know, Pink?
Do not the horse.
I just want to say...
Do not the goat asshole. Yeah, again, yet again, whose chat is being weird.
Well, there's just so much bleed over.
At this point, I know.
I've already corrupted your chat. It started when I snuck into Nikki's brain to get her that good test grade.
Thank you, Busted. I appreciate 42 months. It's crazy.
I know it sounds crazy, but if Frigg says it'll work, well, I trust her. Just stand back when it all goes up. Yeah?
Does Broseph really count as Dirge's chat? Broseph is in Dirge's chat, thank you very much. And so is Nikki, because she's a slut.
I've actually known Broseph since before Twitch. Is that actually a rare lore bit?
Like, a shared chat is a shared chat.
Oh no, I just meant like if Wolfie was asking. Like me and Broseph actually have a secret deep lore, even though Pink and Broseph met on Twitch before me and Broseph met on Twitch.
True.
Me and Broseph somehow crossed paths in Facebook groups years prior to Twitch happening. Like very weird Facebook circles.
You're going back and forth. When you said, what the fuck did I come back to? You said that in Dirge's chat. There's little icons. There's little icons. You whore.
Yeah, but it said shared. It doesn't matter.
I know.
I must have better audio and I'm handsome.
It's true. You do have both of those things going for you. And you have a better camera. Better audio, better camera, better face.
Much lazier.
You are my chat. Wolfie is my chat.
A lot of divisive takes.
Yep. See, Horseman is also a whore man. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Nice.
You guys. You
Tell us
guys.
another room. Yeah. See. Listen. I just want you guys to know. I think you're valid no matter where you are.
I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care. I think the view count's the same anyway.
You only matter when you're watching me.
You only matter when you're here, you're family. When you're there, you're not.
When you're here in this chat, you're family.
You're family. But when you're there, you don't get the free breadsticks, all right? I'm giving the free breadsticks to my family.
No breadsticks, soup and salad. Unlimited breadsticks, soup and salad. Come on. Come on. I only subscribe to one streamer. Ayo, let's go. Money, please.
They might be my favorite characters in Parks and Rec.
Honestly, I have that as a soundbite. The money, please.
They literally might be my favorite.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. I love them. And I also anytime I say the worst, it's always that gif, and he's like the worst.
The worst. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Secret tunnel. Money, please.
Oh hey, I unlocked the secret tunnel.
Oh nice.
Oh my god,
You're
there's a
going
big
so
secret
far
tunnel. This goes
without
to the
me, and
mine.
I'm cooking food, Dirge. Come back.
This is just our secret tunnel back to the mine. It put me right in front of the sniper.
Cut. Okay, that's
what
okay.
I'm saying. Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Yeah, it wasn't. I'm coming back for you right now.
I'm cooking food for us.
Listen, I was gonna come back in a nice way, and now I'm coming back in a mean way. And I hope you know that this was your decision.
I'm cooking.
I'm never perfectly. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I wish we had a second one. We have to find a second one though somewhere. Oh, I swear we had more. Like I swear we had more. Busted, what have you been up to? What Guess Dirge is back. Jesus Christ, that scared the piss out of me. What have you been playing? What have you been up to? Why are you shooting me? I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
I had to.
Yellowstone, that's what's up. That's fun. Have you been before? Was this the first time? Is it a normal family destination? Come on.
I threw poopy at you. I literally just threw it. Yeah. Hey, new skill, throwing.
How do you do that, first of all?
You right-click the trigger and then left-click.
How come I didn't get a new skill?
Did you already unlock throwing?
Oh.
Maybe until I had my shield up. You're hitting me again.
Yeah, I just got throwing.
Maybe you're not gonna...
Oh no, I got 1 XP for throwing and 2 for strength. Oh my gosh, you get strength XP for throwing poop!
Are you sure it's not just because you're moving because of your bag?
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Cause I kept walking, and I thought the same thing at first, but as soon as you said it, I kept walking, and you were standing still, and my strength kept going up, and I was like, oh. That's probably what's
Well,
happening.
that's not as fun. I thought you got strength XP for throwing
Secret
things.
tunnel!
Alright, so we have to find a second pan somehow, somewhere over the rainbow along our journey. I have to sleep and I have to drink as well. Oh, I have
Wait, there's a
this
makeshift frying pan right here. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Frying pan, parentheses, makeshift.
I literally searched pan and nothing came up.
Here you go.
Chat, did you not see me search
pan?
pan? Put
Your
it on the
secret
thing.
pan.
Put it on the thing. Put it on that thing. Oh, okay, that too. Thank you.
You secret
you made
pan.
2.
Good night, Shorty. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Sorry that I'm too busy bullying Pink to be attentive
Chat,
to people I love and care about.
Chat, can you guys defend me? Did you or did you not
They
see
didn't
me
they didn't
search
see
pan?
nothing. Do you need me to make the makeshift cooking pot for you too? Because
No,
I can see that as well.
No,
okay,
I don't.
I was just checking. I thought, because I wear glasses, Pink, I thought I was the one with bad eyes.
I got LASIK.
Because of my glasses. Oh, okay. So you have liar eyes.
So I have laser eyes. I can't see because of the lasers coming out of my eyes all the time. Do you not see the lasers coming out all the time?
You're dying from hunger. You need food.
Here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. I'm going to bring the refrigerator over there.
Sure. You're going to have to
So
make
you don't
a
have to
power
walk
thing.
all the way over there?
You're going to have to make a
and
power
then we can just grab
thing.
food from there.
Because there's only one power
I actually
thing.
have a spare one.
Okay. Well, can we wait till I finish cooking this last thing?
I'm just going to plug it right, set it right there.
I just lost my baby eyes. Exactly. I don't know if Dirge remembers baby eyes.
Oh, I do. If they fell out and you get adult eyes.
Yeah, your baby eyes fall out and then you get your adult eyes come in. Is there a female Cyclops? You mean like, is there another X-Men who goes by the name Cyclops that's a girl? No.
No, there's definitely lady Cyclopses, like if that's what you're trying to get horny to. Like you didn't think
but
like, that
are
those only
there
guys?
Cyclopses in mythology that are female? Yes.
Well, I mean, like you can, yeah, but because people want to beat it to everything. So even if there wasn't before, there is now.
Okay, but why?
That's how that
why
works.
are we beating it? Like,
because that's what they're beating it. Not the
Are you
accusation.
beating it to Cyclopses, Dirge?
I mean, I have, yeah.
All right,
Why
we
wouldn't
can
you?
replace this now. We can replace this now. The electronic thingy.
I'm looking for it. I died.
What?
I was hungry. I was very hungry, and I couldn't find the food.
You wouldn't come get the food.
Well, I didn't. How was I supposed to know where it is? I just kept checking all these crates.
I told you I had food. I was cooking it, and I tried to come get you, and you're like, I just put it in the fridge. And I had to build the fridge, and you died.
I don't know where the power strip was. Maybe
So just make a new one.
Yeah, I guess I can.
Just make a new one. Wait, I have to eat more? There's no way I have to eat. What a fat ass.
Oh, you probably did. You were probably clicked into a tab.
Where'd you come from?
Because if you click into a tab when you start typing, it'll just search that tab.
Huh. I don't know. I'm dying from thirst. All right, I need water. Where's the bathrooms?
In there.
Isn't there bathroom?
And a bunch of
close
water.
by?
No, I have buckets of water in the house, you stinky fuck.
What?
Yeah, we've got buckets of clean water.
Yeah,
they just need poured in the.
I want to see.
You just gotta.
I want to see if we can fill those big buckets.
That's where I was trying to go, and I got secret tunneled, and I opened up the pathway, and I got things to do. I'm a very busy businesswoman.
How come I can't consume?
Something doesn't agree with
Do I have to have it in my inventory?
But now I can consume from the box.
I can't. I'm literally doing consume, and she's just not. Right? Hold on. Consume. Plastic bucket, water 800, thirst fill 20.
Pour it in the water containers. Can you pour it in the water cooler?
Where? Pour a plastic bucket into. Okay. Now, drink. That was weird. I couldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't let me drink from the bucket. Are you supposed to be able to
you're
drink
not a
from the bucket?
fucking animal. It's probably like that's the same reason why we can't harvest and drink your own piss or something. I don't know. I had a thought earlier where I was like, this doesn't make sense, and I was just like, well, it has to be they're just like trying not to be weird.
Well, I feel like that's not up to them to decide.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree.
Be quite honest. If I want to be a freak and
my
drink freaky water,
tunnel.
then like that's my prerogative, you know. That's my prerogative. You know, like it's none of their business. Also, where's the water? I want to go get more.
There should be 2 more buckets. Or do you mean like the full water?
Yeah, the water, the big water.
There's a bridge connecting it over the slime pit. It's like there's like a little crane thing. You got to go up the ramp, say it's secured, or ramp like cargo crates, like the big cubes.
Something doesn't agree with me.
You've been exposed to radiation. Radiation.
Yeah, we have a suit.
A suit. Who
Exactly
needs a
one suit. I don't remember where we got it.
Who needs a suit? Okay. Phil. Oh, wash myself.
Oh wait, you can just walk right up there, huh? That's crazy.
Oh, it's empty. We took all the water, apparently. How am I dying from hunger? I've eaten, like, so many things. This game is wild.
So wait, where are we gonna get water from now?
We'll have to. There's got to be other water sources. Just have to find them.
Well, yeah, there's a fucking fishing rod we've unlocked. There has to be some sort of water sources.
I'm saying, yeah. Alright.
Man, we really are not progressing very fast. Oh, the mine probably has a water source in it.
Well, we could progress if we just progressed.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But yeah.
We could progress if we just, like, progressed, but...
We decided to get water from an empty container instead.
Mm-hmm.
That's our mission. Like, you went over there, said it's empty, I double-checked, and I'm still over in the building stabbing things, because I'm just like, well, this is fun. God, I love murder.
Okay, so now here's the problem. There's no more food left, because I just cooked it all. And we just ate it all, and I'm still dying of hunger.
Some water would be good.
Some water would be good. What is wrong? Is it my is it like fucking I'm radiated, isn't it? And that's making me fucked up.
Yep, that will do it every time.
Okay, let's sleep it off. Let's sleep it off. That's what you do, right?
We could.
That's what you do.
We could definitely take our strengthened self, right, and go back to our early area and just like try to clear some shit out. Like maybe we'll get like a couple easy enemies and some animals. Oh, you fucking bitch. Where are you, you little fuck? You teleporting
Yeah, we can go back
little...
to the office and kill a bunch of...
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We'll take...
thingies.
Yeah.
Little bugs. Them's little bugs.
Oh, there's a head. I don't know if this is something.
Huh.
There's a keypad thing.
Alright, did you go back to that area again, or what?
Oh, I'm just at the end of the hallway. The forge is right there.
Sleeping cures everything? No, I'm still hungry, but at least I'm not fucking dying. Get the blacksmith's help. Okay, let's talk to the blacksmith. What you got, mate?
Frank wants to blow a hole in the floor.
Yes.
She's too smart.
Oh wait, hold on. Rachel Summers, she's the daughter of Gene. Wait, we started talking about the Summers.
I could trade
I guess he was trying to make a joke about my laser eyes.
But there's a couple things I need first. Price of doing business. Because Frank
create lots of stuff now.
With plans. I'll buzz the list to you.
Buzz the list to me.
One more thing. You're gonna have to unlock the tram station.
Oh yeah, I found the thing. We need the key though.
Hang on, the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
That portal leads where I think it does.
If you want to kill me, so I can be at full health when you're done, I'm gonna be standing over
I'll give you specs for a tram key. Should open the station right up.
Ooh, okay. So now we can make the tram key. Okay, here, let me kill Dirge. Holy shit, how much health do you have? How much health do you have?
I think it's my armor, probably.
I'm gonna break your legs and nope. It's not his shield. He doesn't even have it up. Nah. DrJMcB experienced excessive blunt force trauma. Alright, well, okay. I'm dying of hunger, so let's just let that happen, I guess. Even though I just ate. I just fucking ate. Like, I don't understand that, but whatever. Alright, let's learn this tram recipe before I die. What is this? Battery industrial? Tram station key. Okay, let's try this one.
I need liquid soon.
This one? This one? Really? Okay.
I don't feel good at all.
Make one of those. Make one of those. Make one of those. And then, where's the tram station key? Make one of those. Okay. Nice. Alright, just die already. Just die already. Die right next to my bed over here. Die next to my bed. Right. Alright. Just gotta die real quick. This one doesn't count against my counter, which doesn't exist because I'm not counting a counter. Bullies. Yeah, Twitch. Yeah, Twitch.
Fluid intake immediately.
Drink water. I'm gonna drink some water and then I'm gonna smoke some weed with it. I'm gonna.
I definitely did not just do that. That would be crazy.
Actually, this is something I feel like I haven't asked you. Your mom doesn't smoke weed, but does she not mind the smell of the weed? Cause like that, there was an adjustment with grandma, but she doesn't bother. Like she hates the smell of weed, but it's like more of a passing like dislike of it.
Well, first of all, I like live on a different floor than her, like of the house. Like I live in the attic.
Oh, that makes sense.
Second of all, she has smoked in her past. She will smoke if she has like a really bad migraine that she hasn't been able to get any relief from for a few days. But like she, yeah.
Okay,
she
that's a little
has
bit
smoked.
different. I wasn't sure if she's a complete nut, because I know you mentioned your dad was like Mr.
My dad was
Mr.
not about it. Yeah. My dad was not about it.
My dad laughed when he found out that I was like smoked weed at the first time, or but like I was smoking weed in my teen. And I was like, yeah, I thought that was cool. And I was fucking 12.
My dad has pretty much said that playing video games is a waste of time and a waste of your life, and smoking weed is a waste of your life as well. And now those are the two things that I do to make an income to pay for my life.
That's so fun. I love that actually for you.
Yeah.
Because like I think that I mean, especially like because like gaming is more social than people ever game.
Like, and
it's
was
also
like,
more story based and like,
you know, relatively straight A student, you know, for the most part. Like, and I just, instead of going out and doing things and having hobbies like he wanted me to, I enjoyed playing video games. Yeah, my dad is a piece of shit, so like nothing he says matters, but yeah.
What's interesting though, I didn't know your mom had smoked before.
Yeah.
My mom's a big
Well,
smoker.
yeah, I mean, like, I had, like, I A's and B's, but, like, for the most part, it was mostly A's. So, not straight A's, but mostly A's. I had good grades. I graduated 8th in my class out of everybody in my fucking...
Yeah, I graduated with honors. Graduated with honors, all AP classes, 3 years of foreign language, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I used to be smart. I used to be smart at one point in my life, and then, you know, then I stopped.
Well, no, there's a difference between realizing life's a made-up pile of goop that doesn't make sense, and you're just told to do a bunch of different shit, and being like good at shit. I can use my reasoning skills and deduce how to do things. That doesn't mean like it's helpful in any situations. Like my brain still tells me to step into traffic for half the day.
Well, that's because your brain's broken. That's not.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah. Yeah, but like I don't think like so like you don't become less smart unless you take on some like CTE or like heavy drug usage. Cause like it's like even in cases with like extreme drug usage, like your brain recovers pretty good. Like I've done some pretty hardcore shit. My brain still functions. Like I give myself shit, but like I don't think it's fair for you to call yourself dumb. Like that's not accurate. Like you gotta look outside before you call yourself dumb.
Cute little space. Oh, hello, Dr. Mills. I is smart. You is smart.
IS-121 is a staggering titan in our own.
How come none of these are openable?
Managed to secure not one, but 2 of these behemoths.
This is kind of a cool space.
Beyond me. I suspect it is best not to ask.
Honestly, Dirge.
They are a necessary force.
So this place right here is kind of a cool space, to be honest.
Returning with them in chains.
What place did you go somewhere?
Yeah.
An incredible
I put the
Our research continues.
I built the thing and I put it in the thing. And a very descriptive.
Oh.
I built the tram state. I built the tram key thing that it gave me.
Yeah.
And then I just went into the next room.
Yeah. Okay,
Hi.
here, I found you.
Hi.
What's new?
Over here. Look, over here. This is kind of a cool little area. And then there's
IQ's not a really good measurement of anything.
So like there's all of this in here. and then it goes over here and down, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff over here. Like,
how many outlets do we have?
There's one here, there's one in that room, and I think there's one over here. It's kind of a cool little space.
Yeah, yeah. I hope you have fun moving everything over here.
I will.
I did the last minute.
But hey, wait, though, come back though. Come back for real though. There's a portal.
Wait, also, where does the tram connect through?
There's
Maybe we can connect the tram railing.
Whoa!
Scientist, what
the auto system should have been fail-safe.
I highly recommend if anyone hasn't been tested and thinks that they have some sort of mental issues to get it tested, because I
The dark lens.
We're getting double audio.
But the train must roll on, yes, no matter what. I cannot rest. We must keep going. We cannot stop. Oh, we know what will happen. What we feared for so long, all these years, cannot stop. Let's keep going. It never stops. It never ends. It goes on and on and on and on and wait. No. I must not stop. I must.
Is he just gonna... Okay, sure.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna... He's gotta keep our train going.
Guess so, yeah.
Hey, Pink. That was off the train, and I think we were supposed to stay on the train.
I see that now.
Yeah, I don't... Like, here is... You don't go there.
I see that now.
Just, yeah, like...
I see that now, uh-huh.
Yeah. Just for future reference.
Mistakes were made. A pocket watch? Wait.
Ow, I'm on fire. Stop.
A briefcase. Stop, let me pick stuff up, you son of a fucking... What?
Blah!
Isn't that what you're supposed to say, you know?
Yeah, that's... Yeah. Goodbye forever. Oh, that's so cool.
Hi, Dave. Welcome in. How are you? Taking the train. Yeah, this is... We went into a portal and it took us into this train universe. This universe on a train. Some of your equipment isn't calibrated to this new
I'm
world.
in pain, and...
What does that mean?
I've got some stuff driving me insane, Maine.
Pick. Door won't budge. How do we
You could
get
try
up?
maybe try to the left or right, Pig. We thought maybe like to your immediate left.
Like this?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Is there a ladder on the other side of the... Oh. Okay, yeah, there's a hole right above the thing.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was like, there's got to be a way up.
I'm the king of the world. On the throne like Leo. Right.
Wait, what? There's a hole right above? Where?
I don't know.
Yeah, like, I mean...
Right above. Look
right
up.
above.
Right, no, go back in the train. You silly little goose. And then look up behind you.
I see it now. Okay.
On those crates.
I see it now.
Here, I'm gonna put a bridge here. I have one in my pocket. I put it here just for you. Come on, little guy. Come on, no, yeah. Maybe you should shovel coal with that guy. Honestly, he might. Maybe staying safe back there with him. Maybe he's like
so often where I jump up and they just go to the side sometimes.
Are you playing on controller?
No.
Oh, well then yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm telling you, I have had it happen one other time before when I went to go jump on something and she like just jumped off of it instead of jumping forward. Oh god.
Yeah, for sure.
Why are you being mean?
I'm not. No, I'm just. I believe you. That's the sound of a friend believing
you. Don't believe me.
No, yeah, I changed. I changed.
Yeah.
I changed.
Take down 50 combatants from the order by any means available.
Anyone?
Wow. Oh, hi. What happened?
Thank you.
Oh, this guy?
The guy killed me.
This guy?
You are a danger.
On the Orientation Express. Oh, we can't pick up this silver scrap though, huh? Hold on, let me see. Is there something I can get rid of? No, I need that. I can get rid of this. Okay, drop that. Let's pick up this scrap. What is this for over there? Break down to what? Used in soup recipes? Oh, it's that stuff that the blacksmith is making. Oh no.
That's a lot of guys.
You aren't confident enough to my accuracy skill? Fuck you. What's my accuracy skill? Oh my god, I need two more skill points in that. That sucks. Ah, no, 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 no.
You are dead.
Wow, I couldn't even rev it. Like, rev.
I actually wish I would have remembered to do the death count thing, because I'm pretty sure that's my first death of the day.
Wow, must be nice.
Never happened anytime before this.
Must be nice being amazing.
My first combat death, not...
Must be nice being amazing.
Well, I learned from you.
Oh, wow. Nice save. Beautiful. Briefcase. How come the briefcase is stacked, but these don't stack? Weird.
You died while killing Pink earlier? Yeah, well, that's different. When because I'm a boy.
Oh. For sure.
Yeah, I'm just a boy, right? Like, we're allowed to... What, can't a boy just, you know?
Can a boy just kill a girl?
Yeah, what, this is not America anymore?
God, have they made, like, murder illegal now? Jeez.
Jeez. Region clear, yeah? Is it? Now you're dead for killing my friend. Okay, what do I not need to be carrying? Probably this is a really hard decision to make. Probably not this helmet.
Huh? I can't go.
Book bag. Has really good scrap options. Wood, I'll probably end up needing later. Attempt Moida.
Moida? Okay, so there's an uppies, but there's also an ovaries.
There's an uppie.
And an ovary. Ah! My stuff is all broken. No. My stuff is broken.
I've got my pistol if you have ammo.
I do have ammo.
Oh, I guess I'll drop it. Oh, I'm not confident enough. I thought I also picked up one of those SMGs. Ouch. I'm too heavy. I can't go up the ladder. So I'm just gonna drop this guy.
That's funny. All right.
Yeah, they're like, fuck you, fat ass.
There's another man.
There's a pistol on the ground here. I got a pistol down here. Come down here. I got a pistol.
Okay.
For you.
Okay. I'm coming. Hold on. Okay. Oh, pistol. Thank you. Wait. Okay, thank you. Puppies. Okay, now.
Uppies.
Alright, can I shoot you through here? Or is it gonna be like, you can't shoot it through a grenade? Oh, fuck yeah, I can shoot him. Wait, I shot him the once. What? Fuck you, game. Oh. A train replica? Oh, how cute. That was amazing. Ah! Ah!
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you with a range.
Reloading.
No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
You are a danger to Earth.
There we go. You are a danger to Earth.
You are a danger to Earth.
Yeah, because I don't have the skills to use it. I don't have like the skill points and strength or whatever to use it.
Yeah, you probably just don't know how to turn the safety off.
No, in my the crowbar. I don't have heavy weapons points
Gate
yet.
Cascade Research Facility. Though I struggle to accept the implications, the data gives me no choice. The train's momentum is tied inextricably to the atomic attractions of the region it appears to be passing through, indefinitely. If it were to stop, the limit of the ensuing chaos is at best uncertain, at worst, immense.
Ooh, peas. Yeah, we should pick up those peas and eat them. Or can we just consume them here? How come there's not like a
grinder disc? I don't need.
No, I fucking dropped you. Get away. The implication. Olive Garden Italian. Ooh. Just great value zesty, but yeah, Italian and like it's the Italian is like the seasoning within itself. Like, it's Italian seasoning. What the? What the hell?
What the hell?
What the hell? Six.
Get out of the way because I don't want him to do. Oh wow. Yeah, the fire kind of fucks them up. I just, you got to keep hitting them, because it's fun.
You've taken a journey aboard IS-0138. Yay! Oh, we're back. From outer space. Get it, guys? Do you get it? It's like we like went in like a portal. Exactly.
You move faster for a while thanks to the power of steam.
Uh-huh.
Wait, did you get that?
What? No? What?
I have a buff that says you move faster for a while because of the power of steam on the left side of my
the little choo-choo train. Yeah. Busting. Interstellar omelet.
We had like a weird giant Slender Man monsters that we had to fight off in a neighborhood. Where is that portal? Because I was also wondering, like, why haven't we haven't jumped back in there on accident.
The one that's over here, you mean? In this little area?
God. Oh, things are happening right now.
Yeah, like, did we get the achievement for finishing this one? I feel like we might not have finished this one.
I definitely went the wrong way. Hey man, what's up?
Yeah, we may not have finished this one. I don't remember getting portal entrance not available. Why? It's right here.
She knows the secrets of the sarcophagus, and she will be made to reveal them.
Oh shit, I guess I'll go here. Yeah, I don't know. Did we get the sheet meat for the other one?
Yeah, they're yeah, I believe so.
I don't have one for like doing this. This portal. Does this portal have an end that we just missed somehow? The first one that we went into? These things are so annoying. Probably should be getting their whatchamacallits for cooking, but curious there.
Yes, because we're out of food.
Yep.
Oh, this is also not our home. This looks like a bunch of D guys. Okay, so we both went in different directions and found new stuff, is what I'm hearing.
Assistance.
Where's the carbuncle? And how come the portal entrance isn't available? That's annoying too. I hate those carbuncles. They're like they're just super fucking obnoxious. Like you can hear them, but you can't always see them. Or I can't always see them, I guess.
Fuck you, little bitches. Fuck you. You're bad. Yeah, I would love to go back to my character's bed.
Hate those things. He teleported as he died, apparently. It's funny.
Insufficient metal to repair. That's... What the fuck do you mean? Is it not hooked up on the grid? I thought you were on the grid. Oh, item's not damaged. Okay.
Target.
Oh, that's crazy how quickly we could have made that train station key.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah, like we had everything for that for a while. Did we just have to talk to him and go find that, or we had to talk to him?
He had to give us the recipe, the blueprint or whatever.
Was that from finding the person above the mine then that triggered that? Because
it was when you found
before, right?
Breck or whatever their name
I just wasn't sure what the trigger. So that's why we had all the shit. We were literally just fucking off here for too long.
Yeah.
Geiger counter keychain. That's cute.
Wait, so is this literally... Wait, is this portal literally
crystalline
just a portal
vial.
to go below?
Hank, if you have one of those chains, this reveals the invisible enemies and passively charges your items.
Does what? The what does?
The crystalline vial. We've got everything to make it, but the
That's
chains from the pocket watches, because I died.
Mm.
So I gotta go get mine.
What is an obscure show from your childhood? Remember, but no one else seems to. It was an animated sitcom called Fish Police. My dad and I watched every week. I feel like a lot of my obscure ones, there's always somebody who does know.
Pirates of the Dark Water is one of mine.
Pirates of the Dark Water and the video game that went with it. There's a Pirates of the Dark
Water
Sega Genesis game. Sega Genesis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if I ever played the game, but I think I remember. I knew that it existed.
Hard. It was very difficult. I mean, especially for like my age.
I was so fucking mad that like there was such good world building for that cartoon to get fucking no closure. Like that still to this day makes me like that's such a cool world. I would love to see somebody reopen it, but it's like it's fucking Hanna-Barbera. Like that's so far behind. Like
yeah.
Nobody, I mean, people would be excited for it, but like, I mean, you know, it's one of those things where like they would take a risk on it and put too much money in it because it's like an air quote known IP. The Dungeons and Dragons cartoon is actually pretty good, and a lot of people don't know about that one.
I mean, I remember like in the era of like the Power Rangers and Big Bad Beetleborgs, there was another show that a lot of people don't remember, VR Troopers.
VR Troopers fucked, yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually went on a little kick of watching like YouTube stuff about Tokusatsu or whatever the fuck the Japanese version of that's called. And there were actually a couple more in the US that like I don't remember seeing.
Samurai Cyber Squad, yeah.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that one. There was another one that was real weird too that was like wrestlers, but that were also Power Rangers. I saw like a couple clips of that one, and I would like to track that one down because it seems real weird. I don't know, it's something that's so fun.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, yeah, I did like a lot of the normal, like what was just like on TV.
Ooh, you know what doesn't get talked about? Secret Adventures of Alex Mack.
Oh, I loved Alex Mack. Yeah, she turned into the goo. I loved Alex Mack.
Yeah, like what like that was the most like you would be a fucking D-lister on the X-Men Power, and they fucking gave her a whole TV show on it. It was crazy, but it was great. Please. That was like that was like the gateway to me liking sci-fi, probably.
Yeah, I loved Alex Mack.
Not that far from
and then I'm trying to think. No, it's all good. Don't worry. Well, I can't even think at this point, honestly. There was so many Nickelodeon shows, or like, you know, Fox Kids was a big thing at the time too.
Yeah.
Cartoon Network was like way better at the time. So like, I'm sure they'll come to me. Pete and Pete, and he had the tattoo of the girl.
I fuck with Pete and Pete. He has the tattoo in real life now, little
I'm
Pete.
sure he does.
He's actually he is an awesome person in real life.
I did not expect you to come for me. Thank you.
I was
That's
very
crazy.
close. But yeah, little Pete is actually like
Danny,
a pretty cool person online.
What Danny? What? Fuck.
Danny Tamborelli.
Tamborelli. Yep. Well, oh, I died immediately because he came back. He teleported back. That sucks. Okay, it's fine. Go back to my bed. Go back.
Met a fowl and these things are birds. I guess they have drumsticks. I guess that makes sense.
It's like Salute Your Shorts was another one that was like kind of and then like there was like all the game shows that we hold you in our hearts.
That's my fucking Blue Sky bio, Legend of the Hidden Temple.
But I'm still to this day, I'm 100% convinced I could have done Legends of the Hidden Temple. Like I think if I was on that show, I could have done it. I
don't know. I think Kid Me had more gaps in his knowledge than adult me. Like I feel like now.
I would see somebody do the fucking monkey puzzle, and it would be like, they would like get the head on upside down. I'm like, you're dumb. What are you like? What are you doing? Wasted opportunity.
You wouldn't survive a day at Camp Anawana.
These kids would never make it at Camp Anawana.
You wouldn't last a day in the jungles where they raised me.
And then there was all the cartoons around that same age. Like there was like Hey Arnold and like SpongeBob came out around, I think, around that time.
I remember So Weird. That's
Ren
one I
and
think about
Stimpy,
a lot.
Angry Beavers. Do you guys remember? So do you remember? Like, I think it was a show that had a bunch of little Kablam, I think, and it had like little shows in it.
Yeah,
and there was
that's
the one
where
of, like, the
fucking
action
Meltman's
yes,
from.
Meltman.
I fucking.
Yeah.
Action League Now
Action
actually
League
had a
Now.
very short-lived spin-off.
You can't do that on television. Cat Dog. Hey Dude. Yep. Stinky Diver.
Stinky
Yeah,
Diver.
what was the girl? Oh, shit.
There was I don't remember the naked guy's name, and I think there's two girls, and one like
Thunder Girl. I think it was
like kind of like a knockoff. Thunder Girl, yeah, I think so. That
Something
sounds
like that.
right.
That sounds, yeah, maybe. Yeah, and then there was the
Sounds
game
correct
shows.
enough
So
for
there was
me.
like Guts, Global Guts. There's Figure It Out. There's like Wild and Crazy Kids.
Yeah.
Double Dare. Yep. What else? What else? What else? Legends of the Hidden Temple. Yeah. The Tomb. Is that what you're talking about?
We were talking about that one because you were saying about the monkey. You'd
The
break those
monkey.
kids' little necks.
I would snap their fucking. And then there was
Like
a
a
Where in the World is
dry
Carmen
twig.
San Diego TV show. Where in
I
the
think
world
that
is
probably has
Carmen
something to
San
do
Diego?
with my love of mysterious bitches with big hats, and I never really put that together until today. So I do love those dumb bitch big hats. You know, it's something about them. I see a bitch
Something
wearing a
about
super
bitch
size
in a
hat,
sun
I'm in
hat,
love.
man.
Yeah.
You should go to like the Derby.
The arcade show? Oh yeah, yeah. But then again, with the horse thing, it's probably why I hate the horses. I'm like, I hate you so much, but I like the ladies with hats that show up near you. Life is truly
Camp Kids School.
That was salute your sword.
Salute your shorts, yeah. What's that? Oh, oh. What am I breaking? What is this? Ah, bees! Bees! Bees!
The Clerks animated series is a good deep cut. Oh yeah, you just found the bees down there.
Bees!
Yeah, I don't know how we harvest said bees.
I mean, I just broke their thing. Their nest.
Did you get anything from it?
Well, I just died from the bees, so I'll let you know in a minute when I go pick my shit up. The donkey lips. Do you guys remember Pizza Face from all that?
You've got donkey lips.
The obstacles and they ran through them. Do you mean Guts? Global Guts and Guts? And then there was like Wild and Crazy Kids, I think was another one. Captain Simeon and the Space Monkeys. That one doesn't ring a bell. Double Dare. Double Dare had obstacles too, it's true.
Yeah, no, I don't. That name isn't ringing.
I got a
anything
queen
for me.
bee. I don't know what it does, but I got a queen bee.
Huh.
So maybe we can harvest weird honey? Mutant honey or something?
Oh, no, where did you take the pans with you?
No, they're in one of the things.
Oh, you can't put them in the fridge. That's gross.
Yeah, the fridge literally only lets you put food stuff in it. It's kind of funny.
Okay, yeah, I know you're fairly hungry and you're vomiting, but like, I can't.
Stick
You just
Stickly.
die.
New York City, New York State, 10108.
The
No, I don't
popsicle
remember.
stick, yeah.
I don't remember what you're talking about at all.
I do. And a little popsicle, yeah. A little popsicle stick. I remember being like, that's fucking lazy as hell, dog.
Recess, yeah. All right,
Yeah.
so let's talk about like Fox. So there was like gargoyles, street sharks,
Yeah, Street Sharks. Big Vin Diesel
Goosebumps.
property.
Oh, there was like, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Gargoyles. I know. I was just thinking like other. I mean, when I said
Gargoyles
I meant
goes
other.
hard.
I meant other stuff. Because there was like Animaniacs and
like rap.
Darkwing Duck. I do remember Darkwing Duck.
Darkwing Duck.
Gummy bears. I don't remember gummy bears. Chippendale. I do remember Chippendale.
Is this malnourishment?
Tailspin. I remember Tailspin. Goof Troop. I remember the Goof Troop.
Life is like a hurricane in this dark world. I feed the mystery and rewrite history. DuckTales. Oh woo!
Oh woo! Do you guys remember the Jackie Chan animated show? Was it
Jackie Chan Adventures?
Jackie Chan Adventures?
That show got me into cryptids because of Spring-Heeled Jack.
What else? What else? I mean, there was Avatar, which was, I know it was a little bit later, but Avatar, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone.
Oh,
yeah,
dinosaurs, not the mama. Yep, I remember dinosaurs. Yep. No, Laz, I think me and Wolfie and Nikki and Horseman are all like mid 80s, early 80s babies, so we have just a few more years on you guys.
I remember all of that because I was plopped in front of a TV a lot as a child.
Yeah. What'll we do tonight, Pinky? Same thing we do every night, Brain. No, it's... Yeah, what'll we do tonight, Brain? Same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Yeah. Pinky and the brain. Captain Planet.
Yeah, I don't know how they
Batman
ran some of those shows and
Beyond.
expected me not to be the way
Batman
I am.
Beyond fucked hard.
Like, how do you make a
Bobby's
kid grow up on
World?
Captain
Oh, I remember
Planet and you're
Bobby's
like,
World,
yeah, we're gonna frack.
Oh man, I
But
do
you
remember
made me watch
Bobby's
Captain
World.
Planet when I was growing up. How? What?
And then that one kid was like, love!
What?
Everyone's like, earth, wind, fire, and he's like, love! Nikki,
like,
we've said
his
Legend
shit
of the
worked.
Hidden Temple 17 times. Yes, I could have beaten Legend of the Hidden Temple, I'm telling you. I'm convinced. And then I also I fucked hard with like Nick at Night. So like
Oh yeah, I watched a lot of I Love Lucy.
I Love Lucy, I Dream of Jeannie, Dick Van Dyke, Mary Tyler Moore. I watched a lot of those. I fucked hard. I loved I Dream of Jeannie.
Guess I'm gonna eat this raw food
Clarissa,
and die.
yep. Clarissa and Sabrina. Yeah. There's a lot of Nickelodeon and WB and Cartoon Network and Fox, to be honest. Fox was also Power Rangers, which was my life for a very, very long time. I loved Power Rangers, like something fierce. Oh.
I must
I was like, I
be
couldn't
coming
pick it up.
down with something.
All Real Monsters, yep. Doug. But before it moved from Nick to ABC. Yeah, when Doug went to ABC, it wasn't as good. Yeah, Hey Arnold, Doug, All Real Monsters, Rugrats, Angry Beavers, Cat Dog. I know it's not the same, but like Courage the Cowardly Dog, and the one with the two kids, was it Something in Mandy's?
Billy and Mandy.
Billy
The
and
Grim Adventures
Mandy's.
of Billy and Mandy.
Billy and Mandy,
More
yep.
specific.
Yep.
Tasmania. I remember Tasmania was a very
Blossom,
quickly canceled show.
Whoa. Yeah.
Ooh, Blossom.
Yeah. And then you could even talk about like the adult shows like 90210. Like I was a little young to be watching 90210 when it came out, but like that was a show back then too.
Oh, what's that? What are you, the moving box?
I mean, and then you can go even further into like, and then there was like the Blue's Clues. It's like I was babysitting in like the early 2000s and stuff.
Okay, but like the song still went hard.
Yeah. Dawson's Creek.
Blue do, and we can too.
Blue do, we can too. Exactly. What else? Back to the Future cartoon, the Bill and Ted cartoon. I didn't watch. I knew of their existence, but I didn't watch them. I also watched. There was like Cartoon Network actually played a lot of anime back in the day too. So like that's like Sailor Moon.
Tenchi Muyo.
Yep. Inuyasha. Mobile Suit Gundam. There's so many things that I discovered back then because there was just anime was just so available.
Yeah, we just pop right out, fully formed. Reboot. Oh yeah. Ghost Rider. That was one I watched. I don't think a lot of people watched because of the PBS show. Wishbone.
Wishbone, I remember.
That little bitch ass Caillou.
I remember watching Baywatch with my mom. Xena, Warrior Princess. Samurai Pizza Cats and Sailor Moon. Yep. Sailor Moon was Saturday mornings. Charmed and Xena. Yep. Fraggle Rock. Good call. Yep. Oh, do you guys remember Eureka's Castle? And do you remember Gullah Gullah Island?
Beanie Beanie Pollywog?
Beanie Beanie Pollywog? Gullah Gullah Island and Eureka's Castle were again on Nick Jr., but I remember them.
Was it Eureka's Hidden Castle or just Eureka's Castle?
I think it was Eureka's Hidden Castle. Yeah, I think you might be right. Or was it no Eureka's Castle? I don't remember.
I don't know if I'm getting that mixed up with something else. That's why I was like, I wasn't sure. I was sitting there stewing on it for a minute. I was like, I gotta ask.
I can't remember. Rocco? Oh hell yeah, Rocco! I loved Rocco. Oh my gosh, that's what I learned what a heifer was from Rocco.
Yeah, the cow.
Yeah, and then I also learned the heifer derogatory.
Yeah, which is that's what we don't use anymore, and that's a sign of how much dumber we are as a society.
Turn the page, wash your hands. Turn the page, wash your hands. Oh yeah, Rocco's was fucked up. Ren and Stimpy was also fucked up. My mom heard one. It was the Don't Whiz on the Electric Fence episode of Ren and Stimpy, and my mom was like, "You're not allowed to watch this anymore," and then we were like, "Bet, bet."
That's you.
Care Bears, Teletubbies. Well, Teletubbies was probably a little later too. Damn, I'm really trying to think. Like late 80s. Oh, do you guys remember Gem? Oh, I loved Gem. They remade the movie, and it was not good. Gem was good. Gem and the Holograms. That's what it was. Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. Yep. I remember that very, very, yep. And then wasn't there, I think that there was a Highlander TV show that my mom watched.
Yeah, there was 2 seasons of a Highlander TV show, I believe.
Lamb Chop, yep. This is a song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started playing it and knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it's a song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and friend. There can only be one. Disney used to Disney used to make some banger Disney original movies. Disney Channel, the DComs, Disney Channel original movies.
Yeah.
Laugh Olympics. I don't remember that.
I remember Laugh Olympics. They used to play the oldie cartoons during it, and I think that's when they would play Wacky Racers a bunch.
Paddington.
Which was an older show that I actually really liked, which was a bunch of Hanna-Barbera characters racing each other. And doing goofs and gaffs, obviously.
Even Stevens.
Even Stevens.
Yeah. With Christy Carlson Romano, who I've met.
Huh.
Yeah, I met her at a Comic-Con once. Land of the Lost,
What's
yep. Yeah, I do. I think Land of the Lost had a character named Krista. Do you guys remember Fern Gully, which also had a character named Krista?
3, 2, 1. Reset complete.
No, oh, Neverending Story, I think, traumatized so many of our generation. Wacky races.
Yeah, I think that would. I think my sister's 4 years older than me, so I think that was like that's. I can always tell the like slight age difference because that you're just bracketing it up into my sister's age.
I don't think so. I have to look that up because I actually don't remember. I don't remember. I think it was a different comedian, but I could be wrong. It is Robin Williams. Okay, you were right. Yeah, you were right. It is Batty is Robin Williams. For some reason I was about to say I thought it was Eddie Murphy, but I just was having a brain moment, I think. Yeah.
I thought it was Reese Witherspoon.
No.
I was lying. I didn't think it was Reese Witherspoon.
No, I wasn't saying no. I was saying no to me. Like no. I don't know like what I was thinking. Yeah, no, I know he was Mushu, but for some reason I thought he was somebody else. I thought it was somebody else, but again, just brain fart because I'm an old lady.
Streamer Alzheimer's.
Streamer Alzheimer, old lady Alzheimer. You know, just all the Simers. All the Simers.
He just started attacking me while I was trying to like cough, and it's really upsetting. Because, like, I've already killed 3 of them. Come on, chill.
Okay, we need to start, like... Or I need to start, like, going through some craft. Weapons. The grinder.
Hopefully this guy doesn't notice me.
Miami Vice. Chips. It's an old one. The Monkeys, I remember that shit. My parents used to watch that, and I always remember being like, what the fuck is this?
You need food immediately. How the fuck am I supposed to get food immediately? Is there some in this trash can? You guys won't let me eat people. Keep trying to.
Oof.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Don't feel good at all.
Interesting. Okay.
It is crazy how you'll, like, as a kid think something is important and later be like, oh, no one cares about it. Or, like, at the time... It's very funny to look at, like, the handful of things that have, like, become really popular or, like, just subsisted throughout the years. Like, Power Rangers is one of those ones where, like, I don't know that Power Rangers really has to exist anymore. Like, I don't think it does nearly the numbers it used to. But it is pretty funny that it still does exist.
I was a Power Rangers enjoyer.
Oh yeah, I was a big Power Rangers.
Far too long. Like, I was way too old to still be watching Power Rangers when I was like, all right, I think I'm too old for this now.
I watched a newer Power Rangers like a couple months ago. They still have banger
I don't
seasons.
mean that. I don't mean that. I mean, like, I watched it like on a daily/weekly basis for several years to the point where I was like, I don't think this is meant for me anymore.
It's so crazy that you will say that, and I know that you hold a fucking world record for watching Pirates of the Caribbean: The Black Pearl.
Something doesn't agree with me.
I still love Mighty Morphin up to like Turbo-ish, but other than that,
that's what I mean. Is I like how you're like, yeah, I watched it so much and that was cringe, and it's like, homie, you're just insane. Like. Yeah, like
listen,
not cringe, you're just crazy. Yeah, you're just a little crazy. You're obsessive.
I just like I just enjoy things, you know.
Yeah,
I'm just a thing enjoyer.
Yeah, you're a white girl with BPD. It's fine.
Exactly.
I've met your type before. Called a comfort show. Just a girl in love with a pirate. Yeah, I know.
Under the weather.
Guys,
I'm a little thirsty.
the first one is just so good. Like, how can you deny?
Listen, I get it.
You guys,
I get it more on the
guys
Power Rangers part.
You guys wish that you could watch Pirates of the Caribbean as much as me.
I genuinely, and that is something I'm very jealous of.
It destroys each and every one of you knowing you'll never be able to catch up. You'll never be able to catch up.
That's the one that really gets me, is the catch up, not the. Yeah. No, it's the actual being able to put something on that often. Like the noise repetition would be like nails on a chalkboard.
Okay, so to be completely honest and like this, like straight up, like no more jokes. I put it on to go to sleep because of the repetition, where it gets to the point where like, if I'm,
yeah, that makes sense.
if I've gotten to a point in the movie and that I'm still like hearing and I'm awake and I'm like acknowledging that then I know that I'm too far gone and I'm not falling asleep tonight. Like, it's like,
yeah,
I can put it on and I'm usually asleep like before Jack gets out of jail. Like, you know, but if I don't put it on, I'll have a hard time falling asleep.
I'm gonna need you to quit shooting me. I'm just a little guy.
The basketball one that followed Saved by the Bell in a while.
Oh, the One Tree Hill? No, there was something before One Tree Hill. The One Tree Hill copied with the basketball underlying themes, I think. I might make that up. Mitch is One Tree Hill. Who knows?
I mean, I know One Tree Hill, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. That was later.
Yeah,
that was like
Scott,
early 2000s.
whatever.
Chad Michael Murray.
Yeah. What a fucking, what a guy. Is he still out there?
In the 2000s, people had 3 names. That's how cool they were. Hang Time. I don't remember that.
Do you
remember?
Okay, so
let's talk about some good Disney Channel original movies.
What about Page Master?
Like, Page Master. That was such a good movie, dude. I loved Page Master, man. And then there was.
Great movie for children of abuse. You get to hide away in a book. Yeah, that one definitely.
Page Master was Page Master, and that was Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
All right. So then there's like Disney Channel original movies. So there's like Cadet Kelly, and there's like Luck of the Irish. And
that shit. Okay, so it's crazy how they laundered shit like Cadet Kelly, which is just like pretty blatant military propaganda for children. Like, man.
There was the
Brink
surf
was a
one.
banger.
There was the surf one too. I distinctly remember it because, and this is a deep dive Pinxel lore. I've made the conscious decision to not have children, but at the time, when I was like 13, I would like pick out names for my kids. So I had a bunch of like really cute and unique names for all my kids because I had the name Krista in 1985 and nobody had fucking heard of it. And I didn't have cool things like pencils and erasers, and I didn't have cool things with my name on it. So I was like, my kids are also not gonna have fucking names that are gonna make sense.
So I, like, when I said you were crazy earlier,
shit.
I'm doubling down on that.
Anyways, so that movie, that Disney Channel original movie with the surfing that I can't remember the name of, the love interest in that, his name was Kona because it took place in Hawaii. And I remember, I was like, I love that name and I want to name my son Kona because it's Hawaiian for king.
I'm gonna name my child Coffee. God.
It's Kona. I know there is Kona coffee, but it's different. It's Hawaiian. Kona.
For coffee.
But it's Kona coffee, yeah.
No. Kona means coffee.
No, it didn't. In that movie, he was like, it means king.
Is there a bathroom nearby?
No, that's Kahuna.
No. No, it's not. Stop. Guys, don't listen. Don't listen to him.
Kona is the name of a sunny district on Hawaii Island with its largest town, Kaului Kona. Kaului Kona, Hawaii derives the meaning of Kailua. So it's like it's like Chihuahua.
No,
like Chihuahua cheese is where the cheese is from, not where the dog is from. Well, maybe where the dog is from.
Rip
but the
Girl!
cheese is named.
Yes, I think it was Rip Girl.
Wait, hold on. Can we just circle back to you were mad that you didn't have your name on erasers, and you decided I'm gonna have kids one day and fucking hate them so they can't have their name on erasers?
Guys, wait, no, hold on, stop, Paul. You can make fun of me in a second, but we have to have a conversation about the fact that the kid who played Kona, that I was like, I'm gonna name my son Kona.
Is it Chad Michael Murray?
Bran Stark from Game of Thrones.
That's funny. Horse sense. I don't know horse sense from nonsense.
Wait, no, it's not. I think that they just fucked it up. I think the kid's name was actually, I think the actor's name was actually Brian Stark, and they just put a picture of Bran Stark. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's definitely this kid.
Pretty funny.
It's definitely this kid. I was like, there's no way I don't even think that kid was alive when this movie came out. His name is actually Brian Stark. That's so funny. Speedway Junkie. Rip Girls, that's the one.
Trying to be the
and then there was the one, there was the ice skating one. Then there was the one with the two sisters, like one of them was like sporty and like they had to like replace like each other or like switch each other. Like one was like a cheerleader and one was like sporty. And then there was the racing one where the brother was the racer, but the girl was actually better, so she cut her hair short and she took his place and she like won the race, and then she like takes her thing off and she's like, I'm a girl.
It's so crazy that those movies somehow destroyed everything. There's like a single domino falling and some guy with a little dick ruining the rest of our lives.
Oh god.
He saw that girl race in that Disney movie and he decided no more. 30 years they won't even be able to vote.
Oh god.
There's a through line. I know there is. Actually, a lot of it comes from Ted Turner dying. Ted Turner of Turner Broadcasting was the one who ran, I think it was Cartoon Network. But he's I believe he was the reason why we got more like of the Captain Planet side of stuff and like the Mr. Rogers side of stuff. Where it was like quasi-educational, and after he died, it was just the Murdochs who owned Fox and the other two families. Yeah, TBS, and they just started slopping everything. That's why we have nothing but slop now.
I might be telling it wrong. It was definitely a channel, a movie.
He personally had the hand in Captain Planet.
Or maybe in the two twins who played like volleyball, or two twins who played like soccer or something?
I can just think of the song from One Tree Hill right now. That's all I have for you, Pink. I don't.
Gosh. All right, after this one, I have to do a few things. I have to pee, which means she's gonna wake up, which means I have to let her pee, and then I have to get tissues. My nose is literally like running so bad. I don't know why.
You better go fucking catch it.
You better go catch it. Can you get, oh, I'll just wait, I guess.
What do you need?
Twitches?
I got you. I'm right here.
Oh, it's done. It's okay. It's literally just finished. It finished as you came over here.
Listen, I got it. I'm a team player. I know,
you're doing so good. I appreciate it.
I'm doing so team hydrated. Nothing urgent. I still have yet to have to poop.
Wow, I have to poop right now, actually, my character. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, my
in a couple
character
minutes,
has never pooped. What is my dry skin? Yeah, I'm very dry. Oh, that was a bad one to take. +3 with melee. Painfully obvious. You attract enemy attention 45% faster than others. Yeah, that's good. Fanny pack. Oh man, I should have pissed first. I should have pissed before Pink even thought to piss. That way I wouldn't have to entertain chat. Because that's what I'm here for now. What are we doing, Nikki? I have a Twitches tattoo. Ted Turner's still alive? Why did I think Ted Turner dying had something to do with it? Did his family sell everything off? Or what did CBS get sold off? Turner's pension. He founded CNN. Media. In '82, Schofield was succeeded as CEO by Turner. I thought it had something to do with him leaving. Yeah. So, Turner Broadcasting merged with Time Warner. Turner as vice chairman of Time Warner. He was dropped by the CEO, remained vice chairman, succeeded in 2001. AOL. So it looks like he just kind of moved around a bunch. He lost $7 billion when the stock collapsed in the wake of the merger. When asked about buying back his former assets, he replied, "I can't afford them now." Yeah, Rupert Murdoch bought it. Well, that's the fucking. Sorry, they made a bid in 2014. But yeah, so he got fucked on his shares. I think he got fucked on his shares. Oh, let's look at the collapse. I think he got hit with the collapse with some shit that like today wouldn't, like, the value wouldn't have collapsed. God. Fucking over here like, yeah, let me pull this Ted Turner article up from 2008. I'm over here wondering why people my streams have slowly become me doing old man shit, like researching where Ted Turner went. Alright, Time Life Building, Time Magazine's up to Watch Button CNN. Former company, yeah. Turner lost the vast majority of his fortune and given away most of the rest. He intends to make fresh billions by investing in clean energy. God damn it. God damn it. Well, he's probably not poor now, right? But yeah, so the AOL merger killed it, and then he lost all of his money. Here's how you know he's a good person. Here's how you, thank God it's Friday on, was that ABC or NBC? Here's how you know he's a good person. On June 24th, 1999, Vince McMahon stayed on Late Night with Conan and O'Brien. All I'll say about Ted, he's a son of a bitch. Other than that, he's probably not a bad guy, but I don't like him. Yeah, because Vince McMahon's a piece of shit. Yeah, so it looks like he, Oh. I mean, how fucking old are you, big dog? Oh, he's from Ohio. Let's go. He's 86. Yeah, big dog. I mean, like, I wouldn't want that at 86. Great. That's only 4 years older than my grandma.
What was on TGIF, Nikki? Do you remember? I remember TGIF, but I can't remember what was on it.
Two guys, a girl at the pizza shop.
Two guys, a girl. Where Ryan Reynolds, I think, got his start. If you guys don't remember that.
No, he was on Goosebumps.
Was he?
Yeah.
But I think he definitely, like, that was like a big breakthrough for him. Boy Meets World. Yep.
It might have been Are You Afraid of the Dark? Is he Canadian?
Yeah.
Then I think it might have been Are You Afraid of the Dark, because that was filmed in
Canada.
Canadian. Yeah, I had to think about it. Actually, Goosebumps might have been filmed in Canada too because it was a Nickelodeon. Because Nickelodeon, I'm almost 100% sure was a Canadian venture.
Quest markers that are not showing up. Full House. I remember Full House. Yeah.
I'm a three-year-old. Now you're ramming a bit.
Oh yeah, what do I need to make the other armor? Like the legs and the...
I already used all that stuff, so we don't have any more.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I think we need cable is what we need to make it. I think we have everything but the high density cable. Not the one you craft, the spool. To get the 5.
I have 5. Okay, I just made the legs. You're a dirty liar face. No, they weren't Canadian, but they filmed a lot in Canada because of the tax breaks, which is the same reason why, like, the CW films everything in Canada. Lannis Morissette was married to Ryan Reynolds for a minute. Actually. Step by step. Step by step. Day by day. Synchronation. No, I need to go tram access now. Dave Coulier? No, I think she dated Dave Coulier as well, but yeah, because I think what you call it song was written about him. But yeah, she married Ryan Reynolds for a hot minute, or was with Ryan Reynolds for a minute. He was also with a squalid.
Oh, she's gotta be fucking
Alanis?
And crazy to boot. Yeah, I go down and you win a theater.
Yeah.
That's Dave Coulier.
Yeah, it was written about him.
That Dave Coulier got some sloppy toppy in the theater. Confirmed.
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 Wow.
There they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was right. I know. And then he was with he married Scarlett Johansson for like, I don't know, like 2 years or some bullshit or some shit. And then he got with Blake.
There also, speaking of Kevin Smith, there was the very short-lived Clerks animated series that's only 6 episodes long. That was the same time as Two Guys, a Girl in a Pizza Parlor. I think it was on TGI Fridays, but they only aired 2 episodes.
Wild, but there's only 2 episodes.
Yeah, it's like, so the story was that Kevin Smith was in an elevator and they were talking about how they were going to cancel the show and didn't realize it was him because they didn't give a fuck about the show. So like he got out of there for the meeting where they were canceling it and they were like, oh.
Oops. Store won't budge, huh?
Show's canceled.
Let's go down.
Sister. Yeah, that's
yeah,
and then they
and
spun off Smart Guy from that.
Mm-hmm. I might be stuck. I don't know how to get out of here. Hold on, over here maybe? Unstick. Here we go. Oh wait, it's gonna like not even get my stuff back. It's not like an actual unstuck. It's a death. I'm like actually stuck though. Hold on, maybe. Okay, no. Oh, okay, I made it. I made it. I don't know why there's these ladders here then. That one's a dead end. So where does that lead? It's below. Sabrina and dinosaurs with TGF hanging with Mr. Cooper. What else?
Sorry, my headphones fucked up.
Oh, you are fine. We're still talking about nostalgia.
Love the old pudding pops. So, like, I didn't watch the Cosby Show. It was the Fresh Prince era, I feel like.
Fresh Prince, yeah.
I also somehow missed most of the Muppets media except for Muppet Kids, which I think I was far too old for. It was the only Muppets thing I remember being on TV.
Clueless. Got it started on TGF. I really feel like I've covered the majority of them, but I'm sure there's so many more.
Me? I'm 34.
You had to think
Yeah,
about
I
it.
just turned 34. I was born in 91.
Home Improvement,
I'm a little thirsty.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know. It's one of those things. My birthday, you know, it's fine. This year wasn't as like notable of one. I feel like when I turn 35, then I'll lock back in. But like 34, like who gives a shit about 34? It's like I'm something. You know? I have all the stuff here to craft the thing to see the invisible guys. Okay.
Good, because this guy is fucking with me right now.
I have been 41 for almost a month. Yeah, I'm like a pretty happy 34, I would say. Like I don't have a lot of complaints about like how my body feels or the aging process so far. But like my joints and stuff went to shit pretty early because of like everyone in my family's arthritis and carpal tunnel and shit. So it's like the general pain has always been there. You know, but like oh, yeah, that definitely, that can always be shitty. It's like, yeah, the whole start of this year of my life is ass. Patch upgrade. That. Well, I'm gonna make some ammo and then come join you in the murder.
Okay. Please do. He's pissing me off. Because I have to turn my flashlight on to see in the mines. And he's invisible, so it doesn't help at all. Likes to run off.
You didn't tape your flashlight to your gun yet?
What?
Like, the gun I gave you has a flashlight on it if you hit V. It's a pistol with a flashlight.
Well, I have to go back and get my shit now, so, like... Doesn't help
Yeah,
me.
you can put it in the upgrade bench, Goofy.
Oh, I didn't know.
You can make a new thing, and you get. Yeah, I still eat push-up ice cream when I can. Yeah. Yeah. I get it all the time. One of my favorite ice creams. I'm doing it so good, Floral. Welcome in. Can we just go straight up? I miss you too, Floral. I was just saying that recently. I'm like, I feel like everyone I know has been so busy lately.
Got him. Did I? Wait, no? What?
Yeah, no, I'm a big. Instacart's a great place to start for searches like that, because then you can like pick out where the food is, and then you know where to go.
This way. Since you're gonna be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a portal underwater in here. Ooh. It's crazy. What's this?
Yeah. Yeah, you're in multi-chat, so you're sharing with the class. And you've already volunteered, Plural. And so far, Pink's been grosser than my chat.
What? I've never been gross.
I said that was directly targeted at you.
I've never been gross. That's what I said. I've never been gross. Like I don't know what you're talking
the bar's
about.
pretty high. Writing a news story, here's the line, like, war knows not how to rage, where I stand. What are you writing? Who are you writing this for? Who are you?
I'm laughing at Floral. I'm laughing at Dirge's reaction.
You're like a 23-year-old woman. You're not a 14-year-old boy. Why do you write like this? I heard that Dragon Ball Z Linkin Park AMV and had me feeling different. People don't really understand me no more. Say that, I
think exactly. I want to go in this underwater portal that I think is probably very dangerous and probably not a good idea, but...
You know what's worse? I'm 25.
YOLO.
Oh. That's one of those times where, like, I feel like I just aged.
Authorized personnel. I'm authorized personnel. Wait, what? What?
Is it a love story?
It's up here?
Yeah, for 14-year-old boys.
The kid and I would starve to death. I know. People are like charging way too much for nostalgia. They're like, oh, you want this thing from your childhood? Get ready to pay like $500.
Yeah, $10 million.
Yeah.
And a kidney.
People selling it are like, yeah, no, I know you want it. Hi, who are you?
I'm just
oh, we've already been found apparently.
If the blacksmith can make the parts to fix the electron pumps, we'll blow the Synchrotron to Kingdom Come.
I'll steal your water, though.
A little extreme, perhaps. But clearly, the rules have changed, and I don't hear any better plans.
Okay, well, you don't need to be so mean about it, okay? Alright, how come my, like, quest markers are gone? Do I have to turn this back on or something? Might have maps. Locate a map. Okay, what's this? The train.
Ow, dude. Don't quit dying.
Office. Flathel. Flathill. Flathel. I'm so fucking stupid.
You're Flathel?
It's fine. It's Flathill. Flathel. It's all good, guys. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, no, but for real,
yeah,
like,
buddy?
how come my quest markers are not here?
Why don't you figure it out family style? Like that, a little callback. Damn, bro. I'll take a hit for all of you.
Come on, guys,
like
don't
really
be
enjoy it.
mean to me.
Just
You
a
have no
girl.
proof that any of that ever happened.
What'd you do?
Nothing.
Chat, clue me in. I can't see with my eyes. You're my eyes, chat.
Okay, so can we make a flow control module?
Did you find that place that I talked about yesterday where the thing goes? There's one by us that we need to make.
I'm in the mines.
Yeah, I think that's how we get the acid drained. Let me see, flow.
No. So we need to figure out how to make a flow control module in 2 places now?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, can I drive this? No, how come there's none of the forklifts I can drive? It's wooed. It's dark as fuck in here.
You turn on your flashlight with the V button.
I have it on, but that's like it's dark as fuck in here. I'm not certified. True, bestie, so true.
Yeah, that's true.
So true, bestie, so true.
That would actually be a funny perk, is like if every other vehicle in the game was available to you unless you took forklift
Like,
certified at the
because
beginning.
there's the different classes
one
you
of the
can
first
take
perks.
too, yeah.
That would be funny.
Alright, hold on. I guess I need to go back. How do I get in here? I thought I hacked something. That's not what this hack is for. That was the store. Yeah, I'm confused why my quest markers are gone. Like I had objectives to go to and now they're not on my not on my screen anymore. Like I have like the objectives up in the corner but not the dots on my screen.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, I've never had those dots. If I do, I haven't noticed them.
Well, when you get close to them, they come up, but I
Must
thought
be far then.
No, I thought okay. I thought when I got to the mine the first time, the dots were there. I don't know. I guess they're not. I guess you're right. I guess you're right, Dirge. I guess I'm just stupid. Oh, a charging station, eh?
Safety rating of this sector is now -4. Please exit this sector via the main surface tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
Alright, so
we need a potato.
A potato?
There's literally an item called the Spuddy, which is increase item drop rates. A small potato with a chain on it. It's one of the trinkets. The potato has now become the most valuable item in the game.
True. Alright, so okay, so there's 2 things we need. So we need the cable, which was the what? The high, the fuck.
Bringing some shit down.
There was the cable, the cord. The fuck, we still can't make it. There's the cable we need, and then what's the thing I just said? The flow.
Yeah.
The flow
yeah,
meter.
life goes on.
The flow meter.
The will.
We gotta meter the flow.
I'll make sure to make the thing to see the invisible guys. If not, I can make you one.
Added marketplace to their website. Ew. Okay, so my gun is broken and I don't know how to repair. We have to get the thing from the guy. Can't make them ourselves. Apparently I'm too stupid to use this. Right, I guess I'll go back to the mines. What the fuck is this? Dirge, what's this?
What do you mean, what's what?
Do you not see this?
Hold on. What's where?
Just come to me.
Yeah, so I don't know who he is.
He's the moving box.
Yeah, he popped up earlier with some shit that I dropped, and I don't know if he just picks up like our loose drops to make sure that like we don't lose items, which I think is like a really fun way to deal.
Follow us now?
I don't know, to be honest.
It kind of looks that way.
Cause like I don't know, he's very slow, so I think like.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much good he's gonna do. Come on, sir. Let's go. To the mines. Their version of Companion Cube? I don't know, but he's very slow.
Hey, never mind.
Huh.
I feel like you went a longer way. I don't know. Maybe that's a shorter
Wait,
way.
what? What's the longer way? What's a better way?
I'm feeling a little snacky.
We have the surface area tunnel open, don't we?
I don't. What? Where are you?
I'll meet you where you're going.
But where did you go?
Okay.
That's faster.
Well, I don't know if it's faster because now I just realized that like it might not even be the same area. I might just be. I just might be in a different place.
I don't know now. All right, I'll keep going this way, I guess. I don't know. I might be in the wrong place.
Oh,
too.
I think you're going. Yeah, no. I have no idea where I'm at now. Okay. Like 82 guys like to spawn over here, so.
Oh, I guess that way might be faster, but I don't remember where that leads to. I'll go in that way next time. Okay, so green pump. It's got to be here. This has to be the green pump, right? Green. I'm just gonna follow this green tube. Are you gonna give me a waypoint or anything? Like, that's not what the fuck this is? Fuck you, game. Yes, that's what this is. Flow control module. So how are we supposed to fix the pumps without the flow control module? We need to be learning it from somebody, I think, or finding it.
Yep, that's what I reckon. I'm in a precarious position. Oh man, all of my years of stalker gameplay are really coming in handy here. Holy shit, man! You're like a fucking playing Halo 3 against these guys now. What? Didn't expect you to hop on the crate. No, you don't belong over there. What? Where are you guys coming from?
We've been here. Checking old mines. Okay. That doesn't open that side.
Yactus.
So the recipe has to be down here somewhere.
guys not dropping meat? No. That's bio scrap. I don't think it's like that.
Give me the tactical lean. God, I would kill for a tactical lean in this game. Ah!
So check-ins here. Right. Oh, mines. So... Oh, there's a portal there. Oh, maybe I'll get it from that? How do you get there, though?
Itchy foot. Itchy foot.
Do I have to build something to bring me up there? 'Cause there's a portal up there, and I can't get up there.
There's rope ladders and ramps and
Oh, we have a rope
all
ladder.
kinds of treats. You don't have one?
No.
Oh no.
No. Can you bring me one? You don't have
No.
I know you don't have to do that anyway.
No, I wasn't gonna. I got 2 dead bodies I gotta get to.
No, I can't.
And I love you, but I got my own demons to fight right now. This is very much. I feel like how any cooperative game has always ended up between like me, you, and Broseph. It's like, yeah, sorry, buddy.
I'm literally not going to.
But how much? Like, I've got my stuff to do.
I could do that, but I am not
listen.
going to.
Yeah, I've got all this. Quit shooties! No shooties! Ow! Or like the fact, like, I think I might actually be running to the mine and not my bodies right now on accident, so I might see you anyways, but it's not going to be helpful.
Why do you not have a thing on you?
Yep. No, God, no. I got some construction lights that I was going to bring down to the mine for you.
Okay.
I got those.
How come you can't craft, like, in your pockets?
You can, just not everything. You have to make the table first, and the table takes wood and duct tape and other stuff, and it's, wow, it is a lot, you know? Because I had the same thought you did yesterday, and that's when the stuff started moving.
That's what I'm saying, like, there's not even, like, a few things you can craft in your pockets.
You pretty much have to, yeah, we need, like, a respawn over here.
Well, there is the respawn over here in the mine.
Yeah, that's probably like the mine respawn, or you keep your old respawn and then move your bed over here. I guess what I assume the meta is, unless there's like some secret, you know, a third thing.
Okay, so this is here. Okay, so this. Let's see if this way's faster. So that goes down, and then this goes this way. So is this way faster? Yeah, is that Dirge lighting people on fire over there?
What do you mean? That's not. Oh wait, yeah, probably. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? So I guess, I mean, it's probably the same either way.
Yeah, probably. Get.
Alright, so let me...
You definitely should not be alive after that. Okay, I shot you. Good, too. Like, very good. You fucking sucked, man. Wow, you had, like, a whole fucking thing going on, and it was horrible. Your vibe was fucking atrocious.
Your whole thing is terrible, and you should feel terrible.
Yeah. You have chose poorly. I didn't even have my flashlight on. Holy, that thing's bright. Does give away your position very, very big, though.
Yeah. That's why I was like, yeah, I can fucking see you.
They will be right up in your shit if they see you.
Well, I mean, it depends on the AI in this game, too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure that AI is that smart. I could be wrong.
It's... Well, neither of us use the stealth.
What are you talking about?
Like,
I
know
crouch,
it's...
like, literally all the time.
Have you been? Also, chat, you never told me what Pink did, that Pink won't tell me what it was.
Oh, I literally mispronounced something, like, and you didn't hear it, so I don't know what else to tell you. I mispronounced something really bad.
Oh.
And I realized how I was supposed to be saying it, and I was like, wow, that's horrible that I just did that.
Oh.
So, I don't know, it's in the map. There's a place called Flat Hill, and I said Flathel.
Flathel? Oh yeah, I was just going along with that guy. I just thought we were making a joke about the Pokemon.
No, I was saying Flathel.
Flatfee.
Like I thought it was flat.
Flathel.
Flath, like TH was the. So Flathel.
Sometimes you gotta Flathel. You gotta, you know, like it's back on the old days on the internet. You don't want to look up a blue Flathel, you know. Everyone's got a little Flathel trouble every now and then. These guys better have stayed dead.
Wait, this doesn't even work? What the hell? How do these work?
Yeah, well, and also, again, without a direct pronunciation, you don't know because you don't live in this world. Like, maybe canned peas, which I just picked up, you don't pronounce how we do. It's canand.
Canoned. Yeah.
You know, you never know. A lot of people don't know. That's what I always be saying.
A lot of people don't know.
Nobody tells you you're wrong, you might as well be right.
Okay, so apparently I have to come back again because the fucking rope thing doesn't work. Like, and I don't know how else to build anything. Yeah,
Be a great place for a rope.
Sure.
You know what would be cool?
Hmm.
If you could craft from your pocket.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Such a funny person to have as a friend.
God. Yeah, you can. You just have to build a thing and do the thing and...
Oh yeah, this area is great. They've got tons of food, pots, crowbars.
Wait, where the fuck are you?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, there's a place where I wanna go.
Uh-huh. Tell me more.
It's the other way when I went the way that I thought you were going the wrong way.
Wait, come back. Turn around. Wait, I see you. How do I get to you? Wait, I see you.
It's just up. Oh god, it's just up the forge path. You just get the forge path. I'm getting.
I saw you. I saw your purple. Like looked by.
Your bones are fine? No, my character's bones are most certainly not fine, game. My bones are very soft and battered.
What? There's a man with the sniper. Why did you not get Sniper Man?
Oh, he just respawned then, because I just took that. I literally, yeah, that place is hell. By the way, welcome to hell. Oh yeah, I'm seeing the shot getting levied at you. Holy.
Hi, I'm bleeding.
What's up?
Can I have a bandage?
I have one. I got a splint. I don't got a bandage. If you have cloth, you can make that in your inventory. I have cloth, bandage.
I'm bleeding out.
Yeah. I got you. Drop it on the ground. Hello. There you go.
I'm
You're bleeding out like that. Oh. Oh, we definitely need to craft that rope. Cause look, can you? Oh, you.
I literally before I was like doing it.
Oh wait, hold on.
No, I can check it at the mines. I'm
Can
right
I
here.
do that from up here? I can make the rope from here.
I used the rope.
did
I have the
just-
rope. I have the rope, and it wouldn't work for what I was trying to do. So like, I can give it to you.
I
in a
think
second.
yeah, because we can drop one down here, and that's
Oh, you have
way
to go
closer.
down. You can't throw it up.
Hi, Pink. Do you know how gravity works?
Yes, but you can throw a rope thing with a hook, which
It's
is
not
what
a
it looks
grappling
like.
hook rope. It's just a rope.
No, but it physically has a hook. When you look at it, it has a hook. Look, when you're
the hook
literally
made
when
of
you're looking at the
cloth.
item, it has a hook.
It does kind of look like a grappling hook, but it says place on ledges to create a downward
I didn't
slide.
read it. I just got the one that was already crafted.
I too.
See, it does look like a grab. Thank you. I'm not that stupid.
Reading the card explains the card. I'm sorry. I love you so much. I'm being so mean. I get pissed.
Why
This is
do
usually
you
me who's
hate
doing
me?
this. I love you so much.
I know. I'm just saying, like, when you're physically looking at the crafted item, it has a hook on it, and I was like, oh, you can just apply it to things.
Car door, hook, hand, man. Yeah, I got it. I get it. I know exactly where you're coming from.
Especially because, like, I've played other games where you literally can throw them up onto things, and they... Oh, hello, hook. I hook. I'm a hooker.
Huh?
I'm a hooker. Hi, can I have what's inside?
What do you need?
With you? Wait, can I go that way? Okay. Wait, where was I? This way? Definitely this way. This way?
Okay.
Dirge purple over there? Okay, so that's Dirge. It's okay, so then how do we...
Oh, my forklift?
No, how do I get back to where my body just was? It's on the
Oh,
other
over here.
side.
Come here. Come here. It's over here. Over here! Follow my forklift.
Thanks! There's a sniper over there,
Well,
so be careful.
Oh, no, yeah, they can't hit me in the forklift unless they do.
You can hit me. You... Oh my god, you can knock me!
Did I hit you? Oh man, video games are so fun to play with your friend.
You killed me!
Wait, hold on. We have to match this up against the fucking 7 Days to Die clip of car murder.
And then also the other clip of Pal World as well, where you let me fucking get charged to death right in front of you too. Oh my god. I can't believe you hit me and knocked me against the window, which broke the window, and then you hit me a second time, which launched me out of the window. God.
There's a pattern kind of use. Yeah, but it's not from like a specific one of us. Pigs definitely murdered me with a car a few of times.
I feel like it's been a mutual murdering back and forth.
Yeah, because the 7 Days to Die one was Pink's exploding cars that for no one else would explode, but as soon as Pink would hit fucking anything, it was game over.
I don't understand why all of the cars that I drove were super sensitive and just exploded all the time. But anytime I was right here. But
yeah,
anytime
I literally
drove...
held it down, and then I saw you in the distance. I was like, "Fuck me."
God.
I gotta repair my gun sickle, anyways.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, how do I get my shit from when you killed me here? Oh, perfect, right here. Okay. How do I get to this one now? No, see, it's on this side. Wait, what? Why is it here?
Don't worry about it.
Wait, where's my other one? Is that the only one?
I'll tell you when you're older.
Yeah, that's the only other. Yeah, that's the only one. Okay, cool.
You should only have one yet, because you're probably running back without anything in your bag the second time.
Yeah. Okay.
I really feel like we have actively made decisions on how we play this game that are just... I don't know if we're trying to do things too stupid or too fast.
I think we make excellent decisions and we have superior problem-solving skills.
Oh wow, I like the way you phrase that. If I ever decide that they have to send me into the workforce again, I'm gonna ask for your help on my resume, because like, wow, you got those nice words.
Can you help me?
Pig got pummeled to death.
I did, by the sniper.
You two fail to work together enough? Yeah, but like, who's to say that we believe you? Who made you the boss? We work together great. Ask us.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Big W hours.
Big dubs.
I got no.
Wait,
I got no dead bodies.
Are you by the base? Are you close to the base? Like, can you build some ramps?
No, I just got
maybe?
the bodies back.
I need to build ramps.
Why don't you bring a crafting bench over here?
I'm not smart.
No, I'm saying like now, because didn't you just die?
Yeah, but I'm still in the
The
mines.
boss to step up and take charge. I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad who stepped up.
Okay, what do I need for a crafting bench? Tape. Okay.
I think if you just bring over a phone, I can build one. I have everything else. Do I have a phone now?
Pipe here. No.
I kind of wish though that like maybe like alternate recipes for stuff like the crafting bench. So it's like, oh, maybe like by biome if you have to keep making them. Then a power. Oh wait, no, I just need a power supply and pipe. That should be something I can make.
I have a
right?
pipe.
Yeah, cloth scrap. Military electronics. Oh yeah, they want you to build one over here. Yeah, there's the tech scrap. All right, here you go. But whatever, get out of here. Broken glass. Nobody cares about you. I need tech scrap.
Balls to step up and take charge. Yeah, true. It's true, bestie.
Headstrong. Take
So true,
on
bestie.
anyone. Why not take you on?
Oh my god, the forklift is still beeping.
I think it'll be fine. Power supply. Why does none of this shit have a power supply?
How is he hitting me through this stuff? Alright, so, sir.
Oh, I got you. I'm actually standing next to you.
I literally bandaged though. How did I still bleed out? Yeah. Okay, get him. He should be close to being dead.
Oh, okay. But I'm bleeding to death right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
got him.
good.
They respawn though.
Wonder if you could put something down to prevent them from respawning.
I think if you build your base here, that's you know that's
like
also
a crafting
part of it.
bench.
Because I wonder about those chests.
Yeah, a crafting bench might
you are
be
bleeding.
the deciding factor there.
Oh yeah. I lived. I'm him.
You are him. You're so him.
I'm him. I'm a himbo.
You're
so
a himbo, yeah.
Yeah. That's. God, no, that'd be nice. I wish I was, you know, because like I think I need like a couple more blows to the head. I guess there are probably some smart himbos, some smimbos. I feel like that's not really, you know.
Schmimbos, yeah.
I feel like that's not really, you know.
Did you put a crafting bench?
I need pipe.
Your pipe.
Yeah, I need to do some pipe.
Your pipe.
Where are you?
Here.
Yeah. Okay. And I need the power supply, which I think
I don't have that. There's power here, power socket. Socket.
Yeah, but I need the it's the little white thing with the cord on. I don't know if we can get it from. Is it from breaking? Bench.
This is a good place to camp up. There's a bathroom in here.
Yeah, I literally was gonna say that.
Break. I wish we
took
could
the
break
words
this other stuff.
right out. Okay, where the fuck do we get a power supply? Advanced electronics. I broke down all those computers.
Some computers.
There's so many computers in these things, and they all broke down. There might be a couple more to break down. Maybe there's one in here I'm not seeing it. Plastic scraps. XOR heart that I dropped to make room. Coil. Plastic scraps. Glass.
Ooh.
The fuck? Oh. Hey, little guy. Yeah, I don't want any of that shit that I threw on the ground, but thanks. Oh, there's the pipe spawn right there. Oh, I can put all this shit in here. Hold on. Some of this trash in here. Wait, I mean, I'll just go back to the base on my little guy.
I pushed the button. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. I didn't know what it did.
Wait, with what button?
The recall button.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Oh, okay, good.
Did it let you drive it afterwards?
I didn't try.
No?
I just pushed the button and it appeared in front of me, and I was like, oh, oops.
I mean, the last time I was only down the hallway because I tried, like, I accidentally almost murdered you with it in real life.
Hmm. It is true. You did almost murder me.
This is how I died last time before because I didn't realize there was a second sniper. Because that's not the only sniper.
Oh no, he's definitely not. He's definitely not. Alright, let me see. Can I start breaking any of, like, can you break any of this down? Like this you can package. Can I can't break any of that down though. That's annoying as shit.
Don't worry, coming through. Yeah, I wish you could break down this shit that's currently in my way.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have my screwdriver and you can't break any of this. Can't break it with the pipe wrench either, which I thought was the other one. Sucks. Some of these places would be great to, like, live.
Yeah.
Well, I can move the cot. There you go.
Okay, wait. Oh, before I do this, I should drop a rope ladder down. There's a couple. Oh shit! I should actually. That's another place we should do this. Okay, then that goes. Quit doing that. You're not getting no sips of water. Okay, and so the rope ladder's across the way that we needed, right?
I have the rope ladder. Do you need it?
No. I mean, we can put a second one down that way. On the ramp side, because that way we won't have to fight through the building if they respawn. That's what I was thinking, but...
Yes, he knows how to use the rope.
Yeah, well, I can't craft from my pocket, but I think I can use a rope. Oh yeah, they all respawned.
This is a new morning.
Oh, pink. As soon as I rounded that corner, too.
No, go away. Okay, let's see.
This is gonna drive me insane.
They're just trying to break the stuff I put down. That's kind of funny.
No, yeah, they immediately do. That part I do like.
I don't want bench recipes. I want to uncheck that. Like I want stuff I can make in my inventory in my pocket. You can make duct tape. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool.
Don't you worry, little guy. I just created my own fucking shortcut to blow your fucking head off. Don't you worry.
Okay, so I can make those on my own. So now I just have to figure out how I got there and how to get back there.
Wait, are you back at the base?
No, I'm still like in the regular place.
Okay. Okay. I was gonna say because I just opened up a new shortcut.
Oh, no.
Not like an in-game shortcut, but hopefully.
Wait, where did the other one go?
Hopefully.
Weird.
The rope material is too weak to be climbed. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm going to find who made this game and I'm going to kill you.
Oh, you can't climb it. You can only go. Is it? You can only go down it.
I don't care if I break my fucking legs. Sorry, the game dev, you're great. I'm not gonna murder you in real life.
I'm not actually gonna murder you. I want to, but I'm not going to.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not.
It's kitten playing the cat that. Oh my gosh, it's banging against the door. That's funny.
I bet your armor is probably broken because mine's all shattered.
Just one of mine is.
Shit is fucked.
Ooh. Oh, you charged that shit. Those assholes are back.
We gotta scrap something down to metal.
Adversary. Now they're Japanese, apparently. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's a me. I don't know. You need to drop some loot. Shut the fuck up. You don't. Know me. Oh, how overweight am I? Oh, yeah. That's just a few pounds. That's just a couple pounds between friends. I'm more than 30 pounds overweight in real life, and I don't bitch about it as much as this video game character. But I can't walk good. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, me either. Pick it up with someone else. Who gives a fuck?
This way. And then here.
I like that the game started giving me strength EXP even though I'm overweight because it's like, yeah, well, you're being silly.
You're just being silly at this point. So this way. Okay, this way. Now.
You tried to use that rope ladder. Kitten. Kitten. Where their mittens. Or you should be like Turbo Dad. Like, I am sorry. I have shot you. Oh, you know what I'm not gonna have?
Why did you try to jump there?
You know what I'm not gonna fucking have?
What?
A screwdriver.
Why are you not jumping? I don't understand.
The humble screwdriver. I literally just dropped down everything we need in the computer room. Just to have it down and out of my pocket so I'm not overweight. I'm gonna scream. Well, maybe you can package it once it's set. And then...
Oh my god, gamer. Okay, will this have the recipe I need? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Rid of you.
Hope your friends like their grenades in your mouth, you bitches.
Okay. Dog photo frame. Oh my god, we need it. Okay. This? What have I found? Open. Take. Interesting. I want this dog photo though, so sacrifices must be made. I guess we don't need none of those. Okay. Right, so where does this go? Can I go across here? Yes, but this isn't open, okay. Oh. Okay, come on.
Astonishing.
Did you just get that achievement that I just got?
Nope.
Oh, okay, damn. Quarter is important, I know, that's why I picked it up. Before I go in there, let's see. Can't open this door, but there's a computer in there, so... Gosh, go away. There's a ladder there. Where does that go? Up. This is the out? No. The in. Okay, that's the in. Okay, so. This way, this way. This way. Wait, no, it's a circle. There's no recipe in here? So what's the fucking point of this? Did I miss something?
Many such are saying. Can you just, like, fucking actually reload your gun, you putz? Put the sniper back again? Fuck yeah, dude. I wanted this to be harder. My dick only gets... Never mind.
Okay, well I wasted a bunch of time making it here because, like, this is nothing. Other than the crash test dummy, which I can't pick up, right? I don't pick it up, I just interact with it. Yeah, I just interact with it. Okay. Right, well, I guess that's it. I was hoping the recipe was in here and that's why this was important.
Oh, lol. Oh, hey, moving box. Yeah, sure, man. I'll take all this stuff. That's fine. Thanks, buddy.
There's really nothing. Okay. Well, guess I'll go back up the ladder and leave. Crazy that there's nothing, and I can't go through these doors.
Entities, the moving box.
Entities.
Where is that? That's not an entity.
That's a big bummer.
Big butt myrrh.
Big butt myrrh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we still need the recipe for the filter, not the filter, the flow pump. So it's unless one of the people that talks to us gives it. What was that? What is this? Oh, I go really slow in here. Wait, no, come back. What? There's a blue glowing thing on the wall, like a rune or something.
Huh.
That just beat a boss or something? Nith the Gluttonous? What is this? Do I hit it? Do I do something with it? What do I do with this? What is that? Excuse me.
No, I don't want the military cot, you fuck. I want the pieces that make it up. I literally need one piece of cloth, and I am going to lose my mind. Oh, you put it in your little mouthy, Mr. Guy? Yeah, that's fine. I just watched him eat the cots that I had on the ground. You can eat a fat cot, you know? Your mom, I'm quite thirsty.
That way and then this way? Ew. Was that like quicksand or something? Ah, what just hit me? Oh my god. Dirge.
Yeah.
So I went further into the mine, and
How'd that work out for you?
There's a giant worm that's just like going through the mine.
Oh.
Yeah. Wait. Is this a crossover with fucking Core Keeper?
Could be. Don't know.
This is a crossover with Core Keeper. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly. Yep, that's literally exactly what this is. This is a crossover with Core Keeper.
Huh. Oh, I'm gonna fucking scream. I had my screwdriver on me the whole time. Hey, little buddy, can you get out of there? Yeah, thank you.
Thou hast awakened us. Cool. Requires core fragment. Yeah, this is a Core Keeper fucking crossover. That's wild. Oh look, now there's the quest markers. That's wild.
I've got a crafting bench up in hell.
Okay. That's crazy, because for a second, when I got hit with that bug in the, like, I was about to be like, that's... looks like the bug from Core Keeper, but I was like, no, no, no. Let's keep going. And then I saw the wall moving, and I was like, wait a second. That also looks like Core Keeper. I was like, let's keep going. And sure the fuck enough. There's a Core Keeper core in here, like, clearly.
I'm over here.
You son of a bitch, you probably have one fucking hit left, and I'm so far in this mine. I'm so far in this mine.
Well, not anymore.
No, I know.
You know what I mean, my dead friend?
Yeah.
By a pest? You got killed by a pest? By the little guy?
No, the big guy, the one that stands up.
The death message said the little guy's the one that killed you.
Well, I can promise you he did not. You can go back and look if you want.
I mean, Mr. Video Games, wild ride.
No, the other one's a larva, by the way. The little
Why
ones
does it
are
say
larva.
pest meat when you kill the little guy?
Because it's still a pest, but it's a larva. It's a baby.
Oh, woke.
Totally.
Alright, anyways.
Okay. Now to go all the way back.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
DrJMcB forgot about gravity. Oops, there
Listen,
goes gravity.
I became rabbit. Oh no, my super tomato died!
Alright, I don't know where else to look for this fucking recipe. Do we have to talk to those people more?
You might have to go talk to the guy, yeah.
Most of what I need's around here somewhere, but you might need to go a little.
That's something we can oh yeah, well that's because we haven't
map, if you know what I mean.
We can trade him a fire proximity suit, an optic lens.
Wait, we need the fiber optic cable.
Yeah, so I think we have to trade him for the other shit first.
Okay.
And that's probably gonna unlock recipes because we have shit for brains.
Wait, he has
recipes? He has stuff that's gonna unlock recipes. So like there's this oil can from the thing, and that's gonna unlock an item that we don't have from anywhere else. So I'm assuming that's gonna unlock.
Maybe, probably, hopefully.
Yeah, diode, buy one. Nothing. You're gonna give me nothing on that one? Alright. Trade. Cement. That's probably not gonna unlock anything, I don't think. Let's get the lens. Where is I have to put that. Screws, we need metal.
Where does this tram go? Stop shooting at me.
No shooties.
No shooty, please. Oh, that's weird. Whoa.
Huh. What does this bozo need? For the lens, what was I saying?
Interesting.
Oh wow. What was here? It's very fascinating.
Hmm. Interesting. But that goes all the way over here. Okay. I don't want to go back. Or do I? I want to go back this way. So there's another tram this way. Okay, so they only go one direction. Makes sense, I suppose. Makes sense, I suppose. I don't like this weird, like, anti-gravity thing that these guys have.
Weird what?
Some of the lifts, like, have, like, anti-gravity. Like, these tracks are not connected in a couple places, and you just, like, float through them.
Science.
Science. Magic. To be fair, we are, like, currently fighting, like, aliens and extraterrestrial beasts, so, you know.
It happens, normie stuff.
Right. Where does all this end up? Oh, man, hold on.
Your science will not save you.
Science will not save you.
Dr. Tenku appears to have made a breakthrough, but we've had false starts before.
Are you gonna give me a thing that I need? Oh, here we go.
I almost can't believe it. Tenku has discovered a new kind of bosonic matter, a sort of negative
coworker,
and in so doing,
New idea: makeshift headlamp, makeshift binoculars.
Exactly what this means for research here at Cascade is unclear. We are charting new territory and making new discoveries almost daily. I feel we have passed through the looking glass.
Yeah, I think we need the fiber optic cable, whatever he wants for it. He's not telling.
Okay, so I just found an email that talks about something called rock larks, and the picture is the like the weird employees that crawl out and ask for food.
Oh.
Yeah. So they're not people, I guess? Okay, so it doesn't go anywhere. That's the tram. Yo, somebody better give me goddamn fucking recipe.
I'm going in the lava. I've got a lava suit. I'm going in the lava.
We've got a lava suit?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Where'd you get a lava suit?
Yeah, I'm different now. I'm a different man.
You're just built different, I guess. Alright, let's go this way then. Let's see. If there's any other...
Hello, do you have more to say?
If the blacksmith can make the parts to fix the electron pumps, we'll blow the synchrotron to kingdom come. A little extreme, perhaps, but clearly the rules have changed, and I don't hear any better plans. I'll be sorry to sacrifice that beautiful machine, but we're past worrying about property damage.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say it.
Why feel
I'm not going to say
Why?
I told you so.
What?
Because there was nothing at the end of the lava. It was a hole, and also it didn't protect me from lava damage. It protects me from heat damage. I haven't taken heat damage from anything.
So this is the office.
You know what? Also, I think there's stuff that we probably could make by maybe using the test tubes on stuff. Maybe we can use it to put water in there and that'll unlock new recipes, or blood.
Blood? Where do you get blood from?
I don't know. Maybe using it on stuff. I'm just spitballing here. I haven't tried to have a test tube in my inventory for anything.
So pretty much we're at a standstill until we can figure out how to make these things. So we can't repair the pumps. We can't.
I mean, I still think that there's probably
but
stuff.
wait, we can we can figure out how to get the fiber optic cable from him, and we can repair that other thing.
That means we're missing an item. There's an item spawn we're missing, or a portal. You found that evil portal.
Yeah, but they're literally like it just leads to an office that's full of like paper. Like there was no recipe in there, which I was really hoping.
Well, yeah, I think with a little bit of love and a lot of cooperation,
yeah,
we'll make it. I also, again, I built a whole fucking thing over there and then fucking died.
Yeah, the yellow pump. Okay, yes, Dirge. The yellow pump is the one that needs the cable. So once we fix the yellow pump, yeah, then we can probably do the green and the red. Okay, so we need the cable. I just put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have to trade with that guy. That way, I guess.
Under attack? What's under attack?
Our base, probably one of them.
Well, that is where all of our stuff is, yeah.
I think it goes where our bed is.
Oh, reinforced. Oh, wait, what the fuck is that new crafting thing?
Okay, okay,
makeshift
okay.
binoculars.
I could definitely eat.
This is how we get back on track. Right, so what does the blacksmith need? Question marks, right?
They ain't getting in here.
Okay. Fiber optic cable. You haven't
careful,
discovered this item. Okay.
The cleaners are gonna
I have the
enough
axle
on
grease,
their
air
hands.
compressor,
Look at
steel
me.
cable. We
Okay.
have all of this. We just don't have whatever this question mark is. We have the optic lens, axle grease I picked up, air compressor maybe.
I built one already.
Metal scrap security bot. Like we have all of these. We have everything other than with the. All right, I'm fucking. I don't want to look shit up, but like.
I think we're just missing an entrance to something, would be my guess.
Okay, hold on. Let me just. Oh, we need to make solder, which is, I think, the silver in the pan. All right, let me see. Where did I put the silver scraps? Here. Oh my gosh, pan. Okay, I was like, no, do we not have a pan? You were not about to say solder. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call absolute bullshit on that. Not just like regular. Got a snack? So wait, what about the snack boys? Am I supposed to give them snack?
Oh, I just said that they're like not humans. I don't know if that means give them snacks or not.
You won't eat that. You won't eat the gross meat?
Back here, sir. Don't want to. Need to get some water. Water, please. There's a... yeah, here we go. Yes. Okay. Oh, power's back on. Beautiful. Yeah, especially because when I picked it up, it says, used in one soup recipe. And I was like, interesting. Okay, so it's water and silver. But what else would you add to it? Possibly.
Water. Big gummies.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're probably right.
I usually am. Probably something to do with maybe this portal over here that I've been ignoring.
Oh, go in it then.
Well, I think I did at one point. I can't remember what's in there. That's probably the place you went with the thing. Maybe. Maybe not. You know.
Select item. Silver? Uncooked killer soup. More item? I don't think that's right.
Yeah. Okay, that's up and over that way. That's over there, which we've decided is nothing. This is where my little jerky boy was.
Oh, it's silver and metal scrap. Which apparently I don't fucking have. Okay, hold on.
Oh, hey, look, a vent.
Do we not have metal
like,
scrap? Break some stuff down, man.
I break down the anvils because we have a bunch of extra ones. They break down to 20.
Okay, so how do Do I just wait? Yeah, it says uncooked solder. Yeah, okay. Cool.
When did I last eat?
I'm about to make some soup, bitch. Not gonna taste very good, but I'll make
Goop
it anyway.
soup, bitch.
Goop soup. Yeah, making solder apparently. I don't know. I'm just gonna wait it out. I'm gonna probably order some Taco Bell, honestly.
You think they'll have solder?
I hope so. I'm looking on the menu right now.
Oh, I'm doing some real hood rat shit over here, Pink. I'm doing some real hood rat shit.
Oh yeah? Are you gonna die? Do you need help, or are you just like...
I just don't know where this is. I don't know where this is ending up. I don't know where this adventure I've just set myself out on
I don't like...
leads me, and that's okay.
Okay, okay. Raw silver in a pot of stove for a while. So it says it's uncooked, so like, do I just... how long do I leave it for? This is a long ass time.
Wait, you don't... I mean,
it says uncooked solder, like, it says it.
Cooked solder goes into a gun.
Right.
Like, isn't cook... don't you only cook it whenever it gets superheated to use it?
I'm just telling you that I looked it up, and I looked up the
No,
recipe.
no. I'm trying to... Well, yeah, I get that. What I'm saying, like, my lot... Like, is it telling you to cook it, or, like to cook it, or is it, like, telling you that, like, it's a thing?
Yes, I looked it up. To make solder, you put silver, which I picked up, and metal scrap into a pot of water, and you let it cook. Now it says... It literally says uncooked solder, like, on the... Like, physically on the screen, it says uncooked solder. But I don't know how, like, do I just have to keep letting it go, is what I'm saying. Like, it must just, like, keep going.
Does it show a cook time on the wiki or whatever?
Oh, hold on the wiki. I didn't look on the wiki, I was looking on Reddit. Yes, we've created for melting silver and metal in a cooking pot. Guess I just, like, I guess I literally just leave it. It's about 5 minutes, it says. Yeah, it says if it's not working, try unpacking and repacking your stove or cycling its power. You'll know when it's done when there's a lid on the pot. Okay, so I'll just leave it for a few minutes. I'll order some Taco Bell. Oh, there it is. Solder. I didn't unlock anything? Okay, I'll go give it to this dude. Hello? Trade? You haven't discovered this item. Scoop
Get
up.
fucked.
Got it. Got it. I got it. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Most
now.
of what I need is around here somewhere.
Yes.
But you might need to go
Bye.
a little further
Got it.
afield.
Got it. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna go over here because I'm probably gonna die of hunger or something first.
So look around the tram station, because it's more than just a bus stop.
Yeah, sure.
Best of luck.
I wonder if it's like a piece of furniture.
What?
What he wants, because I mean, it could literally be anything. It could be a packaged piece of furniture we haven't picked up.
Well, I just gave it. It's the solder he wanted.
Oh. I thought he was saying in the thing that he needed,
No,
needed
so I gave him
more.
the solder and he gave me the cable, which now I'm gonna go fix this thing.
Hop on board the Cascade.
Excuse me, don't mind me. Goodbye. Okay. So that pump is done. What does that do, though? Ooh, this goes here. Just turns on, that's it. Okay, so now, is there more recipes we need to learn? There must be, because of the solder.
Does that also do something?
Healing briefcase. Okay.
I want to know how to open
Paint?
these
I don't
security
care about
crates.
Paint. Okay, so the solder really only unlocked paint and the healing briefcase. And the cable didn't unlock anything else. Interesting. So what does the blacksmith want then? He said look around the tram station because it's not just a tram station or some shit like that.
It could be even this abstract mountains painting I just found.
It could be, you're right.
It could be.
I hope it is. So we can progress. Alright, I'm gonna go talk to the blacksmith again, I guess. Replay the conversation. Okay, what do you need again?
They ain't getting in here anytime soon. You gotta be careful, okay? The cleaners are gonna have enough on their hands. Look after yourself, okay? Frake wants to blow a hole in the floor. She's too smart for her own good sometimes. But what choice we got? I can trade you parts to fix the pumps, sure. But there's a couple things I need first. Price of doing business. Because Frake ain't the only one with plans. I'll buzz the list. One
You want to
more
let us
thing.
in on your little
You're
plan
gonna
there,
have to
guy?
Unlock the tram station too. One of Frake's people said there's a gateway in there. If that portal leads where I think it does, some of what's on that list is on the other side. I'll give you specs for a tram key.
Okay, so okay.
Should open the station right up.
So whatever's in the thing, okay. Now, so trade. There's nothing new here. The fiber optic cable was something we needed.
The guy who's back in the bathroom, or like any of the people that are back in the beginning. Like the security guard and the other guy. They might have dialogue. Oh, I looped myself like the hit movie Looper.
Okay. Now.
Okay, well, this one does not in fact go anywhere of importance.
Okay, but why am I holding this? Okay. So
That's a quick way down from up there, I
how
guess.
do we get the
That's
flow thing then?
Most of what I need's around here somewhere, but you might need to go a little.
That's so
further
fucked up. That
afield.
is.
There's places that ain't on the map, if you know what I mean. So look around the tram station, because it's more than just a bus stop.
Okay, I get it,
Best
sir.
of luck.
Sure. I get it, sir. Sure.
Oh, so wait, that the tram station more than a bus stop. Is he referring to the alternate world where the first alternate world area we went to?
He
Maybe.
said there's something he wants in there.
Offside the map, yeah.
Right, we need steel cable.
And you dead-ended in the mine because I still haven't even gone down there one shot.
Uh-uh.
Oh, you haven't dead-ended the mine?
No, there's so many places to go in there.
You were looking. Oh, you sneaky, sneaky little guy. I want like a fucking little hover scooter or something, so I can go up and down these little areas I keep finding.
We need to find some of the steel cable.
I mean, it's all upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
No, like I literally took it. I think it's all upstairs, and I put a chest up there and everything.
Okay.
Over at that other thing. I think there might be some over there.
Okay. We have to build it there and then come back here and give it to the blacksmith, I guess. Well, not that.
That's just. I'm just assuming that there's some over there. By the way, I mean you can see if anything breaks down over here and do it.
Does anything? Did the military electronics break down or anything? Could that be handy? Computers. Okay, that's the green pump. It's funny that now my quest markers are back. Remember I said I had little markers and you're like, I've never had them.
I got a forged chest plate that I can scrap down. That's
Need food.
We have a fiber optic cable in here.
Oh, okay. Go trade it to the blacksmith for One of the two, it's like the relay or the lens or something.
Oh, there's a relay and a lens upstairs too.
You gotta be careful.
The diode and the optic lens, is that what you mean we were looking for?
So
Yeah, those
do
are
you
upstairs.
have the recipe already?
No, I just grabbed the other stuff.
No, right, when you picked those up, did you unlock the recipe for the flow thing?
The flow thing? No, I don't believe so. No, it doesn't look like it.
Well, you have to probably do it still.
I just picked up the fiber optics. That would have been the last piece I would have had to pick up.
No, the fiber optics you trade for one of the two pieces, but if we have the two pieces upstairs, then they're
Yeah,
upstairs.
that's what I'm saying. I've already had them in my inventory. The two that you trade him. I got them, and then I went, oh, there's one that we don't have, we haven't even seen the item for. And that's when I said we have to explore more, and then that's when you made the solder. And I believe here we are. Oh no, Pink died from the hunger problem.
Yeah, I did. What?
Pink,
Come
don't
on,
do
invisible guy,
that.
stop. Come on, invisible bro.
Did you not make the invisible finder?
No, I did not. I make the Inviso Finder. Because I'm a silly goose. Because I'm just a silly goose. Oh my god, I can't get up. I can't get up! There we go. Where'd you go? Wow, we will. Oh, thank you for breaking my legs on the way.
Thanks for being a friend.
CRT TV. So 2 copies of Jurassic Park. Definitely gonna move to election. I'm doing to do the Children of the Corn. Kind of cool to have the VHS, yeah. Collect this item. It's a collector's item.
Oh, now my character finally has to poop. That's crazy. It took 2 full in-game days. Have that looked at, buddy.
The encroachment. Run. Ooh, I made it then. Didn't get hit with it that time. This is crazy in here. This is straight up Terraria, or not Terraria, Porekeeper.
We pooping.
So Lordy coming, where is he? Shit, I need somewhere to go. Just for a second, use my weapon, so I guess not, because I don't have one, because I can't pick it up. So we're just running. Wait, what's this
Just
door?
running.
Oh, there's a door. Open this door. Open. Can't open from this side, okay. There we go. No. 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 No, little babies, no.
Hey, take a look around. It's a free facility. Kinda, but you got better places to be, right?
Lots of bugs. Lots of bugs.
You put on the have a nice night, Daisy. I hope you get some good sleep.
Gross. I know it's a core keeper crossover, which I guess it is cool, but like why? No. Can I squeeze? No.
Quit shooting me.
Oh, thank you.
Very rude.
Ooh, see, there's another thing that I don't understand. Hello? Can I talk to you? Hello? Hello? Yo, chill out. Let me go in this portal. No, come on! Dude. Dude! That's so fucked up right now.
Assistance.
Oh, you know what I finally made that we've never made before?
What?
The healing items.
Oh,
that we've been able to make the whole time.
I've made a couple, yeah. I can't believe the two of them came and pinned me over there. That's so fucked up. I have to go so far back now. Out of my way. Oh no, it's actually not that far because I just unlocked the shortcut back.
Da, da, da. You saved the day for yourself. Wow.
Kind of. What's this? It's not open from the side.
I saw the sign. Opened up my eyes, I saw the sign.
Invisible dude there. Okay, so that's that.
Really not shooting at me. Oh, you fuckstick.
Wait, is this is a fast travel, like in Core Keeper, question mark? Am I going to get... Sandworm I can dune? Yeah, it's like a big goopy worm, because it's like leaving behind its little goops. Which are slowing me down. See those like orange goopies? Yeah, thanks for pushing me in though. Appreciate that.
Oh, I didn't even get to push you in this time.
Nope, no you didn't.
That's horseshit. That's horseshit and I hate it. Sounds like you really don't like horses. No, it's one of those things. Like I'm an animal lover. I wouldn't like punch a horse in the face, but part of me kind of, you know, like I wonder, would I not punch a horse in the face?
I think that just brings me back there. What?
I'd punch a horse.
What was the point of that then?
You're feeling a bit punchy and you need to rest soon? Shut up. Don't say stuff like that to me. Wait, they just take the thing with the stuff, the solder thing?
Huh?
They just take the fiber optics? Like, how did we fix the one?
The one was just the fiber optic, yeah.
Okay.
And then the other one, the other two need the flow thing, which I just Googled. I literally just looked it up, and it says, you need the diode and the optic lens. You get it from the blacksmith.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think if I had to respec my character, I would give them big poopies and big sleebies, because those mini games you can actually play. And you don't have to like have a resource.
What? Yeah, a optic lens, a diode, and a fiber optic cable. I'm so confused.
I'm so confused. This robot's blowing a fuse. I'm so confused. Okay.
I like literally just don't know. I mean, leg injury from what?
From what, bitch? Who are you talking to? A robot on here? I gotta smoke a robot or two.
Probably build like a ramp there. A little easier.
I built a ramp. To defeat a scaly scamp, I built a ramp.
Oh, we've got a rad storm apparently. Wow, brown paint you make with shit. That's kind of disgusting.
I mean, in real life, paints are usually paints and flavors come from some pretty fucking gross places.
That's true, actually, and I hate that. It's true, and I hate it.
Yeah, dude, you had a little bit of radiation. I got you some pills. Quit being a bitch. Quit being a big baby. It's just a little radiation.
Honestly.
Like, you're
You're
fine.
embarrassing yourself.
You're right, you're better than this.
Adversa.
I could probably also put all this radioactive food away.
Yeah,
that would probably help me earn
make a big
storm.
difference in this. Yeah, in this storm here. I'm not giving me myself.
It'd be funny. I don't know if they had different biomes. Like if I went back and it was like, yeah, we're fine over here.
Okay, so it's deceiving. It doesn't tell you what you need for the other two, it just says fix the fuel pump. So you literally just need these things, which is what I have, so.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Little
spent all this time trying to solve a puzzle that wasn't a puzzle?
Yep, correct.
Well, yeah, you're a silly little goose.
Oh yeah, no, me. Definitely me.
Well, I wasn't trying to solve the puzzle. I was doing my own thing.
Yeah, no, you did it. You're amazing.
I basically solved it by not doing anything.
Mm-hmm. So I said you're a gamer.
Inaction is the best action.
Inaction is the best action, correct. So I have the feeling if this is a this is a Core Keeper reference, I have the feeling we're gonna have to beat this worm. Oh. Here. Andy. Grab this.
Ooh, rather off color.
Sir. Do I kill you? You have a thing in your head. No, you're not being affected. Okay. Interesting.
Something doesn't agree with me.
There's the bug.
I feel the up. Fucking yeah, I mean even the bozo over here is like, yeah, I've still got items you haven't discovered. The security guard.
Really?
He's got to trade for a stapler, and apparently we haven't seen the item. And it's like, well, I can't imagine unless stapler comes back late game as like a thing we would need to farm. I can't, like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But
so he has something that if we give him a stapler, he'll give to us that we haven't discovered yet.
no, there's an item that we haven't seen yet that he still is willing to take, is what I mean. So like he's got unseen shit, which leads me to believe that there might be an item or even in this area that we could have just space cadeted on.
Fuck. It scared the piss out of me.
You think I need food immediately, but actually my plan is to just die.
There's two of you now, that's cool. So it's up there. Is it this way? Where? Wait, didn't I put... I thought there was a charging machine like really close to here that I put my other thing in.
I need liquid.
You've been exposed to radiation and feel nauseous. Tell me something new.
Hi guys, do you have any water left in here? You do. Amazing. Get back.
Oof, I don't feel good at all.
You're dying from hunger. Shut up. It's just because you won't stop vomiting. You're not going to need anything when you're dead.
Oof, I don't
You're not
feel
going to
good
need
at
very
all.
much here soon.
What do I do, like, in this fucking rad storm, though?
Don't feel good at all.
Yeah, I think the only thing to do is put on the rad suit and just deal with the thirst.
What you get? What you get? Oh, just Taco Bell. Nothing fancy.
Yeah, I'm about to go too.
Let's go here. She's had a few accidents, but for the most part, she's doing very good. I'm actually very, very proud of how quickly she has kind of picked up.
It's always a good sign.
Like, potty time is always right after she wakes up. You know? Because she's a puppy and she's a napper right now. Yes, 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 I see. I'm not looking for you, though.
I have a banana, you haven't been eating.
No.
Hey.
The chair just sat there. I did eat.
No, banana.
Sure, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen them in a little bit.
I was just like flashing them and like, I see you. They would like run away.
Oh, yeah. On the opposite end of the universe, pretty much. That's it doesn't really matter.
I just allowed myself to perish in here. So. Oh, alright.
As we do.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you gotta do.
Oh, fuck you.
Over there, here? Oh, I would just follow these pipes, huh? A?
Hey?
This seems like definitely progression, okay. Okay, that's a lift.
Preliminary note on IS-091. At this point, details are inconclusive. We've dispatched a research team to Indonesia to gather field data, with a view to bringing in a trans-recon unit and possible gatekeeper support for capture, should it come to that.
Another random button, which says what? Interesting. I don't know what that button does. Wait a second. No? Okay.
Your time will come.
Oh, come on. There we go.
Is this like what, 2 days of radiation now? It feels like. Was this through the night?
I am distinctly
I don't know,
under the
man,
weather.
I'm getting a little tired of it, to be honest.
I'm so sick of scromiting.
Something doesn't agree with me. Some water would be good.
Listen, just don't die before I get here, okay? Hello?
I have to admit, you surprised me. I had to come and see this for myself. You gonna do the honors?
Yeah. I fucking did all the work.
I might have opened a black hole.
I remember when I was like walking around the area we were in, and you were like, "Oh my god, you did this without me. You're a monster."
I like didn't know.
I'm collapsing the universe over here. Oh my god, is that the upside down?
How did I know that everything that I had been doing was a trick and that she was using me to destroy the universe? How could I have known?
Oh, well. It's like, isn't that the part of Half-Life 1?
How could I have known?
What the G-Man was doing, now that I think about it.
I'm just saying, there's absolutely no way I could have known. There were no signs leading up to this. A complete shock and a surprise. Ooh, steel cable. We needed that for something, but we don't really need that anymore. So. Oh, what? Perfect. You're in a safe space, relatively speaking.
All things considered.
All things considered. Get some sleepies, apparently. And my character needs to fucking eat again. All this bitch does is eat. All she ever does is eat.
You just hungry.
She's
trying to get thick.
She's trying to get thick?
Yeah, trying to get sturdy.
Sturdy? Yeah, I prefer that.
Over thick? Yeah, sturdy sounds better.
Let's go with that. When people are like, ew, you're ugly and you're fat, I'm like, I'm sturdy and ugly, thank you.
I am a sturdy workhorse, and I'll have you know.
Oh my god. It made it home, guys, after all this time.
I have to eat.
Oh wait, I'm dying. I might as well wait. With hunger.
You're dying.
Mm-hmm. Of hunger. Remember, like, a couple weeks ago when we played and we're like, there's food everywhere. We're never hungry.
Well, we weren't going very far, were we?
Liquid.
True that.
I feel like we barely scratched the surface when we started this.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because, like, I mean, there's still a lot of room for other characters to have trade systems and guns and, like, the leveling.
No, thank you, sir. I'm about to just pass away in my sleep the way I want to go. That's exactly how I want to go in my sleep.
Dying of hunger in my sleep.
With that noise, too.
Yeah. It's my dream. It kind of always has been.
Yeah. It's the best way to go, you know?
Yeah, dying of hunger in your sleep.
Uh-huh.
We're looking for antiverse gems, refined carbon, all this other shit that I can see that's unlocked now that you probably found in that other world.
Primary illumination in this sector will be ceasing shortly. Have a safe and successful evening.
Safe and successful evening. Has definitely occurred.
Yeah. I don't know. How else you can describe it? I don't know how.
I don't know either. Oh, wait, I need weapons. I need new, better weapons.
You happen to bring back any cable, didn't you?
No.
Omega lol cable.
No, but we should go find some, and we should go see if we can find the next place, the labs. But
Okay.
I need weapon. I need a weapon of any fucking sort. Come on. Sure. Oh, lights. Come on, rude. Come on, rude.
Rude. Yep, there's that hazmat suit. Wow.
I would.
Oh, even when we know how to have high enough accuracy, we won't be able to fire those. We need a special armor too.
Wait, really? That's crazy. There's so many. There's so many men.
Many men. And they really fucked up our fridge over here.
Yeah. They just been chilling, fucking with our livelihood over here.
No, I think there's one behind the fridge. Yeah, just smashing it for the last like 10 minutes. We've both been over here. Yeah, stop. Did you just explode? I heard an explosion.
Oh no, men. Oh, okay. Like, chill the fuck out, sir.
Stop!
Alright, the labs. How do we get to the labs?
Wouldn't we normally just take the tram over? Not how we've unlocked like every area so far.
Oh, maybe.
We unlocked the tram key, right? So like, isn't that another area?
Well, we unlocked the tram station, and then yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know where that is. TBH.
Okay.
That was sometime before you set off the black hole that
I did not mean to set off the black hole.
Also,
There's a woman, and she was like, "Hey," and I was like, "Hey." She's like, "We should do this." And I was like,
This
"Wait."
really sounds like more of something that would be used to trip Brosif than you. I saw a pretty lady. Oh, good. Now you can die and come back home and show me how to get all this cool stuff.
Hey, I'm home. Hi, honey. I'm home.
Do you need bevies? I have lots of bevies. I'm gonna make some healies before we go. Okay. You want half of these?
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
Yeah.
Warning. The safety
Okay,
rating of this sector is now
there we go.
-4.
Thank you.
Please exit.
And then do you want some bevies? Because I killed a bunch of robots earlier.
Ooh.
Tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
I need to eat before we go. Consume. Dangerous radiation when ingested. Oh, okay. I guess I probably should have read that with my eyes. Where'd you go?
I'm literally just charging my flashlight. I'll be a minute. Charging my flashlight. That's fast. Holy shit. You really should just wait for the charging instead of walking away. Meaning me, obviously.
Yeah, it's like 2 seconds.
Alright, you ate? You good?
Yep, I am as good as I'm gonna get, I think. I shat, I slept, I ate, I got spare thirst, I got heals. I have 1 bandage.
So you're on fire. Like, just perish. Oh, I just like curb stomped him. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to waste our time. Okay, so
Yeah.
I went this way. And I did all this stuff.
Okay, yeah.
And I was exploring the mines. And then I went... over here. There's a man, I gotta be careful. An invisible man.
I have the anti-invisible token thing on, so hopefully they'll pop up.
Okay, here's the tram station. This is what he was talking about. Here's the tram station.
Okay.
So we can go in here, and there's dudes in here.
Oh yeah, I've walked over here by somewhere else.
Because this is okay. So here's the tram. I've activated the tram. So here's the tram. Okay, so this way. Has to be the labs. No, I did this before, and it doesn't go to the labs. It goes back to the offices.
Have you done backwards then?
No. Do we even go the other way? Let's see. Move tramp. Okay. But I think that they're set up where they only go in a certain direction. Okay, so wait for this. Yeah, see, there's no other way to go. Alright, so then this way, move. Yeah, it doesn't go that way.
Oh, wait, what about that portal down there?
Yeah, we did that one already. Yeah, we did that one.
Okay.
Alright, so this goes back to the office.
I was just running through the office. I didn't go back in that other area.
But look at the journal. See, the map looks like it looks like it continues through manufacturing west.
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell.
Okay, wait, the train possible resources. Why does the train list the oh, that's like because it's
that's the portal we went in, right?
Okay, Marion possible resources, Warren possible resources. Yeah, so we're not resource locked, I think. We are
we just have to find
item locked.
No, we just have to find where we're going.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, this is literally the other side of there. So then, okay, so now what happens if I continue to go this way?
Wait, hold on. If this is the other side of there, that means then we haven't been on this side. We've been on that side.
Yeah, but yes, we have. Right? Look, if we go here.
Oh, wait, we can walk around here. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
never
and
mind,
then it goes around. Yeah.
I forgot that we could walk around to this area.
Yeah.
Wait, then can we?
No, we can't continue forward, which I just tried.
Okay, it just the rail does look like it does, and it says it's locked over here.
Yeah.
It's kind of locked in the
this takes us back to the office section. So we need to go through manufacturing west, I think, to get to the labs.
Okay. That sounds right to me.
Manufacturing, okay.
Where'd you go?
In manufacturing, I thought?
We're
Or
in
did
the
you want to
office,
take the
isn't
tram
it?
back?
I was standing on the, that's the reason why I asked, because I was standing at the tram. I was gonna take the tram back. Oh wait, you're back there. I'm coming back.
No, go.
Oh wait, we have 2 trams?
Yeah.
We're racing?
Wait, your door's already open. That's not fair.
You only said racing. That's because you thought I was gonna lose. You fucking stay there. Manufacturing West. Yeah, how does this float? That is a very good question, Ping. There is no upper rail. There's be a lot more clunking going on here.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is it just like defying gravity, like fucking alphabet over here?
I think so.
Okay, so we are in Manufacturing West. Find a way through the labs. So we just, okay, mapping center. I'm just gonna start looking at tags here. Control tower.
I'm going on a rampage.
Ship logistics. Control tower. Container lot. Roadway, lot oversight, flow control, alloy handling. We need to get to the labs.
Parma, replenishing. Tampa's tomb, Binyat.
Flow control. Break my legs.
We ask that in order to guarantee
What was there?
I love just all the abject horror and screaming.
Ignis pillar. You are in danger.
Okay, so labs.
Ignis pillar.
Obviously, the map's not a 1-to-1, so the labs probably don't go through the mines, right? That seems silly. Are the labs through the... No, they're not through the train station, because this only goes here. Or does it? Yeah, that only goes there, because that goes in there. That goes to the tram. How do I get in there? How do I get where those guys are?
It never stops. It never ends. It goes on and on and on and on and wait. No. I must not stop. I must.
Oh wait, I think I found the way. Well, the way that the black hole was. Like I found my way back to where I accidentally made the black hole. Or you're back on the train?
Oh, yeah. Not like, because I just wanted to.
That's a good enough reason, you know.
Yeah, it was like, well, I can go in there and get some more resources, at the very least.
Okay, so... This is manufacturing east. But I can't use it yet, so... What's this? This is good. Just walking super slow with my broken leg. It's just blood already down here. Wait, why did it load?
Janet, you always say my science is out of control. This project is different. I feel more in control than I've ever been.
Oh, I think I found... Okay, I think this is the right way. Alright, we'll come back.
When did I last drink
I'm gonna be taking that ammo from you.
Alright, so where else can
I
you
could
go?
definitely eat something.
So can I only go up? This thing here. Charge. Everything charges so fucking fast. Boo doo doo doo.
You will perish here.
Nice.
Oh, huh. I do wonder if like they're gonna be asking you to come back to some of these places because there's like weird furniture and stuff like that. Because like vintage rocking chair, like I haven't seen another one of those. I have seen but one.
Oh, sweet. So this is back home. Okay. Alright, I just unlocked... I found the shortcut, I guess, for the fast way to get back here for when you're ready, I guess, when you're done with the train. I do wish that the, like, teleport upgrade thing worked for, like, all your bases. Like, it was just, like, turned it into matter and went across the universe.
I like that movie. Good movie. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Yeah. Semioma.
Oh. What's that do? That was crazy.
Some peas for my friend at home. Okay, murdered.
I have to get to here.
Okay. Wow, that's so crazy how we flubbed all that when we came out of there because we are little fucking loot goblins when it drops you off right next to the mine.
Oh. I didn't realize you teleported to the mine. I unlocked the fast travel from, or the shortcut from the base. Let's see, I can probably make my way back to you though. Maybe.
Feeling anhydrous, and you're just now telling me.
You don't need to be like in like the maze part of the mines though.
Well, no, but I've never been in any part of the mine.
Oh. I should wait.
Plus, do we have any of the magic crystals from these guys?
There should be a few, yeah.
Oh, I just wasn't sure because I hadn't seen them. They don't unlock anything, I just wasn't.
Yeah, that's how you made the whatchamacallit. The thing to see them was with the crystals.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I didn't know that. But I never encountered one. That's a fucked up fucking recipe. You gotta find them to...
Yeah, well, they appeared to shoot at you, so, like, you could kill them, but they're annoying. They're annoying.
And then that's, I'm assuming the hole down here that I just found is the one that goes to the office area you were talking about?
Yeah. Then there's the Terraria area that we'll have to go through at some point. Okay, yeah, so you're making your way back this way. There's your little glowy guy. Because I can't see you quite yet. Okay, so here's this. Okay. Which way into the mines you are, though? This way, I think? See your dude.
I wonder if you can fish in this tainted water.
I don't see any fish though, so what would you be fishing? Or did they just not show up?
I don't know. Just,
oh, a man.
Just a thought I had. I'm about to die.
Oh, hi.
Do you have any healing things on you?
Here. Split. Just one. Drop. Okay.
I'd better eat soon.
This way.
I do have some food if you need a food.
I do need food, yeah.
Have some peas.
Peas. Yes, peas.
I'm hungry, but I'm not dying yet.
Okay. Alright, so let's at least go this way, so maybe we can get the next part.
Where go? I lost you. Okay, there you are. I see.
I should probably locate a restroom.
Oh, there's a...
Shit your pants.
No, there's a restroom over here, in this area. You can use...
I'd rather die.
I'd rather die than use a porta potty. Okay, so there's a porta potty right straight ahead that way.
Okay. I go poopies real quick.
Yeah, I go poopy real quick.
You keep me safe.
I will. I'll protect you from the poopies. Make sure you collect it so that we can paint our room brown.
Oh no. I see a white room and I want to paint it brown.
I want to shit all over the walls.
Wait, that won't let me collect it. It just says sit.
Aww. Lame. Get on this hole. Which is where I was exploring. And then as you can see, when we get in here, I accidentally created a black hole. I didn't mean to.
People probably died.
Yeah, people probably died.
A lot of good people, a lot of good aliens.
People that day.
A lot of good people. I know she was gonna do that kind of explosion, you know? Oh, so this is like the... I think this might be... we can kind of see part of that's exposed in the one area.
You'll get an achievement once you get over here. Just how I knew to turn around. I was like, oh, okay.
I've gone too far.
Yep.
Oh, loading, yeah.
Yep.
Haven't seen that on the screen this whole game. Cascade Labs. What, is this a ramp to nothing? There's no trapdoor backwards or anything? Okay.
Interesting. Okay, so there's a couple ways we can go. We can go up and go through those doors.
I'm tired.
Are you sure about this, Abe?
Of course I'm sure.
Oh, hey, there's people right here.
Do you remember the pocket dimension? I remember the pocket dimension.
This is completely different. We're fighting fire with fire. Mence never let me try this.
Go anywhere.
If I can just bootstrap the neural array, I
oh,
should
hold on.
be
Crawl
able
space.
to... Aha! Oh.
Written.
Oh no. Janice!
Oh my god, it's loose.
Run!
Oh, boss fight. Oh, that's you. You're the boss fight.
It's me. Oh, it just blasted this open now. Wait, what do we do? Analyze. Test teleporter.
I can get in. You let me in?
What do you mean? They just blew this window open.
It said it said I couldn't open the door from the side. They died?
I was like, they just blew the window open. What do you mean?
They
This
dead?
one still won't open. Can I break this? Oh, here we go.
This is Dr. Mance. If you had asked me 5 years ago what our chances of using the perforation system as a stable travel network were, I would have assumed I was talking to an imbecile.
Can I get some energy
Today,
back just sitting?
Such a network seems within
Yep, because I'm in the same spot as you.
I was like, I need to just chill and listen for a minute. I need some energy.
Feeling a little bit worn out. Hit my bum a couple times.
Yeah, I just started packing. We are two of the same people, you know.
Oh, with people that smoke weed and games?
And play games together. It's so crazy. We're so similar. Besties.
I would say our ambitions have extended far
Again.
beyond their origins.
I started smoking weed halfway through our friendship. I did like a lot. I think everyone assumed I smoked weed the whole time before it went legal in Ohio. I literally only started smoking again when it went legal and I started growing, which is very funny because I know I have gigantic stoner aura no matter what.
That's funny.
Yeah, like I remember the first time somebody flagged me down when I was going to college to find weed, and I was like, well. What do you mean? And then I like look down and I'm like wearing a fucking drug rug and I'm like, oh yeah, well.
You're like, no, this is just who I am as a person.
I was like, yeah, come on over to my apartment.
It's not a lifestyle
I'm
choice,
sure
it's just who I am.
Yeah, I'm stuck like this.
I don't think it's gonna arrest me any faster. Okay, so find a way through the labs. So can we go through like the section? Yeah, this is where I opened because there's this little crawl space right here. Oh, this is definitely new. Okay. Definitely.
That looks like a floating fetus squid.
See it, report it. See it, report it.
Oh, there it is. I see it.
Is
hey,
it
Pink, I see it.
We should report it. Oh, we should report it.
Where?
Oh no, touch this, examine.
Interesting.
X-ray tower. Oh, button. Oh, here.
Oh, I don't have a gun. Oh, I do have a gun, never mind.
Button. Oh, sorry, wait, go back.
If you have any specimens outside of the containment, return them immediately. Have an efficient and effective evening.
Reminder. Help. Get rid of it. The hate-inducing table? The hate-inducing table. That's crazy. Button. Whoa. Portal just opened through button.
There's another rolly chair over there. You could have been rolling like me and say conserving the sweet energy.
That brought us back here. Brings us back to manufacturing. So.
Oh, it turned on this portal.
Yeah. So now we can go back and forth quickly, but that didn't mark it as like completing this area. So.
Hate table. Well, I guess I'm going back through. You're dying from hunger? Well, whatever. I guess I'm just gonna walk back to the house and drop everything off and grab some food.
Yeah, fair.
It's down the hallway now.
Yeah, I know.
Wow, that actually worked. Wow, it's like, I guess fuck us moving anything ever.
That worked
right
really
now.
well. I mean, yeah, for right now. Yeah, I'm gonna go cook these couple things of might. We all just talked about the word hate. I know, it's a hate-inducing table, it said. Oh my god, the power's going right now.
Oh dear.
How annoying.
I don't feel right at all.
Where'd you just go?
Me?
Yeah, you just like turned bright purple and then like bounced.
Well, it's the new thing I'm workshopping.
Let's see. I see. Okay, so let's learn these new things. Pest teleporter, you say.
Unknown facility access detected.
An X-ray tower. Sure, it's definitely gonna be these things that
The air
I've
feels
definitely never
different. That's
heard
what you
of.
like to. That's what you like to hear in the middle of. You can't be hold. What? It wasn't. I don't even remember what I'm holding. That's the trick about me.
these recipes yet, eh? Which means we have to get them in the lab area. Can I make a... Oh, I can't because it's snow power. Is there... So does the battery do anything? Like, we have no way of like, storing power overnight? Whoa, 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 sir, you're invading my home?
Yeah, we're under attack. There's a lot of them out here, actually.
I killed them.
Yeah, one coming out the backside towards the center.
Oh, and a robot. And a robot. I guess I can select. Oops.
Axor just fucking came over there. Man, this is like... They're really trying to grease us. Got a bunch of shit I need to break down.
Bro, I need to cook. Go away, bot. It's not nighttime anymore. Okay, what was I making? Doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
I have to go wash myself in the sink because of you, robot. I'm throwing up scromiting and my kids are crying.
And my kids are... You ruined my kids' Christmas.
This is their worst.
Time to spend a penny, perhaps.
Warning. The safety rating of this sector is now -4. Please exit this sector via the main surface tunnel.
Well, I can't. Okay, relax. Oh, apparently I need to shit. Hi, Tatiana. How are you? Welcome in.
Tatiana. Meat chunk, meat chunk. Oh damn, bro! You didn't say it like that.
I could definitely eat something.
Cooking right now, bitch. Chill.
Do you have any, is there any raw XR hearts over there? I'm gonna make this cooking station wireless over.
Yeah.
Is it raw or cooked? I know there were
Raw.
cooked ones over there.
Raw.
You're so nice. You're so good to me. Wow.
Mhm.
I don't even know why I question you. You should hit me.
It's okay. You don't need to be hit. I gotta go poopy though, so see you later.
Enjoy your poopy.
Thank you. Poop completed.
Poop completed.
Poop completed. I did it. I did a poop.
You did a big poopies. Brick.
Okay. Are we ready to go back through the portal?
Yes.
Oh wait, is it
Oh wait, what's this?
this one?
Pest teleporter. Okay, that was the one you mentioned.
It's not this way, is it? No, it's a different one. That's a different one.
Okay. I have to poopies real quick and then... Oh wait, the poopies is towards the portal. We could just, yeah. I know where we're going. You know where we're going. We know where we're going.
The poopies.
The poopies.
The poopies.
Ha ha ha. And they call me
Le poupie.
Le Poupie. It is French for le poop. Oh, no, I'm not gonna make that. Before we go, that's it. Too much.
Hurry up and poopy. You have to go.
Yes,
you have to go poopy.
Bam.
My day was okay, Tatiana. It was all right. How was yours? Yay! Oh no! It's a done floor. Okay. Okay, so this goes back down.
Have you seen that? Tell me, have you seen it?
Interesting.
Did you? There's a thing over here. Did you analyze the X-ray tower?
I did.
Oh, I guess that's mine.
I just took a ball.
A barrel.
A ball.
IS-091 is the most tense AV candidate we've ever encountered. Despite its
We
appearance,
opened that door.
it's a transcorporeal entity.
That big door.
Invulnerable to any of the physical deterrents we've tested so far. Walls, doors.
Wildlife pens, XR containment, roadway.
Intriguingly, it only appears to a single viewer at one time. Dr. Stern has that dubious honor. He identified it in the field and it followed him back here. Began materializing in the facility, looking for him like a lost puppy.
Transfer. So what, this way?
Oh, I wonder if he was talking about the little odd guy. Little chesticle. Randomly appearing and following like a puppy.
Oh yeah.
That's like a little guy.
Little dude.
Oh yeah, can we take these?
Oh! If we had, it looks like it needs a key and
hot wire kit. Okay. But yeah, that's a vehicle. That's a whole ass vehicle that we can both take. What check-in? Yay!
Check-in approved.
Wait, there's stuff over here.
Strength level 9. What did we get at 10? Anything cool?
Oh, that one's locked. Okay. There's another bathroom in here. And a locked door at the end.
Oh my god, that's funny. At Fortitude 8, we get group effort. Resting within 8 meters of another resting scientist doubles the resting rate. So we would have been able to probably get all our sleep done right there.
Oh, yeah.
Funny. A good skill idea. When you're being a little dingus running around with your friends. Inside track, beat pink. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here's, okay, that's, okay.
Another loop back, yeah.
Yeah, that's the door that I was like, oh, it's locked. Okay. And then this looks like a tram.
Oh, yeah. This area hates everything.
Okay. So that's a big old tram. Let's try on the side. Anything over here? Anything? Nope. Okay, nothing.
Ride the big tram?
Excuse me. Had to go in the tram.
I gotta get up there. Oh wait, what the fuck? Anything on this ledge?
Donkey Kong Bonanza? Is it fun? Are you enjoying it?
Alright, let's go. Oh, it's one of those upwards trams.
It's a big, yeah. Okay, so now we go this way?
Like an Ella tram.
Ooh, okay, so there's a hallway here.
Yeah, that's the wildlife
door
pen that you're walking towards.
Sink.
Which I would say...
Cell door.
Yeah, it's animal sanctuary.
It's not a sanctuary at all, my dude.
Sanctuary. Or containment facility.
Lens epicenter, vacuum chamber. Okay, so do I want to go down this hallway first? There's a security guy
Yeah,
here.
April's in there.
It's you. I came through the hole
Oh my god.
blasted in manufacturing.
He was in the very beginning.
Obviously, I was planning on getting through the vacuum chamber to the surface elevator, but it's covered in some muck. Typical. I suppose they'll have something to deal with that in the containment block with the place.
After N64, that's crazy.
It never ends. I really need a coffee.
Okay, cool. Oh, a level 3 hacker. Nice. Holding? That doesn't open? Okay. kinda am not a fan of like just like the groaning noises going on.
I think they keep me in line.
Okay.
I know that the game's the boss in this scenario.
Oh, C station?
Oh, the brain sync's kind of useful just from like a gameplay standpoint.
Thousands of unique entities.
It syncs all the recipe and journal entries.
Can we live in the aquarium, please?
Yeah. Sure, whatever you want.
Ah, there's a robot. Another robot. I just want to activate the tram, please. Robots.
Oof, I don't feel good at all.
Wait, did you start running while I was learning how to make the recipes and now you're getting attacked by robots?
Literally did not know that you were stopping to do
I was still
recipes.
standing by that guy unlocking
I was like, we should go down the hallway before we go through this area.
Yeah, I was
I'm right here. I'm right at the intersection.
I was in the hallway. I was in the hallway of the mind.
I see. Here, I'm back. I'm right here. Hello.
Good.
Where'd my friend go? You are not back. I am still standing in front of the scientist.
No. I said we should go down the hallway before we go through the big area. So come back over here. I see you. Turn around. Okay, I'm coming back to you, I guess. Hi. Turn around. Hello.
Oh, it's like you're invisible. You blend right in.
Yeah. Yeah, I said we should go down the hallway before we go anywhere. And then I said, ooh, the C station right here. Let's go here to see if we can activate the tram.
Oh.
Okay. Which I think is over here. Toilets, particle lab. Is this the level 3 hack? No, this is 2. Cool. So is this a shortcut?
Looks like a check-in right there. Yep. I think it's the check-in we already did. Yeah, that's the office area we came by. Oh, we got some toilets over here.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I want to live here. Yeah, there's a robot. Alright, let's kill the robots together.
I could definitely eat.
Why is this guy taking so long?
Oh, maybe they're stronger over here?
Oh, these guys are stronger over here.
Yeah, well, that's because they're electric now.
It's crazy.
I dropped my butcher knife and my thing's broken, so I can't scrap this guy.
Oh, I just got tech scrap, which just gave me an explosive sledge recipe and a hot wire kit recipe. Oh, there's more? Oh, there's more. I'm bleeding out. Hey, McAwful, how are you? Welcome in. Good to see ya.
Did you kill?
No, he's right behind you. I probably won't be able to do this in time.
Sorry, I hate to laugh, but that was so fucking funny on my screen. Like, I probably won't be able to do it. You start fiddling your bag and it just fucking whams you right in the fucking head.
Yeah, I knew it.
Wham.
I knew it. Alright, so do we have... Oh, we have to repair this shit? What do we need? Tram station override. Oh, a tram station key. We just need to make that. We have the recipe for that. It's not too bad. Okay. Well, map. Got the map. Nice. You got clear obscure?
Wait.
Oh, really? That's
oh,
awesome.
Pink, I haven't asked you. What have you been thinking of that? I haven't really caught much of it because you're further
really
ahead
liking
than me.
it, to be honest.
Yeah, I
It's
thought the combat never felt like too much.
Some of them
Like it felt like I could engage with
but...
it as a combo game or as like a dodgy if I really wanted to. You know, I thought that was really nice.
Yeah. The story's been really good so far. Yeah, there are a couple fights that I find just a little overwhelming to like learn the mechanics, and I'm like, ugh, like how am I supposed to learn the mechanics if everything kills me in one hit? Like you have to like learn the dodge timing and shit, but like everything kills me in once. So like how do I, you know? But for the most part, I've been really having a good time. I like it. I keep telling chat, like, I need to pick something, like, not as, like, emotionally heavy next time, because the past
Oh, that game's rough. Like, I literally hit an emotionally heavy part and was like, I'm taking a break and having to come back. And, like, yeah, like, that's not, I don't feel like most people wouldn't expect those kind of words to come out of my mouth.
Yeah. So there's a couple that I was like, oof, okay, that's a little rough. Especially because I came from Red Dead, which also got me a little emotional. So, yeah. Yeah, so I'm like, I need something a little bit less chill. A month of Beaver streams?
A little bit less chill? Oh, yeah, way less chill, yeah.
No, no Beaver streams because they don't have any fucking achievements, and so I feel like I'm doing this for nothing. Like, there's no end game for the Beavers.
Oh, I've got... Never mind. Yeah, I don't care about achievements personally, but I know, yeah, you people really get upset.
Well, no, for like city builders and stuff. Like, what's the goal? What's the end goal? What's the like? What am I supposed to achieve other than like, cool, my city is a city now?
Oh, was that Timberborn is the Beavers?
Yeah.
This is Dr. DrJMcB.
Yeah, somebody just needs to. Pink just we need to make Pink a RimWorld streamer.
I need to get into. I bought it. I literally did. But
Oh yeah, you do have it now. I forgot that. Yeah, you're done once you learn this. You don't.
I feel
you won't
like
be able
it's
to play
gonna be
it.
hard though. By watching you, like how many times your shit, like I don't know. Man.
Oh. Yeah, but you just save scum. Like if you want to do the end game stuff, you end up save scumming, or you just don't play on the very hardest difficulty like I play on. Because I play on second from the top. And there's like 6 difficulties. I play that game on like when people watch me play. If you haven't played the game before, it looks 10 times as intimidating.
2,000 hours of on RimWorld.
Yeah, I'm at like
1,000. What I'm afraid of.
What's Pig? That's my like I could not be more invested in it. That is my #1 game of all time. I frequently say I think it is the best game of all time.
With a CNS to keep him awake, but he has to sleep at some point. And then, well.
Oh, McAwful, the newest one is insane. How much they added. Yeah, if you had 2,000 and you're saying a couple or several expansions, then yeah, you would probably. You'll probably lose like another 6,000 hours. Cause the last expansion just added like spaceships and shit. Like you can traverse to different planets. People have started doing their whole own modded planets, and there were already people basically introducing everything from whole other games into the systems for it. Like, I saw, like, a Final Fantasy 14 job system in it the other day, and I was like, what? Who's modding this? Why is this? But, yeah, you know, whatever. I'm here for it. I think so far, if I have one beef with this game, it's ease of access to the crafting bench.
Yeah.
I very, very firmly believe in a survival crafting. You should be able to, in a survival crafting, you should be able to cobble together the crafting bench no matter what, like the base level one. You shouldn't. I don't necessarily think you should always be able to craft like a second tier or like
the repair stuff like we have like that. Like you should be able to base it.
Yeah.
It should just be like the wood and maybe duct tape. Like I would take like wood and duct tape because those have been plentiful the whole way through. Or wood, duct tape, and cloth even. But it's like it's a fucking table. I mean, I guess we're making more advanced stuff because we're Mr. Scientists.
What is this thing?
Oh, I got an SCP pop and didn't realize
I
it.
am all right. I am quite all right. Thank you for asking. How about yourself? Let's go. So let's go. There's a guy here.
Oh, beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Can't complain. Good. Glad to hear it. Happy to hear it. Happy to hear when people are happy.
Yeah, because I could always fucking complain.
No, I mean, like, I say that, but, like, I feel like it's more like a broad complaint, where it's like my day-to-day life is like, it's fine. I have no complaints. But I could bitch. Oh, God, do I love bitching.
Nah, definitely not you.
No. No. I'm just a little guy.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I said it. It's like, I could complain, but, like, none of the shit I'm complaining about's getting fixed in this conversation. I need 100 bands and a bad bitch.
I have no idea where I ended up. I just started going through doors. Oh, hi, Dirge.
Hi.
I just like started going through all the random doors and.
That's it. Well, yeah, I'm just wandering around, probably doing the same thing you're doing, which is like, why the fuck can't I make a basic crafting bench? You fucks. Pipe. Oh, I just need a pipe spawn. Okay.
Night essence. Okay.
The pipes are the only organic resource, as far as I can tell, right? Oh yeah, you're not my friend. You're a monster.
Oh, he's got a gun. Shotty. Yeah, he's got a shotgun.
Someone help
Holy
me.
shit.
Oh, that's a different guy. I was chasing a.
Pinxel was turned into Swiss cheese.
Oh my goodness!
Oh
when you say give me your cheese.
Oh my gosh.
Didn't mean that. Okay, so where is he?
I don't know.
I don't, because I don't want him to murder me.
I don't see him though. He walked away after he murdered me.
He said, "Okay, bozo." Here, wait. I got heals. I have heals.
Okay. Oh, I do too. Hold on.
Oh, there's some spares if you need some, because I have 5 on me. I have 5 on me after that.
Oh. Where is he? He's over everywhere.
Yeah, those ones are. Oh no.
But I took my. Why didn't it heal faster? I took my medicine. I took medicine.
That as soon as you left the guy. Oh man, I really want Dune Awakening. I just haven't wanted to spend the money on it.
Same, dude, same. I want it so bad, but I'm like, it is like $50 for a survival craft.
And it has the one thing that, like, I think me and you are both super hesitant on, which is survival crafts where, like, they have a multiplayer mode, and you know that's going to be the focus, this online multiplayer. Like, even if they have ways for us to, like, play together, I don't feel like it's gonna, like, I feel like it's gonna be like a Rust scenario where it's like, yeah, you could probably run a private Rust server, but it's like, that's not the...
Yeah, but you have to pay for that shit, like...
Yeah. Well, I think with them, it would probably be like Conan, where they have the weird tether that nobody ever wants to play with. I hope not. That was already worth every penny, really. I have a couple friends where, like, I've seen their hours go up, but they haven't mentioned to me the game. And I'm like, I don't know if I should ask them.
Oh my god, I'm being shot at while I'm drinking stuff out of my inventory.
Yeah, we tried to play it together with another one of our friends because they gave us a free copy, and I think I might have brought it up because like I was long eyeballing Funcom for the Dune Awakening key I never got. This guy is he's chasing me down. I'm gonna loop back. Oh, you're already dead.
Yeah, no, it's because it's super fast now because I opened the door.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I just got the schematics for the thing for us to use the fancy guns.
Oh?
Yep, and you do need one of their arms. I knew you fucking would. You need 10 human arms. You son of a bitch, I had that many. There's no local co-op server. You gotta join public or rent private. Oh, I just felt my balls risen into my chest.
Gross.
Yeah, that's where they go whenever I'm scared. Which is a lot.
No, I meant gross that, like, there's no way to play
that
privately.
part. Yeah. I was about to be like, yeah, well, you know, where the balls go is, we talk about that. We talk about that in these spots. How were your pistols always broken? I've had one that for like 100 rounds and it still isn't broken.
I don't know. My pistols are always broken. Everything's always broken of mine.
I wonder if I'm getting a buff from something because, like, yeah, it's not even at like 10%, 20% maybe down. I don't like that squeaky noise.
Yeah, it's one of the carbuncles.
Oh, that's why you were waiting for me. You need an invisible guy.
So there's an up and there's a down? Oh, hello.
As we dispatch our TR teams...
Hello, Dr. Eric Mance.
They return with new specimens, most of them variations of a few basic forms. When introduced to the gate facility, these organisms continue to evolve rapidly, acquiring new behaviors. It is my theory that the entropy is responsible. How far this evolution will extend remains to be seen.
I've been exposed to a lot of radiation.
You
this is a bad choice. Bad time.
Oh. Some decisions were made. Let's see, can I come get you? Where are you? Oh, did you go wait, you went down? Did you go down?
I was boiled alive by acid.
Oh, how did you do that?
Though we haven't yet captured a complete specimen of...
I was boiled alive by acid.
Dr. Thule took a sample of its dust, but this raised more questions than answers. Foremost, 139 appears primarily to be a host rather than an individual.
All vacant
Pendleton theorizes 139 may be suffering an infection.
3,
It will require tests to ensure no cross-contamination can occur.
Reset complete.
If true, we're unsure whether its behaviors are innate to the original being or a byproduct.
Shit on my biscuits.
It's quite a
Shit on my biscuits, shit on my beans.
More time.
Oh no. There are many beasts.
Oh, down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the number was not small.
There's quite a few.
Oh, and there's 2 ways in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've got the other way. Remember when we said there's an up? It's just the down.
Oh.
And it's just, yeah. And it's actually substantially easier than jumping down there and breaking both your legs like I initially did. Oh, white paint. We got Cummy's paint.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Wow. Wow. Where are you? Where is it stabbing me from? Man, these people were fucked up. You guys were doing some weird science.
Yeah. Oh. Oh no. Well, okay. Hi. I didn't mean to, but I fell. A tainted carbuncle. What the fuck does that do?
Tainted carbuncle. Oh, what? Do you have 2 pipe?
No.
Because we could put a crafting bench down.
We could probably get 2 pipe though.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Yeah, well, oh, yeah, eyes on pipe. You know, that's what I meant to say more than anything, was eyes on pipe.
Oh, they're spitting at you.
Huh?
They're spitting at you. They're spitting at me
well,
now.
I've got eyes on pipe. Will you stop hitting me?
I wasn't hitting you.
Sever? You're hitting me?
No, I was not hitting you, I said.
Why are you hitting me?
I would never hit you. Come on.
That's my...
Come on.
Grinder to... chains. Is that it?
Wait, this doesn't go anywhere?
Oh, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck were you doing over there? Where the fuck did he respawn from? Hell? Hell, Pink? Is that where you respawned from?
I think he came from the pits of the Lazarus pits.
The Lazarus pits? No, he's getting extra biblical with it.
Stop it, you stop it right now.
Alert. There has been a
Dr. Derek Mans.
failure. Please make your way to defense sector. Oxygen available. Have an efficient and effective day.
Oh, the power's about to go out? Oh yeah, this place is a great place to have the power go out in.
I think the power is out.
Oh, well now I have a flashlight. I don't really care, I guess.
So where do we go? Let's just access the inner wing, which... Yeah.
Well, we definitely want to access the inner ring.
Yeah. Yep, for sure.
We want the ring.
Oh yeah, we have to build the. Oh yeah, we have to build a crafting bench because we have to build the.
Mm-hmm.
The yeah, the thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you located any pipage?
Well, I'm saying in the sense of no, at the time I hadn't, but now at this very, very second I have.
Wow.
As I was mid-sentence.
It's beautiful, actually.
Okay. Now to find a central area where my friend would like me to put the aquarium.
Yes, please. The aquarium's the best.
I think we should live in the aquarium.
Yeah. Let's put us over by those couches. No, where the fuck is it? I swear I had one.
Oh.
Crafting bench. Power supply unit. I swear I had one. There's no way I dropped it.
I have a power supply unit. Is that what you need?
Okay, yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah, here.
Crafting. Craft. They're actually here. Did I drop it? Oh no, there it is. Inventory full.
Understanding entirely.
I'm going to
while
lie down on this for a minute.
Dangerous or otherwise, may simply not be containable at all. Immurement designations are tools and warnings. Armed with this knowledge, you can enjoy your life, work, and extraordinary research without fear. Remember, the unknown is only frightening if
I'm sure there is any glue around here for make a quick little screwdriver to screw that together. Yeah, yeah. Sure, I just left some glue on the ground over here. Yeah. I do think I would like to call it sometime soonish because it is 3:30 in the morning. Where is the glue?
The Gate Cascade Research Facility is one of the most secure storage.
Time is meaningless? Oh yeah, I mean I hella agree on that. You're never gonna catch me
Thousands of unique entities,
disagreeing on that.
Objects and
You know.
Knowing your immurement designations is key to understanding the importance of your.
Doesn't mean I don't get EP.
Ordo subjects are generally benign or passive.
Time is meaningless. What did I miss?
To the safety and
I said I would like to finish up sometime in the near future since it's like 3:30 right now, and Woofy said time is meaningless. I said, oh yeah, no, I mean yeah, you got the wrong guy. I totally agree.
Oh yeah, no, we should finish up after this. This journey.
I was like, yeah, I totally agree. I'm just not immune to EPS. I am just not immune to EPiness. Glue. I need glue to make yeah.
To do the what?
Screwdriver to screw the thing together.
I did it.
You're so strong.
Okay, so now what are we crafting? The
armed with this knowledge, you can enjoy your life, work, and extraordinary research without fear.
Key.
Remember, the unknown
we don't
is
have the
only
stuff
if we don't put a label on
circuit board. Okay, craft a circuit board. Okay.
I have
I need tech
a jailbroken CPU.
I need tech scrap.
We might be able to get that from just building a salvage bench and scrapping stuff around here.
Maybe.
I think you can get that from military scrap. Yeah, military scrap's on the tech.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to cut off so many arms to be able to use these guns. Oh man, you can throw anything? Oh, you can't throw your weapon. Oh, never mind.
Bet you we can just start breaking some of these things here.
I just broke like 5 computers right there too.
No, I don't see tech scrap in there.
Electronic scrap.
Class 3 hacking, which we don't have yet. Yeah.
I thought that's what we were making.
No, we have to make the thing to turn on the trim.
Oh. Oh. Charlie, that hurts people. Oh no, bro, you got problems. I don't want to fuck with you like that. This dude's divorced. Give me that arm.
Okay, well. What's this one? Snag vine seed. That's crazy. There's apple, pear.
Note on IS 102.
That's a new one.
Determined the bacteriophage
Never
recovered by
reply.
Menora's team from Antiverse 16 is a form of
I
sickness
wonder,
used by
Chris,
local
pear
species
apple.
to assist mating. You could almost call it a love potion. Preliminary tests show the effects on mammalian biology are extremely traumatic. I have suggested
Requires
Dr.
snag
Pinxel
vine
not
seed to repair this, which I know for a fact is sitting in a chest.
she wishes to continue her research.
Snag
Oh,
vine
yeah?
seed? Really?
Yep. Yep, night essence.
Crazy.
That's a plant-based puzzle, I believe.
There you go, apple.
Bear, apple? Apple dapple.
Apple to apple. Whoa, how did I end up back here? That's right. That's what I need.
Thinking with my big brain. Using it for stuff. Oh, this...
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, it probably isn't any speedier, to be totally honest.
We were breaking everything, wasn't it?
So how do we get back to the quiet?
Well, that's what I was looking for, because, like, you know there has to be a way to connect it back before this puzzle. There's no shot, and we're gonna feel really stupid when we find it later.
Uh-huh.
Or we won't remember. I mean, actually, there's a good chance we won't remember, because... Oh, wait, there's another person in the hallway. There's a group of people in the hallway over here.
Oh.
Can't come to me. To me, my being soldier. Oh, yeah, there's a whole...
Are you above me?
See, maintenance access. I went down the stairs in whatever room I last saw you in.
Stairs.
By the wildlife pens, kinda. You can see a door that says wildlife
we were
pens at
in
least.
here. And then I went this way. No, I can't see your character now. I don't know where you are.
Are you up or down?
Oh, I see you. You're literally right above me. Okay, hold on. I see you. I see you.
Yeah. When I actually need to go back down, I went upwards to try and find you.
Wait, no, stop.
I did stop. I'm done. I'm stopping. Oh my god, our little guy. Guess what he has? Guess what our little guy has?
What does he has?
A military cot. I can lie down while I wait for you.
Did you go down these stairs? Yes, hi.
Oh man, I was just such a sleepy little guy with all these broken bones.
Oh my gosh, I literally, what's funny is I was coming through this way. I was coming through this door.
Oh, the animal. Okay, that's very funny. Cause yeah, I was literally this is where I turned and was like, oh, it's new stuff. Cause look, those two doofuses from earlier who made the enemies harder are right there.
Oh yeah, when they ran away. Hi, who are you?
Yeah, what's
Oh, Janet got us back into labs, and we had a plan, although it didn't quite work out. Now, we've got a new plan, but first we need to get into the containment block and access our equipment.
But, wouldn't you know it, they've revoked our security clearance, because who needs it during an emergency?
Right,
I
of course.
suppose we could head back to Office Sector, down that way, and hope Warren's got a plan to save us. But that's about as likely as Thule winning a Nobel Prize. We've got to find some
Oh, not
way into the
Thule.
containment block, or this is the end of the road.
Self-painted variants of IS-184 are truly intriguing specimens. These priests or monks show clear indication of tool-making and ritualistic behavior. It seems to have formed a rudimentary civilization in one of the Antiverse 2 locations we've accessed. This raises intriguing research questions, as well as some ethical implications, I suppose.
Levels look cool.
Stopped us
Yeah, so far I'm enjoying it a lot.
Oh yeah, it's got a lot of unique vibe compared to like stuff where like most of the survival crafting games are like they're kind of repetitive in a way because they're all procedural, John.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna go see what I can start crafting now. Okay, so.
Phala subjects present a high risk of unassessed phenomena
I need the
or
tram.
effects and should be treated accordingly.
Okay.
A Jura rating
This?
indicates an entity, item,
crap.
or specimen that exceeds
Now.
our current understanding entirely.
The computer keyboard
While
and
Salutis
phones and a
subjects,
box of screws.
dangerous
Alright.
or otherwise, may simply not be
All that stuff is
containable
over in that.
at all. Immurement designations are tools and warnings. Armed with this knowledge, you can enjoy your life, work, and extraordinary research without fear.
Don't you? The dark lens. The core of our perforation research. Or it was.
What did I say? I need computers
I'd
and what?
heard rumors of a threat. There are always rumors.
Tech materials, one thing I knew.
Computers, phones, and screws.
Killed everyone, then removed the lens. Without it, how are we supposed to control the portals? They could appear anywhere, connect to anything. Do they realize what they've done?
I look at all the lonely people.
Phone.
I'm feeling a little snacky.
Screws might be hard to find though. Screws might be hard to find.
No, there's a ton of them around there. You just gotta break the wooden crates. They come out of wooden crates.
Okay.
Why is this robot carrying me for so long? This robot's carrying me.
Why?
I don't know.
That's funny.
I have no idea where it's going. It put me in jail?
That's very funny.
That's crazy. This has to be here. There has to be some reason why this is here, other than just... Well, if you see a big murder robot running around out there, he's almost dead.
Okay.
Man, that motherfucker. Containment bot. Yeah, fuck you. We're doing great, Laws.
This and this. Okay, perfect. Now I need some screws. Wooden boxes received. Of course, now we've shattered all those. So.
This is such a long vent. I feel like it's gonna put me somewhere really fucking stupid, and I can see a crafting bench, and I hope it's the one that you built up here, and not our old one. Oh, I'll scream if it drops me off all the way over there. I mean, I guess I can grab stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I have pretty much nothing but positive things to say about it myself. Where does this go?
Oh. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no, what?
For what do you seek?
Yeah, just like General Oh no.
You freed the giants. If I can assist, I shall.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Marion.
So be it.
Yeah, good for him.
I'm rapidly losing warmth.
We're back here. Oh, okay. Very interesting. So that's okay. It's here. Wait, I might chance it and see if I can get over here. Haven't had too much dead air. Oh, no. It's very late and we're kind of just...
Oh, yeah, no, we're the dead air now.
We're vibing in the moment. DrJMcB was widowed? The fuck does that mean?
You know the little, invisible guys?
Yeah?
The floaty ones, the new ones?
Oh, the if you see something, say something, guys?
Yeah.
You didn't say something when you saw something, did you?
Oh, I saw... What was this? Yeah, you know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's like a certain amount of zoniness you expect out of this time of night. I gotta grab my friggin' body.
Okay, I just literally took the tram back, built the thing we need, taking the tram back, and now I'm taking the shortcut back again.
You are a warrior.
I'm doing my best, honestly.
Yeah, you're doing great. A plus, 10 out of 10. Yeah, I was kind of hoping to accidentally end up back at our home.
Yeah, I've managed to get like pretty close to it. This way. Then it goes this way.
Jesus, man. What are you made of? Yeah, what are you? Still an Exor, huh?
Yeah, okay. Here's this.
Exor arm, lime paint.
It's here.
Yeah, I don't need to carry that around right now. I'm good. I'm good on figuring out that recipe.
This needs to go to the tram, which is over here. Oh. Okay, so it's maintenance. So this should go here.
momentarily. If you have any specimens outside of the case, return them immediately. Have inefficient and effective usage.
Too many bandages.
Yay, I opened the tram.
Yay! Does that mean we have the quick passage?
Says tram is currently locked at another station. Let's see.
Oh no, they're
Okay,
monsters.
I know. Hold on, I want to see. The door across the way doesn't open. Okay. But I like opened the tram. Like that should be. It should be open.
Whoa. Sounds like we've got a sticky situation.
Seriously.
1057 paint new recipe acid bolt. Okay, now you've got my interest.
Well, that's unfortunate because, like, why would you restore it if it doesn't actually restore it?
I feel like they're trying to make us into fools.
They don't have no fuel. They're, like, missing a part or something.
Yeah, we need 2 fuel cells to run them, and some evil juice, I think.
29-point turn, yeah.
I actually hit Pink with the golf cart or forklift pretty good earlier, and it was in about that size of hallway.
Yep.
Cascade Laboratories. There's a future shortcut, but in the other direction, I see.
I'm a little, like, annoyed that I spent time and stuff to...
And you were like, "Oh, this would be such a great end cap point," and it was like, "No, you get no. You're not. You did nothing. What do you mean? You did nothing. You didn't make all those trips, yeah, for nothing." Oh wait, hold up.
Sir, I just need to go poop. Okay, leave me alone.
Okay, no, we have a way back. The wildlife pen is now open from the food court.
Yeah, no, I knew that. That's how I went back to the base.
Oh, I'll go fuck myself. Sorry.
No.
That was a joke. I wasn't offended. I wasn't offended. I was going to fuck myself.
I was gonna fuck myself regardless. It's fine.
Yeah. If I seem hurt, it's just because I am.
I am getting real eepy though.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the tram and go back to our base, and then I'm good to call it.
Yeah, I'll probably stay here at this little aquarium base.
Yeah. Yeah, we did good for the first like all of it, but then like the last hour or two, I feel like our brains were goop.
No,
probably
we
like
did
the last
great.
hour, honestly.
We did great. We did great. We did great.
Last hour.
Yeah.
What was that? We solved too many puzzles. And if you solve too many puzzles, it can be hazardous for your health. It's like if you try to fly for too long, your heart will
literally is. It's dangerous, guys. You can't. It's dangerous.
Understanding the importance of your work.
This is why we do it, is to keep all of you safe.
You could literally die, guys.
For the safety and security of our world.
I don't think I'm even gonna raid out because I'm literally just gonna get right into bed. So.
While those designated
Yeah, I'm good. You can end it. I just dropped everything off. Ton of new ideas. Explosive sledgehammer. Don't know where that came from. The hot wire kit that just popped up. Plug board, electrother, electron grenade. Yeah, apparently a ton of stuff just popped up when I went back to the base. I don't know if it's because like I'm interacting with other stuff, or did you just do some shit?
I got a couple things.
Yeah, like 8 recipes right there. Okay.
Simply not be containable at all.
All right, friend. Thank you. Yeah, hit me up tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be 100% down for this, but I probably will be. I don't got anything else.
Yeah,
really
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I probably won't be streaming otherwise because my normal Saturday is not happening.
Yeah,
so yeah, just let me know. Are you logged out?
Okay.
Are you logged out? You are. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Good night, Dirge. Good night, chat. Good night, everybody. Get good sleepies. All right, guys. I will possibly maybe see you. Possibly maybe won't. We'll have a wonderful night. See you guys later. Goodbye.